Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. He had fought his best, had given everything for his village. There was no shame in that. As the blade fell, his final thought was of the old fortune teller's words, echoing in his mind. He should have listened, should have believed. The blade cleaved towards his neck, and his world went dark. Clemade's head rolled across the bloody ground, coming to rest against a fallen kunai. His remaining eye stared blankly at the misty sky, a faint, peaceful smile etched on his face. Zabuza stood over the corpse, his gaze fixed on the head. He felt a strange sensation as he took in the peaceful expression. It was as if Clemade had finally found the peace he'd been searching for. Zabuza's eyes narrowed. It had been a good fight, better than he'd expected. But in the end, the outcome was never in doubt. Such was the way of the shinobi world. Kill or be killed, with no room for mercy or hesitation. He then leaped into the trees, vanishing into the shadows as swiftly as he had appeared. The corpse of the Hidden Leaf Village ninja lay forgotten in the street, another secret swallowed by Kiri's ever-present mist. The night's work was done. But for Zabuza, the true test was yet to come. For when the Mizukage called, only a fool would keep him waiting. Chapter 39, The Demon's Hunt. Stirrings in the mist. Zabuza's feet barely made a sound as he sprinted along the top of Kiri's towering walls. The night air was damp, and a stubborn mist clung to the village like a second skin. Moonlight struggled to pierce the haze, casting weird shadows across the maze-like streets below. He paused for a moment, crouching low to survey the scene. Hidden Mist Village had always been a harsh place, but tonight something felt off. Below, a small group approached one of the many gates set into the walls. Zabuza watched as they huddled together, nervously presenting papers to the guards. Papers, a guard barked. Why are you headed to the upper district? One of the civilians, a man with weary eyes, spoke up. Just going home, sir. We work in the factories down below. The guard eyed them suspiciously, taking his sweet time checking their documents. Zabuza could practically smell the fear coming off the group. Finally, the guard waved them through, and their relief was visible as they hurried past. He could sense the unease of the villagers below. Behind curtained windows, shadows darted back and forth, and the few people still out on the streets rushed along with their heads down, trying to avoid drawing attention to themselves. Even from this height, he could sense the fear that ran through the villagers like a poisoned river. This doesn't feel right, Zabuza muttered, frowning beneath his bandages. He'd grown up with Kiri's tough reputation, but this was something else. He continued his journey, leaping from wall to wall with ease. The village's layout was a nightmare for civilians, but for a skilled ninja like Zabuza, it was second nature. As he moved, his eyes were drawn to the cylindrical towers that loomed over the village, their softly glowing windows hinting at the watchful eyes within. Finally, he neared the Mizukage's building. It was a massive structure, dominating the skyline. All the walls seemed to converge here, forming a barrier that would make any invader think twice. As he approached the entrance, the door swung open, and two familiar figures stepped out. Suikazen Fuki, a burly man with weird braids, and Hoshigaki Kisame, known for his shark-like grin, stood before him. His curiosity got the better of him. Fuki, Kisame, he called out. What brings you here so late? Fuki tensed, but Kisame's grin only widened. Well, if it isn't the demon of the mist, Kisame said, his tone mocking. Still nosy as ever, eh? Zabuza's eyes narrowed further. Just making conversation. You two don't usually hang out together. Fuki shot Kisame a warning glance before turning to Zabuza. Official business, Momoki. Nothing to worry about. Everything in Hidden Mist Village is my business, Zabuza growled, his hand drifting towards his sword. Kisame stepped forward, his grin never faltering. Easy there, Zabuza. No need to get all worked up. We're on the same team, right? There was something in Kisame's voice, a hint of something that set Zabuza's teeth on edge. Before he could push further, Fuki stepped between them. We've all got our orders, Momoki, he said firmly. Best we stick to them, don't you think? Zabuza held Kisame's gaze for a long moment before nodding curtly. Sure thing. Happy hunting, boys. As they walked away, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Fuki and Kisame working together? That was as unlikely as the sun rising in the west. Shaking off his unease, Zabuza entered the Mizukage's chamber. He dropped to one knee, bowing his head. Lord Mizukage. The Mizukage sat behind his desk, looking as youthful as ever. But something was off. His eyes, usually sharp as knives, seemed distant and glassy. Zabuza, he said, his voice flat and lifeless. I have a mission for you. You're familiar with the Land of Waves? Zabuza nodded slowly. It's a small country near our borders. Mostly fishermen and farmers live there. We've received reports that the traitor, Kojiro, has been spotted there, the Mizukage continued. Your mission is to investigate and report back. Zabuza frowned. Kojiro? The guy who defected months ago? Why the sudden interest? For a fleeting moment, he thought he saw a flicker of confusion or pain in his leader's eyes, but it was gone before he could be sure. Are you questioning my orders? The Mizukage's voice took on a sharp edge. No, Lord Mizukage, Zabuza replied smoothly. I merely seek to understand the mission parameters fully. He quickly rephrased his question. Has the traitor made contact with our enemies? Is there a specific threat? The Mizukage's face remained expressionless. Your job is not to understand, Zabuza. It's to obey. Find Kojiro. Gather information. Report back. Is that clear? The Mizukage's tone left no room for argument, but Zabuza's instincts were screaming that something was wrong. This wasn't the leader he knew. He seemed empty, somehow. Crystal clear, Zabuza said, keeping his voice neutral. When do I depart? Immediately, the Mizukage replied. You're dismissed. As Zabuza left the Mizukage's chamber, his mind was racing. The leader's strange behavior, Fuki and Kisame's odd partnership, and this sudden obsession with a long-gone traitor, none of it made sense. Lost in thought, he almost missed the hushed conversation coming from a nearby corner. Sure about this? A voice whispered. The Hoshigaki clan shut it. Another voice hissed. The Mizukage's orders are clear. We move tonight. He slowed down, trying to hear more, but the voices had already faded away. The Hoshigaki clan? What did they have to do with anything? He made his way to one of the many lounges scattered throughout the tower, where the flickering oil lamps cast dancing shadows on the walls. As he entered, his eyes fell upon a familiar figure slouched in an ornate chair, Hazuki Maingetsu, a fellow member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Oi, Zabuza. Maingetsu called out, his voice followed by a harsh cough. What brings you here? Zabuza's eyes narrowed as he took in his comrade's appearance. Maingetsu's usual lazy grin was still there, but his skin looked pale and sickly. Mission briefing, he grunted, not slowing down. What's your excuse, Maingetsu? Since when do you hang out here? Maingetsu quickly stood up, falling into step beside Zabuza as they exited the lounge. Oh, you know me, he quipped. Just enjoying the view. Can't beat the architecture in here. So, what's the mission? Anything interesting? He asked, trying to sound casual. Zabuza shot him a sideways glance. Since when do you care about my missions? He paused, eyeing his comrade. And since when do you look like something the cat dragged in? Maingetsu's grin widened, but it didn't reach his eyes. Just a little under the weather, that's all. This mist gets to me, you know. Right, Zabuza said dryly. And I suppose the great Maingetsu, master of the Hazuki clan hydrification jutsu, caught a cold from the little mist. Maingetsu's grin faltered for a moment before he forced out a laugh. Hey, even the best of us have bad days. Zabuza stopped dead in his tracks, turning to face his comrade again. The flickering shadows made his bandaged face look even more intimidating. Cut the crap, Maingetsu. What's really going on? Maingetsu's grin faded entirely, replaced by a look of genuine concern. He glanced around the empty corridor before leaning in close. Listen, I shouldn't be telling you this, but something's rotten in the house. I've seen mold growing in the walls, and it's spreading fast. And the janitor, he's different. But not for the better. Zabuza nodded slowly. I've noticed. Any ideas on the cause? Maingetsu shook his head, another cough racking his body. No clue. But whatever it is, it's got the nannies scared shitless. There's talk of cleaning house. Cleaning house? Zabuza repeated, his voice low. Sounds like someone's trying to sweep away all the dirt. Maingetsu's eyes widened slightly. Yeah, well, you know how it is in Kiri. Sometimes the cleaning gets a bit messy due to the mist. Especially when the mop's being wielded by a mad janitor. Zabuza grunted, then his gaze fixed on Maingetsu's sickly appearance. Seems like some might be more allergic to the cleaning products than others. Might want to watch your step, Maingetsu. Never know what kind of germs you might pick up around here. Maingetsu nodded slowly, understanding dawning in his eyes. Right, right. Gotta be careful these days. Never know who might be carrying something nasty. Indeed, Zabuza said. Funny how some illnesses seem to target specific individuals, isn't it? Almost like someone's playing doctor. Mainjetsu's face hardened, all pretense of humor gone. Yeah, funny that. Makes a guy wonder who'll be writing the prescriptions. Zabuza clapped Mainjetsu on the shoulder, his grip perhaps a bit tighter than necessary. Take care of yourself, Mainjetsu. Don't want you to fall ill at an inconvenient time. As he turned to leave, Mainjetsu called out, his voice strained. Hey, Zabuza. Watch your back out there in the big, bad world. And be careful whose medicine you swallow when you return to our misty paradise. Zabuza paused at the end of the corridor, not looking back. I always am. And you should stop taking that medicine, it doesn't seem to be working. Don't forget, this tower has ears, and they're not all friendly. As he made his way through the corridors, Zabuza couldn't shake the feeling that this mission was more than it seemed. Was he being sent away because he was a threat? Or was there something in Hidden Mist Village that the Mizukage didn't want him to see? Mainjetsu's sickly face stuck in his mind. Something was very wrong in Kiri, and he had a bad feeling that his fellow swordsman might not be around when he got back. One thing was certain, when he returned to Kiri, things would be different. Chapter 40, The Demon's Hunt, Puppet Master's Gambit. Zabuza stepped out into the misty streets of Kiri, deciding to take a walk through the village before preparing for his mission. He hoped the familiar sights and sounds of his hometown would help clear his head. With a quiet sigh, he adjusted his massive sword and set off into the night. As he disappeared into the mist, the village fell into an uneasy silence. He moved quickly through the lower districts, his mind still buzzing with questions. The further he got from the Mizukage's tower, the more he noticed the fear etched on the faces of Kiri's citizens. People rushed through the streets, eyes down, shoulders hunched. Even the usual raucous laughter from the bars seemed muffled tonight. He stopped in the shadow of a crumbling building, watching a patrol of Hidden Mist Village ninja march past. Their faces were hard, their eyes scanning the streets with a predatory intensity. This wasn't the village he'd grown up in. A commotion down the street caught his attention. A group of ninja had cornered a scrawny civilian, who looked like he hadn't eaten in weeks. Please, the man begged, his voice shaking. I didn't do anything wrong. I was just trying to find food for my family. The ninja, a burly man with a scar across his cheek, sneered at the man. Save it, pal. You expect us to believe you stumbled into the restricted area by accident? I didn't know, the man stammered. The walls. They all look the same. I got lost. The scarred ninja let out a harsh laugh. Looks like we'll have to teach you a lesson about paying attention. Zabuza cursed under his breath and turned away, the man's desperate pleas echoing in his ears as he vanished into the mist. He had a mission to complete, and he couldn't afford to get sidetracked. As he turned a corner, he came across a group of children playing with a ball in the fading light of dusk. Their laughter, a rare and precious sound in Hidden Mist Village these days, died abruptly as the ball rolled to a stop at his feet. He bent down to pick it up, and the children froze, their eyes wide with fear. Zabuza held out the ball, his voice gruff but not unkind. Here. One of the braver kids stepped forward, mumbling a quick thank you, sir, before snatching the ball and retreating. In seconds, the children had vanished into the mist-shrouded alleyways. He straightened up, and that's when he heard a familiar voice behind him. Don't take it personally. Your reputation precedes you, demon of the mist. He turned to see a younger Kanoyachi he'd worked with on a few missions. Her green eyes sparkled with amusement. I don't care what they think, Zabuza grunted, starting to walk away. The Kanoyachi fell into step beside him. Of course not, she said, her tone light. A demon only needs fear, right? Zabuza glanced at the Kanoyachi, surprised by her boldness. Most people in Hidden Mist Village wouldn't dare to speak so frankly to him. You seem cheerful, he said, his tone a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Unusual in Hidden Mist Village these days. What do you want, Akon? Her smile faltered slightly, but she recovered quickly. Just bored. She quickened her pace until she was in front of him, then stopped abruptly, forcing Zabuza to halt as well. So, I hear you're heading out on a mission. Anything exciting? He grunted noncommittally. Just a routine investigation. Right, Akon said, her tone skeptical. Because they always send one of the 7 swordsmen for routine investigations. Come on, Zabuza. What's really going on? He fixed her with a hard stare. You're awfully curious. She met his gaze unflinchingly. Things are changing in Kiri, Zabuza. Can't you feel it? The air's thick with more than just mist these days. People are scared, and not just of the usual things. Zabuza remained silent. So he wasn't the only one who'd noticed. Be careful out there, Akon continued, her voice low. Especially in the land of waves. There are whispers. Strange things happening. People changing. Changing how? He pressed, his interest piqued. The Kunoichi glanced around nervously. Just watch your back, okay? And if you see anything strange, don't trust your eyes. Before he could press her for more information, Akon melted into the mist, leaving him alone with his thoughts. As night fell over Kiri, the mist thickened until it seemed to swallow the very light. Zabuza stood at the village gates, ready to depart. For a moment, he thought he saw a figure watching him from the shadows, tall, masked, with a single eye glowing red in the darkness. But when he blinked, the figure was gone. Shaking off the uneasy feeling, Zabuza stepped into the mist. Whatever awaited him in the land of waves, he would face it head-on. After all, he was Zabuza, the demon of the hidden mist. And demons feared nothing. After Zabuza left, silence fell over the Mizukage's chamber. Yagura sat frozen behind his desk, his eyes empty, his face a blank slate. Suddenly, the air behind him began to swirl, reality itself seeming to tear as a vortex of space-time ninjutsu opened. A cloaked figure emerged from the swirling vortex, his face hidden behind an orange mask with a spiral pattern. With a casual yet menacing gesture, the masked man reached out and grabbed Yagura's hair, yanking his head back. As his dull eyes met the spinning Tomui of the Sharingan, the last flicker of light in them died out, and his will was consumed once more by the Ganjutsu's grip. What a pain, the masked man grumbled, his voice thick with irritation. Having to reinforce this control every month is becoming problematic. From the floor beside him, another voice chimed in, belonging to a strange, plant-like figure that seemed to sprout from the very ground. Come on, Obito, don't be too hard on yourself. Keeping a Kage-level shinobi like Yagura under your control is no easy feat. Obito released Yagura's hair with a sigh, letting the Mizukage's head slump forward lifelessly. I suppose you're right, Zetsu. As long as I control the Mizukage, Hidden Mist Village is mine to command. And they'll pay for what they did to Rin. The pain in his voice was still raw, even after all these years. He couldn't help but relive the moment when Rin, the love of his life, was killed by Kakashi's hand, her life slipping away before his eyes. Black Zetsu tilted his head. Your attachment to that girl still drives you, even after all these years. Fascinating. Obito's visible eye narrowed behind his mask. Don't test me. My motivations are my own. Of course, Black Zetsu said, raising his hands in a calming gesture. I merely find human emotions intriguing. But let's focus on the task at hand. What of the Hoshigaki boy? Obito's posture relaxed, his tone turning calculating. Ah, yes, Kisame. Placing him with Fuki serves two purposes. It keeps a potential threat in the village in check and grooms a future Akatsuki member. His potential is considerable. White Zetsu let out a low chuckle. Speaking of potential threats, what about that rogue mist ninja, Kojiro? My clones always seem to meet with unfortunate accidents when they venture too close to those shores. Obito waved his hand dismissively. I've already set Hidden Mist Village's dogs on Kojiro's trail. As long as he doesn't interfere with our plans, he's not a priority. White Zetsu probed further. And if he does interfere? A cold smile crept into Obito's voice. Then Zabuza will take care of him for us. Either way, we come out on top. He began to pace, his mind clearly racing with plans and strategies. The real prize is that statue Kojiro stole. We still haven't fully unlocked its secrets, especially the specimens we acquired from it. Black Zetsu's eyes lit up with interest. Ah yes, those fascinating corpses from the Land of Fire. Ordinary men and women transformed into something extraordinary. Obito nodded, his excitement visible even behind his mask. Skin hardened to resist even the sharpest blades, regenerative abilities that border on the miraculous. If we could harness that power, give your clones even a fraction of those capabilities. With that kind of enhancement, my clones would be unstoppable, White Zetsu purred, his tone almost sensual. A true asset to your cause, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, Obito said, his Sharingan gleaming in the darkness. All we need now is someone with the expertise to unravel the statue's mysteries, to bend its power to our will. White Zetsu's lips curled into a knowing smile. Someone, perhaps, like the man who stole it in the first place? Obito chuckled darkly. Precisely. Kojiro may yet prove useful to us, whether he likes it or not. As they continued to scheme, a tiny spider crawled across the ceiling, unnoticed by the two shinobis. What harm could a mere spider do, after all? Black Zetsu's gaze followed the arachnid for a moment before returning to Obito. What about the other hidden villages? Won't they start to notice the changes in Hidden Mist Village eventually? Obito shrugged, unconcerned. Let them wonder. By the time they figure out what's going on, it'll be too late. The pieces are already in motion, Zetsu. Soon, the world will know the power of the Akatsuki. And your Eye of the Moon plan? White Zetsa prodded gently. Obito's voice softened, taking on a reverent tone. One step at a time. First, we gather the tailed beasts. Then, we reshape this flood world into something perfect? As they continued their dark plotting, the spider silently observed. In the shadows of Kiri, secrets multiplied like cancer cells, each one more deadly than the last. Chapter 41, The Demon's Hunt. Echoes from the deep. Zabuza stood on the distant shore, his eyes fixed on the land of waves. Something about the small island didn't feel right. Even from afar, the small island seemed to exude an ominous aura. A thin mist clung to the island's shores, hiding the port from view even in the daylight. But his sharp eyes picked out a tall, brick-red structure in the distance, spewing thick smoke into the gray sky. The building stood out against the simple wooden houses along the coast. A chimney, he mused, his brow furrowing. But for what purpose? And how did a poor fishing village get its hands on such advanced technology? The structure reminded him of the industrial facilities he'd seen in bigger, more developed villages. Its presence on this small island raised some serious questions. Had the land of waves undergone some kind of secret industrial boom? And if so, how did they get the resources and know how to do it? He didn't have time to wonder about it. He jumped down from his perch on the hillside and made his way towards the port. But as he approached the boatman on the docks, he quickly realized his mission wouldn't be as easy as he thought. The moment he mentioned sailing to the land of waves, they shook their heads and refused. Impossible, they said, their faces grim. We won't take you there, no matter how much you offer. Zabuza, who had disguised himself as a civilian with plain clothes and a scarf wrapped around his face, pressed for an explanation. Why not? He asked, trying to sound neutral. One of the boatmen, a grizzled old sailor with a face like worn leather, leaned in close, voice dropping to a whisper. You're not from around here, are you? Let me tell you something, stranger. These waters. They're haunted by a sea demon. A sea demon? Zabuza repeated, his interest piqued. The boatman's eyes went wide, and he frantically gestured for Zabuza to keep his voice down. Keep your voice down. He hissed, glancing nervously out at the sea. It might hear you. Zabuza couldn't help but feel a hint of amusement at the man's superstition. If the sea demon is such a threat, he asked, how do you still sail these waters? The boatman hesitated, choosing his words carefully. It's strange, he said finally, but the demon only seems to target boats heading to the land of waves. Anywhere else, and you're fine. But that island? He shook his head emphatically. It's off limits, no exceptions. This only made Zabuza more curious. A demon that had targeted one specific destination, leaving all other routes alone? It didn't add up. He pressed for more information, but the boatman clammed up, his face pale and his hands shaking. I've said too much already, he muttered, backing away. I won't talk about it again, not here, not by the water. If you know what's good for you, you'll leave it be. With that, he turned and hurried back to his boat, leaving Zabuza alone on the dock. His eyes narrowed as he watched the boatman retreat. The man's fear seemed real, but something didn't add up. Why were they willing to talk about the sea demon so close to the water if they really believed it could hear them? Maybe they thought it couldn't reach them on land, or maybe their fear was mixed with a desperate need to warn others. Zabuza decided to gather more information without being seen. He slipped into the shadows of the docks, using his ninja skills to move silently among the boats and crates. As he listened in, he picked up on snippets of conversation that painted a disturbing picture. Third boat this week, just disappeared. Screams in the night, like nothing I've ever heard. Water turned black as ink, and then. The fear was visible, and the incidents seemed to be happening more and more often. But something still didn't make sense. His analytical mind raced, trying to connect these strange events with his mission to find Kojiro. Could the missing ninja be behind this somehow? As night fell, Zabuza made his way to a small tavern in the nearby town. The owner, a stout man with a bushy beard and a tight-fitting vest, seemed eager to share the story of the sea demon with an outsider. It all started about a month ago, the tavern keeper said, leaning in close. Boats heading to the land of waves just vanished, without a trace. And the ones that did come back? He shuddered, his face turning serious. The men on board were half crazy with fear, babbling about a monster that rose up from the depths to drag them down. Zabuza listened carefully, trying to separate fact from fiction. Did anyone actually see this sea demon? He asked, sounding skeptical. The tavern keeper shrugged. If they did, they didn't live to tell about it. Or at least, they didn't stick around long enough to give a clear story. He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. But there was one guy, Pachi, a regular here. He lost his boat, came back half-drowned and raving about things he'd seen. Things that will make your blood run cold. Zabuza smiled. What kind of things? He asked, his eyes intense. The tavern keeper glanced around, making sure they weren't being overheard. He talked about a creature, he whispered. A giant, thousands of meters tall, moving through the waves like they were nothing. And surrounding it, these green frogmen, he called them. Like something out of a nightmare. He shook his head, looking haunted. Pachi kept muttering these strange words, over and over. Cthulhu, he'd say, and rely, like they were burned into his brain. Zabuza frowned, not recognizing the names. What happened to Pachi? He asked, already suspecting the answer. Vanished, the tavern keeper said, his voice grim. Disappeared from his sickbed on the 7th night, without a trace. Just like all the others who crossed paths with that thing. As the tavern keeper spoke, Zabuza picked up on some inconsistencies in his story. The man seemed to know too much for someone who'd never been to the island himself. Was he a retired sailor, or did he have connections with traders who'd been there? And why was he so willing to share this information with a stranger? The tavern keeper fell silent, lost in thought. Then, as if shaking off a dark memory, he fixed Zabuza with a strange look. You're not planning on going out there, are you? He asked, his tone almost accusatory. Because if you are, you'd best think twice. There's something in those waters that doesn't want to be disturbed. Zabuza met his gaze, his expression hidden behind his scarf. I have my reasons, he said simply, not elaborating further. The tavern keeper studied him for a long moment, then let out a heavy sigh. It's your funeral, he said, shaking his head. But if you're set on it, there's one more thing you should know. He reached beneath the bar, rummaging for a moment before pulling out a small, glinting object. This coin again, Zabuza realized. The people of the land of waves, the tavern keeper said, turning the coin over in his fingers, they've suddenly become rich. They're throwing around gold like it's nothing, buying up everything in sight. Some folks around here have started doing business with them, trading goods for a taste of that wealth. He fixed Zabuza with a pointed look. Funny, isn't it? An island of poor people, suddenly flush with cash? Makes you wonder where it all came from. Zabuza was deep in thought, the implications of the tavern keeper's words swirling in his mind. Where was this wealth coming from? The land of waves had no known gold mines or valuable resources. And with the demon supposedly preventing trade, how were they getting goods to sell? The effects of this sudden wealth were visible even on the mainland. He had noticed new construction and bustling activity in the marketplace, despite the fear surrounding the island. It seemed that greed was a powerful counterbalance to superstition. One last thing, the tavern keeper said, as Zabuza turned to leave. If you're set on going to that island, there's a boat that comes to the port every morning at dawn. It's the only one that'll make the trip. He hesitated, then added, but be warned, the people who come off that boat. There's something not right about them. Something off. Zabuza nodded, filing the information away. I'll keep that in mind, he said, and then he was gone, vanishing into the night. Chapter 42, The Demon's Hunt, Tides of Aberration. Zabuza lay on the hotel bed, his mind working overtime to process the information he'd gathered from the tavern owner. The flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows on the walls, matching the turmoil in his head. As a seasoned ninja, the so-called sea demon didn't impress him. He knew how easily people could be fooled into believing what they wanted to see. What really caught his attention was the connection to Kojiro, the rogue ninja who'd fled Hidden Mist Village for the Land of Waves. If the Mizukage's intel was right, and Kojiro was hiding on the island, it would be easy for him to create a fake threat to keep people away. The more he considered the details, the more they fell into place. The sea demon had conveniently left the merchant caravans alone, which seemed strange. These caravans might look like ordinary trading groups, but he knew they were actually part of Kiri's spy network. Their routes were carefully planned to gather information from the surrounding island nations. This system allowed Hidden Mist Village to keep tabs on its neighbors without arousing suspicion. The caravans were staffed by civilians, even allowing outsiders to join, but their loyalty was always to the village. Every piece of information they collected would find its way back to Kiri, funneled through a network of spies and informants. Zabuza's lips curled into a humorless smile. The irony wasn't lost on him. He, a Hidden Mist Village ninja, was using the same system he knew to infiltrate and gather information. It was a strange reversal, like the hunter becoming the hunted. Kojiro, as a former elite jonin of the village, would have been well aware of this arrangement. Attacking the caravans would have been a surefire way to draw Kiri's attention, the last thing a missing ninja on the run would want. Instead, he had opted for a subtler approach, using the legend of the demon to scare off any local boatman who might stumble upon his hiding place. Clever bastard, Zabuza muttered to himself. Kojiro's tactical mind was still sharp, even in exile. As for the missing sailors, he had little doubt that Kojiro was behind their disappearance. A few well-placed rumors, a handful of mysterious vanishings, and the local populace would be too terrified to even approach the island, let alone investigate. It was a good plan, he admitted. But there were still pieces of the puzzle that didn't quite fit. The sudden wealth of the island's inhabitants, the tavern owner's cryptic warning about their strange behavior. These details couldn't be explained away by a simple ghost story. Zabuza sat up, his eyes narrowing as he stared out the window at the mist-shrouded town. No, there was something more at play here, something he will uncover. And the only way to do that was to set foot on the island himself, to see the land of waves and its mysteries with his own eyes. As he prepared for bed, his mind turned to the Mizukage's strange behavior, the whispered conversations he'd overheard in Kiri. Could there be a connection between the events here and the changes in his home village? It seemed unlikely, but in the world of shinobi, coincidences were rare and often deadly. With these thoughts weighing on his mind, Zabuza drifted into a fitful sleep, his hand never straying far from the hilt of his massive sword. The next morning, Zabuza stood at the port, watching as the first light of dawn crept over the horizon. The docks were deserted, the usual fleet of fishing boats nowhere to be seen. It seemed the local boatmen had decided to give the port a wide berth, as if even being near the island was enough to invite disaster. A chill wind blew in from the sea, carrying the tang of salt and a hint of something else, something old and alien, that made the hairs on the back of Zabuza's neck stand on end. He shook off the feeling, attributing it to lack of sleep and the town's weird atmosphere. Zabuza stood alone at the water's edge, his gaze fixed on the thick blanket of fog that obscured the sea. For a long moment, there was nothing, just the gentle lap of waves against the shore and the distant cry of gulls. The silence was oppressive, heavy with a sense of foreboding. Then, like a ghost materializing from the mist, a boat emerged from the fog. The vessel was larger than the ones favored by the local fishermen, its hull long and sleek, with a waterproof canopy stretched over the top. As it drew closer, Zabuza could make out the shapes of 6 figures seated beneath the canopy, their forms still and silent. The boat glided to a stop at the dock with barely a sound, as if it were floating on air rather than water. As one, the 6 passengers rose to their feet. They were young men, their skin dark and their upper bodies bare, their faces twisted into expressions of anger and disgust. They moved awkwardly, clumsily, as if their legs were no longer under their full control, or perhaps as if they had grown unaccustomed to the feel of solid ground beneath their feet. When they stumbled down the gangplank and onto the shore, Zabuza observed them discreetly. There was something about these men that didn't seem quite right, something not quite human. Their eyes were too large, too round, and they gleamed. Their fingers were long and webbed, and as they passed, he caught a whiff of something that reminded him of rotting seaweed and dead fish. But they were gone almost as quickly as they had appeared, vanishing down the road that led into town. He made a mental note to investigate their destination later, if possible. Their appearance and behavior were too strange to be coincidental. Zabuza turned his attention to the boatman, who seemed to be in a hurry to depart. He leapt aboard, his eyes immediately drawn to the wooden sign that hung beneath the canopy. The sign read, "Fare, 500 ryo," in simple, unadorned letters. There was no mention of round trips or multiple passengers. It was as if the boatman simply assumed that anyone who boarded his vessel was on a one-way trip, never to return. Zabuza just smiled, but it was hidden by his scarf. Then he fished the required coin from his pouch and dropped it into the waiting box, earning barely a sideways glance from the boatman. He settled into one of the seats recently vacated by the strange passengers, his gaze fixed on the hunched figure at the prow. The boatman was a scrawny, wiry man with a bent back and tattered clothes. His deep blue cap, with mold creeping along the edges, was pulled low over his face, but even from the side, Zabuza could see that something was off about his features. His skull was narrow, his nose flat, and his ears underdeveloped. The forehead and chin sloped back sharply, giving his face a pinched, almost inhuman look. But it was the strange indentations on the sides of his neck that really caught his attention. They looked almost like gills. The resemblance to the Hoshigaki clan was unmistakable. The members of that bloodline were known for their shark-like features, pale blue skin, and the slits on their necks that allowed them to breathe underwater. But the boatman's appearance was more extreme, as if his transformation had been taken to a grotesque level. Was this connected to the changes Mainjutsu had hinted at back in Kiri? Could whatever was affecting the Hoshigaki clan have spread to the land of waves? Or was this something entirely new, some local mutation caused by unknown forces? As the boat pushed off from the dock, he kept a close eye on the water, half expecting the sea demon to emerge at any moment. But the sea remained eerily calm, as if even the waves were hiding the island's secrets. The fog closed in around them, thick and oppressive, muffling all sound except for the gentle lapping of water against the hull. The journey seemed to drag on forever, broken only by the occasional glimpse of dark shapes moving beneath the surface. Zabuza's hand stayed close to his transformed sword on his back, which looked like a backpack, his senses on high alert for any sign of danger. As the boat finally emerged from the thick fog, Zabuza stepped onto the rocky shore of the land of waves. He was alone, no other vessels in sight. He made his way to the nearest settlement, a small fishing village huddled against the shoreline. The wooden houses with thatched roofs looked simple, but many showed signs of recent repairs, fresh paint, stronger walls, and even some metal fixtures that hinted at sudden wealth. But the streets were empty, as if the entire village had vanished overnight. But as he approached the village center, he spotted a figure in red robes, a golden crown on their head. They were heading towards an ancient, twisted structure. The building was like nothing he'd ever seen, a mass of stone and coral that defied architectural logic, its angles wrong in a way that made his eyes ache. At the sound of Zabuza's approach, the figure turned, and the shinobi found himself staring into a face that made even the boatman seem tame by comparison. Twisted, grotesque features leered back at him, with strange eyes. The skin was a sickly green-gray, mottled with scale-like patches. The mouth was too wide, filled with needle-sharp teeth, and instead of a nose, there were only fish-like slits. In that moment, he knew with certainty that whatever secrets the silent held, he had only scratched the surface. This was no ordinary case of a missing ninja in hiding. As the robed figure disappeared into the temple's darkness, Zabuza's hand instinctively reaching for his blade. He had come seeking answers, but now he wondered if he even wanted to know them. Chapter 43, The Demon's Hunt, Depths of Madness. Zabuza's eyes narrowed as the red-robed figure vanished into the twisted building. For a moment, he hesitated. Every instinct screamed at him to turn back. But he had never backed down from danger. With a strange smile, he followed the priest into the darkness. The temple's interior was even creepier than its outside. And the air was thick with the smell of salt and rot. He caught glimpses of shadows out of the corner of his eye, but whenever he turned to look, they vanished. The silence was suffocating, broken only by the sound of his own breathing and the occasional drip of water. As he crept deeper, his senses picked up on subtle details that only heightened his unease. Strange symbols on the walls depicted creatures that were a nightmarish mix of fish and man. Small shrines in alcoves held offerings of seaweed and what looked disturbingly like human bones. But the priest was nowhere to be seen, lost in the labyrinthine depths of the structure. He pressed on, his hand never far from his sword. The corridors twisted and turned in impossible ways, defying logic. More than once, he found himself in rooms that shouldn't have existed, given the temple's size. In one such chamber, he found a stone tablet covered in an alien script. The characters seemed to squirm as he looked at them, making his eyes water. At the center was a carving of a monstrous, tentacled creature rising from the sea. Zabuza committed the image to memory, sensing its importance. After what felt like hours of navigating twisting corridors, he emerged back into the sickly light of day. The temple had deposited him on the far side of the village, and he found himself facing a scene of eerie abandonment. The village itself was a study in contradictions. Many houses showed signs of recent renovation, fresh paint, sturdy new doors, even metal fixtures that spoke of sudden prosperity. But the streets were deserted, an unnatural silence hanging over the entire settlement. Zabuza moved cautiously through the empty streets, his senses on high alert. As he passed by houses, he noticed disturbing details that hinted at the villagers' fate. A half-eaten meal left to rot on a table. A child's toy abandoned in the middle of the road. And everywhere, those same strange symbols he had seen in the temple, etched into door frames and scratched onto walls. In one house, he stumbled upon a hidden shrine tucked away in a back room. The altar was stained with what he hoped was animal blood, and a strange, misshapen idol sat at its center. His lip curled in disgust, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the idol's eyes were watching him as he backed out of the room. He quickly sketched the idol's form in his notebook, adding it to his growing list of observations. As he continued his exploration, the silence was occasionally broken by distant, unidentifiable sounds. A large splash. A low, rumbling cry that seemed to come from deep within the earth. Each time, Zabuza felt strange. It was near the edge of the village, where the houses gave way to the rocky shoreline, that he finally came across another living person. An old man sat hunched on a large rock, surrounded by empty sake bottles. Even from a distance, he could smell the stench of alcohol and unwashed bodies. Approaching cautiously, Zabuza called out, "Hey there." The old man didn't respond right away, taking another long swig from his bottle before turning to face the mist shinobi. His face was weathered and lined, his beard unkempt, and his gray hair matted. He wore a pair of battered glasses that gave him an oddly scholarly look. "I'm new here," Zabuza said, trying to sound friendly. "My name's Taro. What's yours?" The old man's eyes were dull and bloodshot, but they still had a spark of awareness. He belched loudly before answering, "Tizuna." Zabuza sat down on a nearby rock, positioning himself to block Tizuna's easiest escape route. "Mind if I join you? It's been a long day, And I could use a drink and some company. Tazuna grunted, but didn't object when Zabuza helped himself to one of the unopened bottles. They sat in silence for a few minutes, staring out at the sea. This island is really strange, Zabuza said casually, breaking the silence. I've never seen anything like it. Tazuna's shoulders tensed up. You shouldn't have come here, he muttered. No one should come here anymore. Zabuza leaned in. Why can't people come here? The old man shook his head violently. No, I can't. They'll hear. They always hear. Who will hear? Zabuza pressed, trying to sound concerned. Are you in trouble? Maybe I can help. Tazuna laughed bitterly. Help? No one can help. It's too late for that. Too late for all of us. Zabuza put a comforting hand on Tazuna's shoulder, feeling the old man flinch at the touch. Come on, it can't be that bad. Why don't you tell me what's going on? Sometimes talking about it can help. For a long moment, the Tazuna was silent, and Zabuza thought he might have pushed too hard. Then, fueled by alcohol and a desperate need to unburden himself, the old man began to speak. It all started 2 months ago, he slurred, gesturing wildly with his bottle. When he came to the island. Everything changed after that. Everything. Who came? Zabuza asked gently, even as his mind raced. Could this be Kojiro? A stranger, Tazuna said. Called himself Dagon. Said he could make the island prosperous beyond our wildest dreams. Zabuza nodded encouragingly. And did he? Tazuna's eyes darted nervously around as if he feared being overheard. Oh yes, he did. He killed the daimyo. Just reached into the water and pulled out more fish than our best fishermen could catch in a month. And gold. Little gold from the sea. That's incredible, Zabuza said, his voice filled with awe. That's a good thing, isn't it? But why are you so scared? Tazuna shook his head. No, you don't understand. The price. The price was too high. What price? Zabuza leaned in closer, his voice soft and sympathetic. Those who wouldn't convert, Tazuna's voice cracked as he spoke, tears forming in his eyes. They were sacrificed. To the things in the sea. Zabuza's eyes widened in shock. Sacrificed? You mean? Killed? Tazuna nodded miserably. He was one of the first. He tried to stand up to them. And they. The old man broke down sobbing. Zabuza patted his back awkwardly, trying to process this information. I'm so sorry for your loss, Tazuna-san, he said softly. Your son sounds like he was very brave. Tazuna nodded, wiping his eyes. He was a hero. And they fed him to that. That monster. Monster? Zabuza prompted gently. I saw it, Tazuna said, his voice breaking. Saw that. That thing rise up out of the water and. He broke off, unable to continue, and took another long drink. The mist shinobi waited patiently, knowing that pushing too hard now could shut Tazuna down completely. After a few moments, the old man continued. The sacrifices didn't stop with Gza. Every month, they send more people into the sea. Young ones, mostly. Along with those carved things they make. Carved things? Zabuza asked, thinking of the strange idol he had seen earlier. Tazuna nodded. Little statues. Ugly things. They say it's to honor the sea gods, but I know better. It's to feed them. To keep them happy so they'll keep providing. Zabuza asked, providing what? Fish. Gold. Pearls as big as your fist. Tazuna laughed bitterly. Oh, we're prosperous now, all right. Rich beyond our wildest dreams. And all it cost us was our souls. Zabuza let out a low whistle. That's a lot to take in, Tazuna-san. I can see why you're drinking. Tazuna raised his bottle in a mock salute. Only way to keep the dreams away. To forget what I've seen. What have you seen? Zabuza asked, unable to keep a note of eagerness from his voice. Tazuna's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Why do you want to know? Who are you really, Taro? Zabuza raised his hands in a calming gesture. Just a traveler, I swear. But I've seen things since I arrived here. Things I can't explain. Hearing your story. Well, it helps to know I'm not alone. The suspicion in Tazuna's eyes faded, replaced by understanding. You've seen them, haven't you? The changed ones? Zabuza nodded slowly. I think so. People who don't look quite right. Like they're not entirely human anymore. They're not, Tazuna's face twisted in a grimace. The longer they worship that false god, the more they change. They can talk to the things in the sea now. Even breed with them. Zabuza couldn't hide his disgust. Breed? You mean? Tazuna nodded. Hybrids. Not human, not. Whatever those sea things are. Something in between. They say that children can breathe underwater, live forever if they stay in the sea. That's impossible, Zabuza blurted. Is it? Tazuna challenged. After everything you've seen? Everything I've told you? He leaned in close, his breath reeking of alcohol. Have you heard of Cthulhu? Of Relaya? Zabuza shook his head. Pray you never do, Tazuna said. This island. It's just the beginning. That man, Dagon, he's opened a door. And now the old ones are stirring. Zabuza's eyes widened in confusion. The old ones? Ancient gods. Monsters from the depths of time and space. They slumber now, but when they wake. Tazuna shuddered, his eyes haunted. The world as we know it will end. Zabuza was silent for a long moment, processing everything he had heard. What can be done? He asked finally. Tazuna laughed bitterly. Done? Nothing can be done. It's too late for that. Too late for all of us. There must be something, Zabuza pressed. Some way to stop this Dagon, to close the door he's opened. Tazuna's headshake was slow and deliberate. The only escape is death. Or. His eyes lit up with a manic gleam. Or to join them. To embrace the change and become one with the sea. Before Zabuza could respond, Tazuna's eyes fixed on something over his shoulder, widening in terror. They've seen us, he whispered, his voice trembling. They know. Zabuza spun around, his hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of his transformed sword. But the sea behind him was calm, the waves gently lapping at the shore. There was nothing there. Or was there? When he turned back, Tazuna was already on his feet, stumbling away with a speed that didn't match his drunken state. Run for your life. He yelled over his shoulder. I've seen them. They've seen us. Zabuza stood there for a long moment. Part of him wanted to dismiss it all as the ravings of a drunk and the superstitions of isolated islanders. But he couldn't shake the memory of that red-robed priest's inhuman face. The strange symbols carved into the walls of the temple. The abandoned village with its hidden shrines and blood-stained altars. And then there was the question that had been nagging him, what did all of this have to do with Kojiro? Was he this Dagon that Tazuna spoke of? Or was he just another victim of whatever had taken hold of this island? Sighing, Zabuza turned and headed back towards the village. He had a cult to infiltrate, a missing ninja to find, and the source of these monstrous transformations to uncover. Chapter 44, The Demon's Hunt. The gray hosts standing alone on the coastal rocks, Zabuza realized he'd made himself too visible. He needed a place to continue his investigation from. With one last glance at the deceptively calm sea, he turned and headed back to the fishing village. As he approached the settlement, he was surprised to see the previously empty streets now bustling with life. Young men with repulsive features emerged. Some stumbled forward, while others huddled in small groups, silent and still. The stench of fish and decay grew stronger, making his stomach turn. These villagers didn't stare at him like the red-robed priest had, but his ninja instincts picked up on their sneaky glances whenever his back was turned. What really unsettled him were the eyes watching him from the shadows of the tilted houses and cracked eaves. He pulled his scarf higher, covering more of his face. He realized his ordinary appearance made him stand out in this village of misfits. Zabuza needed to find a place to stay, and fast, to avoid drawing more attention. As he navigated the twisting streets, he spotted the boatman who had ferried him to the island. Despite the man's unusual appearance, Zabuza decided to approach him for help. "Excuse me," he called out, keeping his voice low and neutral. "I'm looking for a place to stay. Can you help me?" The boatman turned slowly, his fish-like eyes regarding the mist shinobi blankly. For a long moment, he said nothing, making Zabuza wonder if he'd made a mistake. Then, without a word, the boatman pointed down a narrow side street and shuffled away. Zabuza hesitated, then decided to follow the boatman's gesture. He walked down the narrow street, the smell of salt and rot growing stronger with each step. Just as he thought he'd been led astray, he spotted a weathered wooden sign creaking in the breeze, Takahashi Inn. The inn looked like a regular house, but with some extra renovations that made it stand out from its run-down neighbors. It had a small courtyard and a two-story loft, which made it seem relatively upscale compared to the surrounding houses. Zabuza approached cautiously, his senses on high alert for any sign of danger. As he entered the courtyard, the inn's owners came out to greet him. They bowed traditionally, and when they straightened up, Zabuza's eyes narrowed slightly. The couple's faces were mutated, like the villagers he'd seen. They didn't look as grotesque as the red-robed priest, but they were still far from normal. Their skin was a sickly grayish color, and their eyes bulged slightly from their sockets. The man's mouth seemed too wide, hinting at sharp teeth behind his closed lips. But it was his wife who really caught Zabuza's attention. She was heavily pregnant, her belly straining against her kimono. She moved slowly and painfully, as if every motion hurt her. Her husband helped her up with gentle care, which seemed at odds with his monstrous appearance. "Welcome to our humble inn," the man said, his voice sounding like he was speaking underwater. I am Kazuya, and this," he gestured to the woman beside him, "is my wife, Asao. We don't get many visitors these days. How long will you be staying with us?" Zabuza forced himself to keep a neutral expression. "Just a few days," he replied. "I'm a traveler, passing through." Kazuya nodded, a motion that looked unnatural with his stiff neck. "Very well. Please, follow me. I'll show you to your room." As they walked towards the loft, Zabuza noticed a small boy standing in a nearby doorway. The boy was no more than half the height of an adult, and his hands clutched the edge of the sliding door. His head was twisted at an unnatural angle as he stared fixedly at Asao's swollen belly. When Zabuza passed by, the boy's head snapped towards him with an unnatural speed, despite his awkward posture. The child's face was a blank slate, his features not yet as distorted as the adult's, but clearly heading in that direction. What really caught Zabuza's attention, though, were the boy's eyes. The pupils were fading, replaced by a milky film that reminded him of dead fish floating in a stagnant pond. "Our son, Hiroshi," Kazuya said, noticing his gaze. There was an odd note in his voice, pride mixed with something darker. "He's excited about his new sibling." He nodded, not trusting himself to speak. Whatever was happening to the people on this island, it wasn't sparing the kids. He wondered what kind of creature Asao was carrying in her womb. The loft where Zabuza would be staying was cramped and clearly a recent addition to the main structure. A small bed occupied one corner, with a tiny table and 2 chairs making up the rest of the furniture. The air was thick with a smell of disuse, and cobwebs hung from the corners, suggesting the room hadn't been cleaned or used in a long time. As soon as Kazuya left, Zabuza's ninja instincts kicked in. He searched the room thoroughly, looking for hidden surveillance or secret compartments. But to his surprise, he found nothing. Instead, he discovered a small, worm-eaten hole in the floor that allowed him to observe the corridor below. The floor was thin, and he could easily overhear conversations from downstairs. A window facing the courtyard provided a potential escape route if needed. It wasn't ideal, but it would do. Satisfied with his search, he lay down on the bed, his mind racing as he tried to process everything he'd seen and heard since arriving on the island. The timeline was becoming clearer. The changes in the land of waves had started about 2 months ago, around the time Kojiro defected from the Hidden Mists assassination squad. It made a certain kind of sense. A missing ninja of Kojiro's caliber could easily overthrow the daimyo of a small nation like the Land of Waves. Many missing ninjas sought out isolated locations to establish their power bases. What puzzled him, though, was Kojiro's decision to set himself up as a religious figure. Why establish a cult? Such overt actions risked drawing attention from Kiri, something a smart missing ninja would typically avoid at all costs. Moreover, if Kazuna's ramblings held any truth, Kojiro seemed to have acquired new abilities. Providing fish and gold from the sea was one thing, a skilled water-style user could potentially pull that off, but controlling monstrous sea creatures and transforming an entire population? These were beyond any jutsu he had ever encountered. He briefly considered the possibility of Ganjutsu, but quickly dismissed it. Even the most powerful illusion techniques, including the legendary Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, couldn't trap an entire population in a shared hallucination for months on end. And if it was a Ganjutsu, he was confident he would have seen through it by now. No, the changes in the Land of Waves seemed terrifyingly real. The mutated faces, the strange behaviors, the oppressive atmosphere, all of it pointed to something far beyond normal techniques. His mind drifted back to what he knew of Kojiro's defection. It had begun with a mission to investigate reports of a fanatical new religion taking hold in a certain area. During that mission, Kojiro had killed his comrades and fled from Kiri. Could that investigation have been the catalyst for all of this? If Kojiro had encountered something during that mission, it could explain his sudden betrayal and the bizarre events unfolding on this island. Suddenly, Zabuza's body jolted upright, every nerve tingling with alarm. The Takahashi family had been silent for far too long. In a creaky old inn like this, he should have been able to hear their movements, their conversations. But there was only silence. He moved silently to the worm-eaten hole in the floor, peering down into the corridor below. The Takahashi family, Kazuya, Asao, and little Hiroshi, stood motionless in the hallway, their heads tilted at impossible angles as they stared directly up at the ceiling. At him. Their eyes, now completely white and pupil-less. Then, Asao's swollen belly began to ripple and shift, as if something inside was trying to claw its way out. The silence stretched on, broken only by the pounding of his heart in his ears. He knew that he was no longer simply investigating a missing ninja. The true horror of the Land of Waves was only beginning to reveal itself. Chapter 45, The Demon's Hunt. Whispers in the abyss. Minutes passed like hours, but the Takahashi family didn't move. They simply stood there, staring upwards with their blank, fish-like eyes, while Asao's belly continued its unnatural movements. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the family snapped out of their trance. They turned and shuffled away. What did I just witness? Zabuza wondered, his mind struggled to make sense of the bizarre scene. Something was off about the Takahashi Inn, and it went beyond the family's grotesque appearance. The silence was what bothered him most. Since being shown to his cramped room, he hadn't heard a peep from the family below. No casual chatter, no sounds of cooking, not even the creaks and groans of the old building. Could they have left to report my presence? He thought while lying in his bed. He remembered Tezuna's drunken warnings about the cult of the Kojiro. If the bridge builder was right, the Takahashi family might have gone to alert their followers. Zabuza sat up quickly, his hand reaching for the hidden kunai. He couldn't afford to wait and find out. Silently, he moved to the window and slipped out into the courtyard below. His eyes scanned the empty yard before he made his way to a side entrance of the main house. Inside, the corridors were dark and silent. He moved like a ghost, his feet making no sound on the worn floors. He checked each room methodically, finding no sign of the family. Just as he was starting to think they had indeed left to report him, he caught a faint sound. It was a light metallic tapping that seemed to come from further down the hallway. Following the sound, he found himself outside a dressing room. The sliding door was painted with delicate inkwash scenes that seemed out of place in this building. Silently, Zabuza used the tip of his kunai to create a small hole in the paper, just large enough to peek through. What he saw made him puzzled. The family sat around a low table, each hunched over some kind of carving. The metallic sound came from their tools scraping against stone as they worked. Each family member was painstakingly carving a small statue, its form a nightmarish blend of human and sea creature. The body was grotesquely swollen, with vestigial wings sprouting from its neck. But it was the head that drew his attention, a mass of tentacles where a face should be. Kazuya's hands were slick with blood from his clumsy efforts, but he didn't seem to notice or care. His eyes, filled with fanatical devotion, never left his work. Asao and Naroshi were equally engrossed, their own statues in various stages of completion. Was this the deity they worshipped? Zabuza leaned in closer to the hole he'd made. In that instant, as if responding to some unheard signal, all three members of the Takahashi family turned their heads in perfect unison. Their dead, fish-like eyes stared directly at the hole in the door, seeming to pierce through to where he crouched in the darkness. Impossible. How could they know? His legs, acting on pure instinct, carried him swiftly back to the loft before his mind had fully processed what had happened. Back in his room, he pressed his ear to the floor, straining to hear any sound of pursuit or alarm. But the house remained as silent as a tomb. Whatever the family had seen, or sensed, they weren't reacting to it. At least, not in any way Zabuza could detect. Throughout the day, he stalked the corridors. He kept an eye on the innkeeper, who never left the building. Kazuya's movements were stiff and purposeless, like a machine. Every now and then, he'd stop and cock his head, as if listening to a voice only he could hear, before continuing his endless patrol. When Zabuza ventured into the village, he was met with strange scenes. A group of kids played in a muddy yard, their laughter hollow and joyless. When one of them fell and scraped her knee, she didn't cry. Instead, she stared at the wound with fascination, then started digging her fingers into the cut, her face twisted in a strange, almost ecstatic expression. Down by the docks, fishermen were hauling in their catches, but the creatures in their nets looked wrong. They were too big, too long, and seemed to squirm and flail. One of them, a sickly gray-green creature, locked eyes with him before being clubbed into stillness. As it was getting darker, Zabuza returned to his room, his mind reeling from the disturbing images he'd seen. He heard Kazuya's shuffling footsteps outside his door, announcing the arrival of dinner. He waited until the innkeeper was gone before retrieving the tray. At first glance, the meal looked harmless, a bowl of steaming soup, a side of rice, and what appeared to be grilled fish. But when he stirred the soup, the broth began to swirl in strange patterns, like dark, twisting tendrils. For a moment, he could have sworn he saw faces in the liquid, twisted, agonized faces that silently screamed. Disturbed, Zabuza jerked back, spilling the bowl across the floor. As the liquid splattered, he blinked, and suddenly it was just ordinary soup again, no faces, no unnatural movements. Had he imagined it all? Almost immediately, a knock came at the door. "Is everything all right, sir?" Kazuya's voice, for the first time, held a note of emotion, curiosity. Zabuza composed himself. "Just a small accident. No need to trouble yourself." But Kazuya was already entering, a rag in his gnarled hands. As he bent to clean the spill, his eyes fixed on the puddle with an expression of deep contemplation. "Such a waste," Kazuya murmured, his voice taking on a rhythmic, almost chant-like quality. "In the depths, nothing is wasted. Every morsel, every drop is consumed, transformed, Repurposed. Zabuza's hand inched towards his concealed blade. Nature can be efficient. Kazuya looked up. Efficient? Oh, it's so much more than that, Taro-san. Consider the octopus. Did you know that it can change not just its color, but its very texture to blend with its surroundings? An impressive trick, Zabuza replied cautiously. A trick? Kazuya's smile stretched unnaturally wide. No, it's survival. Adaptation. In the unforgiving depths, one must change or perish. The octopus goes further still. It can solve puzzles, use tools. Some species can even detach a limb to distract a predator, then regrow it later. Zabuza's eyes narrowed. Seems like a high price to pay for survival. Is it? Kazuya countered. In the food chain, the weak must adapt or be consumed. But the octopus? It turns the tables. There are species that hunt sharks, Taro-san. Imagine that, a soft, boneless creature taking down the ocean's apex predator. Nature is full of surprises, Zabuza said neutrally. Kazuya nodded enthusiastically. Indeed. And the deeper you go, the more wondrous it becomes. In the lightless abysses, creatures have evolved beyond our wildest imaginations. Some generate their own light, others have become living traps. He then whispered. And who knows what still remains undiscovered in the deepest trenches? What ancient beings might dwell where no light has ever penetrated? Zabuza remarked as he narrowed his brows. You seem to have given this a lot of thought. Oh, we all have, Kazuya said, his gaze seeming to look through Zabuza. The sea is the cradle of life, Taro-san. All things came from it, and to it, all things must return. Those who embrace this truth, who are willing to adapt, they will thrive. And those who don't? Zabuza's words escaping before he could stop them. Kazuya's smile widened impossibly further. They become food for those who do. It's the way of nature, of the deep. To resist change is to ensure one's own obsolescence. Kazuya slowly got to his feet, his movements strangely fluid. Don't let this meal go to waste, honored guest. Every morsel is a gift, a chance to grow, to change. In the end, we all must decide, will we be the predator, or the prey? When Kazuya went out, Zabuza stared at the remains of his meal, his appetite gone. The ordinary-looking food now seemed sinister, an unspoken invitation to horrors beyond imagining. As night fell, he found himself unable to relax. The land of waves is wrong, Zabuza thought, not for the first time. He recalled the tavern owner's theory about the missing ferryman, how they might have seen the country's wealth and decided to stay. He almost laughed at the absurdity of it. No sane person would choose to remain in this place. Yet here he was, planning to venture deeper into the heart of the mystery tomorrow. Tazuna's ramblings about the Kojiro hiding near the central chimney nagged at him. It was as good a lead as any in this maze of horrors. Sleep, when it finally came, was fitful and plagued by disturbing dreams. He found himself swimming in a dark, endless ocean. The water was eerily still, like black glass reflecting a starless sky. The air was heavy with the smell of salt and iron, and the only sound was the soft lapping of waves against his body. As he treaded water, shapes began to emerge from the darkness. Dozens of bodies floated nearby, their lifeless faces turned towards the sky, bearing the unmistakable marks of a blade, his blade. A face drifted past. Zabuza's jaw clenched as he recognized the boy who used to sit next to him in class, always quick with a joke. Another body bumped against him, a girl who had once shared her lunch with him when he had none. One by one, the faces of his former classmates emerged from the darkness, each one a painful reminder of that bloody day when he had turned the graduation exam into a massacre. His eyes narrowed, his expression hardening into a familiar mask of indifference. But deep down, an old ache stirred. Among the sea of familiar faces, two stood out. Maingetsu drifted past, his usually fluid body now stiff and still. Nearby floated Akon, her fierce eyes now lifeless. These two had been the closest thing to friends he had known. A sneer twisted his lips, a reflexive defense against the guilt and regret that threatened to surface. Weakness had no place in a shinobi's heart, especially not his. But then, one of the corpses twitched. Milky eyes snapped open, fixing Zabuza with a hungry stare. It lunged, jaw open wide to reveal rows of needle-sharp teeth. His body reacted on instinct, tensing to evade, but the water seemed to thicken around him, slowing his movements. Teeth sank into his shoulder, tearing flesh. Pain exploded through his body, but no blood flowed. Instead, the water darkened, as if absorbing his essence. More corpses stirred, their dead eyes opening one by one. His former classmates attacked with mindless fury. Maingetsu's liquefied arm stretched unnaturally, wrapping around Zabuza's leg. Akon's reanimated body clawed at his face, her expression as lively in death as it had been in life. Zabuza fought back, but for every attacker he defeated, two more took its place. As the horde threatened to overwhelm him, A part of him wondered if this was justice, the demon of the mist finally facing judgment for the lives he had taken. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a massive tentacle burst from the water, sweeping aside the attacking dead. Then, it wrapped around him, its suckers latching onto his skin. With terrifying speed, he was dragged underwater, pulled deeper into the abyss. The pressure should have crushed him, but somehow he could still breathe the heavy, alien water. As he was dragged deeper into the darkness, it gave way to a dazzling array of bioluminescent wonders, colors and life forms he'd never seen before. Rising before him like a mountain thrust up from the ocean floor, he saw a city of impossible geometry. And behind the city, a colossal creature loomed, its massive form casting a long shadow. A voice then echoed in his mind, bypassing his ears, "Embrace the change." As the tentacle drew him closer to a maw large enough to swallow a country, he saw faces in the creature's flesh, the Takahashi family, the villagers of the Land of Waves, and at the center, a twisted face that might once have been Kojiro. They all wore expressions of rapture, as if they'd found an escape from the cruel world above. For a moment, Zabuza felt a pull to join them. To finally lay down the burden he'd carried since that bloody graduation day. But the moment passed. His eyes hardened, his will reasserting itself. He was Zabuza of the Mist, the demon who'd carved his own path. No god or monster would decide his fate. Just as the maw was about to engulf him, he jolted awake. For a moment, he lay still, trying to figure out what had woken him. Then he heard it, the unmistakable sound of a door opening downstairs, followed by soft footsteps in the corridor. Zabuza sprang into action, kunai in hand, pressing himself against the wall beside the door. Part of him almost hoped for a confrontation, a chance to take out these strange people and put an end to the constant feeling of being watched. But the footsteps didn't come closer. Instead, he heard 3 sets of feet moving in unison, heading towards the front of the house. Curiosity got the better of him, and he crept to the hole in the floor, peering down into the darkened hallway below. The Takahashi family, draped in black cloaks and each carrying a lit candle, were making their way out of the house. Their movements were eerily synchronized, like puppets controlled by a single invisible hand. Where are they going at this hour? He wondered. Without hesitation, he slipped out the window and onto the roof, his dark clothing blending into the shadows. From his perch, he watched the family exit the courtyard and make their way down the street. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he noticed flickering lights in other parts of the village, suggesting that the Takahashi family weren't the only ones sneaking out late at night. Chapter 46, The Demon's Hunt. The gathering. Zabuza crouched on the Takahashians' rooftop, his eyes narrowed as he watched the villagers of the Land of Waves emerge from their homes. Each person held a lit candle, mirroring what he'd seen the Takahashi family do earlier. People in black cloaks moved through the streets without a word. The only sound was the waves crashing against the rocks. Where are they going? He muttered, his brow furrowed in confusion. He couldn't understand why these people would come out at midnight, on a full moon night when the tide was at its highest. Their movements seemed random at first, like moths drawn to an invisible flame. Curiosity got the better of him. With a few quick jumps, he landed on the roof of a nearby house in the fishing village. He lay flat, his heart steady despite the growing tension. Years of ninja training had taught him to stay calm, even when things got weird. As he watched, a pattern started to form. The villagers, despite their wobbly walking, were all heading towards the old house at the village entrance, where that red-robed priest lived. Something about this whole thing felt off, beyond just being strange. As more people gathered near the old house, a creepy sound rose up, a mixture of whispers, heavy breathing, and animal-like growls. None of it sounded like normal human speech. The fishy smell that was always around in the Land of Waves got stronger, hitting his nose hard. Even from where he was, the smell was overwhelming, like rotting seaweed and decay. Ugh, Zabuza grunted in disgust, fighting the urge to cover his nose. Suddenly, the door of the old house creaked open. He tensed up, his hand moving to his sword without thinking. The red-robed priest came out, carrying not a candle, but a statue. It looked like the one the Takahashi family had carved, but bigger and creepily lifelike. The moment Zabuza looked at it, he found he couldn't look away. The statue's ugly shape seemed to move in his mind, its tentacles reaching out, trying to grab his thoughts. With great effort, he tore his eyes away, his shirt soaked with cold sweat. What was that? He gasped, shaken by how scared he felt. He'd never felt such terror before. The red-robed priest's voice cut through the night, low and hypnotic. Children of the waves, listen to the call of the deep. The villagers swayed together, their candles flickering in the dark. Zabuza found himself leaning forward, straining to hear every word. Our friend stirs beneath the waves, the priest went on. Soon, we'll be rewarded for our loyalty. The land will shake, and the sea will rise. Zabuza's eyes narrowed. There was something familiar about that voice. It reminded him of someone, but the memory was just out of reach. The priest lifted the statue high, its tentacles seeming to move in the moonlight. "Look upon the face of our Savior. Let its gaze wash away your doubts and fears." As one, the villagers chanted in a language the mist shinobi didn't know. The words seemed to slither through the air, making his skin crawl. He found himself gripping the roof tiles tightly, fighting the urge to run away from this unnatural gathering. "Listen well," the priest said, his voice dropping to a near whisper that somehow reached every ear. "I'll tell you a story of the deep, a tale of awakening and becoming more than human." Zabuza leaned closer, his curiosity overcoming his unease. "Long ago, when the world was young and the sea was vast and unknown, there was a village much like ours," the priest began. "The people were simple folk, fishermen and traders, living their lives without knowing the great truths that lay beneath the waves." The villagers stood still, swaying gently like seaweed in a current. One day, a huge storm came, churning the seas and darkening the skies. The villagers huddled in fear, thinking their end had come. But as the storm raged, something stirred in the depths. Something ancient. Something bigger than anything they could imagine. Zabuza felt strange. The story touched something deep inside him. From the wild waters rose a single, massive tentacle, green as the deepest algae and strong enough to crush mountains. The villagers shook with fear, thinking it was their doom. But then, a child stepped forward, eyes wide with wonder instead of fear. The priest's voice grew louder, filled with excitement. The child reached out and touched the tentacle. And in that moment, a connection was made. The child's mind opened to truths beyond human understanding. And a great being from the deep. It saw the potential in these small, fragile creatures. Zabuza's gaze turned skeptical. Was this just a story, or something more? The land of waves had always been mysterious, its customs strange to outsiders. Could there be truth in this tale? The storm calmed, and the tentacle went back to the depths. But the child was changed forever. As the years passed, the child grew to be a leader, guiding the village to embrace the wisdom of the deep. They learned to listen to the whispers of the waves, to read the patterns in the tides. And with each new generation, they grew closer to the great being that slept beneath. The priest spread his arms wide, his voice full of passion. "We are the ones who carry on that child's wisdom. We have heard the call of the deep. The gold that flows from beneath the waves is just a small gift of the power that waits for us when we fully accept the truth." Zabuza found himself oddly moved by the story. "Remember," the priest concluded, his voice softening, "like the child in the story, we must face the unknown not with fear, but with wonder. For it's in opening ourselves to the vast and incomprehensible that we find our true destiny." With a gesture from the priest, the procession began to move. They filed out of the village, following a narrow mountain path. Zabuza hesitated for a moment, weighing his options. His mission hadn't prepared him for anything like this. But his gut told him that this procession was key to understanding the mysteries of the land of waves. Decision made, Zabuza began to follow, using every trick he knew to stay hidden. He jumped from shadow to shadow, his footsteps silent on the rocky path. When the terrain didn't offer cover, he used transformation jutsu, briefly turning into a boulder or a twisted tree. The journey was tough. The villagers' strange, sickly way of walking made the steep climb painfully slow. Yet they kept going. As they marched, the priest's voice carried on the wind, bits and pieces of his sermon reaching Zabuza's ears. "The surface world has forgotten yous, but the depths remember. Gold from the abyss will pave our way to glory. When the stars align, he shall rise, and we shall be exalted." The words didn't make much sense to Zabuza, but he stored them away, sensing they were important. Halfway up the mountain, disaster nearly struck. Zabuza, distracted by the priest's words, stepped on a loose rock. It clattered down the path, the sound impossibly loud in the silence. Several villagers turned, their candles lighting up their blank, fish-like eyes. He froze, pressing himself against the rocky cliff face. He held his breath, very aware of his heart pounding in his chest. For a long, tense moment, the villagers stared in his direction. Then, as if pulled by invisible strings, they turned back to the path and continued their march. He let out a small sigh. That had been too close. He needed to stay focused. After what felt like hours, the procession finally stopped. From where he was, Zabuza saw the villagers entering a factory-like building one by one. He recognized the massive chimney, visible even from the opposite shore. In the moonlight, it looked like a dragon flying into the sky. The center of the land of waves, he realized, surprised by how far they'd traveled. The nearby palace was dark, while the factory buzzed with activity. He circled the building, looking for a way in. The main entrance was out of the question, too many eyes. But there, on the far side, a small ventilation shaft caught his attention. He climbed the building in a flash. He paused at the shaft, listening carefully for any sign that he'd been spotted. Hearing nothing but the distant murmur of the crowd inside, he carefully removed the grate and slipped into the darkness beyond. The shaft was narrow, barely wide enough for him to squeeze through. The metal was cold against his skin, and the air grew warmer as he went down. After several tense minutes of careful maneuvering, he reached another grate. Looking through, he found himself staring down into a huge room. The front section had an enormous furnace, its contents glowing with an unmistakable golden light. Zabuza's eyes widened at the sight of so much molten gold. A gold refinery, he whispered, connecting the dots to the land of waves' extravagant spending and money. But where did Kojiro get all this? The sheer amount of gold was more than Zabuza had ever seen or heard of. Even the combined treasuries of the 5 great nations would probably look small in comparison. The villagers stood in neat rows, their candles now out. The red-robed priest stood in front of the furnace, the statue raised high above his head. "Behold the gift of the deep!" the priest shouted. "This gold, pulled from the very veins of the earth by our benefactor, will fuel our rise to power." Zabuza's thoughts spun out of control as he recalled the old drunk's wild tale of underwater creatures doling out gold. Could there really be any truth to such an outlandish story? As a ninja, Zabuza understood the power of wealth. Tools, weapons, information, everything had a price. With resources like this, the land of waves could become a major power, rivaling or even surpassing the established nations. If Kojiro really controlled such vast wealth, along with whatever force drove these villagers' devotion, he was a far more dangerous figure than anyone realized. "The time is coming," the priest intoned, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. "Soon, the stars will align. The deep will rise, and with it, our destiny." The villagers responded with a wordless cry. It was a sound of devotion, of fanaticism, and of something not quite human. As the night wore on, Zabuza remained hidden, watching the bizarre ritual unfold within the factory. Suddenly, a commotion near the furnace caught his attention. 2 villagers were dragging a third between them, a man who seemed to be struggling against their grip. Unlike the others, his eyes were clear, filled with terror. "Please, no!" the man cried out, his voice strained to be heard over the furnace's roar. "I don't want this. I don't want to change." The red-robed priest turned, his misshapen head cocked to one side. "Ah, Brother Akira. Still clinging to your old self? Fear not. The embrace of the deep will wash away all your doubts." He raised the statue high. "Behold, the face of our benefactor. Let its gaze cleanse your mind and prepare your body for the glorious transformation." Akira screamed. Then, abruptly, the scream cut off, replaced by a gurgling sound that was somehow even worse. Zabuza watched in horror as the man's body began to change. His skin rippled and bulged, taking on a sickly greenish hue. His eyes bulged, becoming glassy and fish-like. And from his mouth. Zabuza looked away, his stomach churning. He'd seen many horrors in his life as a ninja, but nothing like this. When he looked back, Akira was gone, replaced by a creature that barely resembled a human. It swayed in place, making soft, wet sounds that might have been attempts at speech. The priest placed a hand on the creature's shoulder. "Welcome, brother, to your true form. Rejoice, for you are one step closer to the deep." The villagers let out a cheer, their voices a mix of screams, wails, and guttural growls that bounced off the factory walls. Chapter 47, The Demon's Hunt. Devotee into the deep. The cool night air did little to calm his racing thoughts as he processed the bizarre scene below. Kojiro's gotten this powerful in just a few months? He muttered, his brow furrowed. How did we miss this? His eyes swept over the land of waves, a tiny island most people couldn't even find on a map. Now it seemed to be ground zero for something worse than he could have imagined. If the Mizukage hadn't sent me to check on Kojiro, we might never have known, Zabuza realized. How close they had came to missing this threat entirely. He shook his head, refocusing on the task at hand. Stealthily, he made his way across the rooftop, careful not to alert those gathered below. This area, he noted, wasn't dedicated to melting gold but rather to processing the molten metal into coins on an assembly line. 2 long assembly lines divided the islanders into 3 groups. These folks can actually form lines, he thought, surprised. It wasn't just the villagers he'd seen earlier, people from all over the island had shown up. As he scanned the crowd, his eyes narrowed. Something didn't add up. Wait a minute, he mumbled. Shouldn't there be more people here? He remembered what Tazune had said about everyone worshipping Dagon. So why isn't the whole island here for this gathering? As he pondered these questions, his attention was drawn to the objects clutched in the villagers' hands. Each held a stone statue in their hands, facing the platform at the front as if waiting for something. His keen eyes picked out the details of the statues. They were identical to the one the Takahashi family had carved. Even the bloodstains from cut palms were there. Those must be the trinkets Tazuna mentioned, he realized. As he observed, he noticed something odd about the statue held by the red-robed priest. It looked similar, but didn't give him the same strange feeling when he looked at it. Is that priest's statue different somehow? He mused, filing away this observation for later consideration. Before he could delve deeper into this mystery, a commotion at the front of the room caught his attention. A group was making its way to the platform, led by a man in a dark red robe that was almost black. Zabuza's eyes widened as he recognized the figure. Kojiro. But it was the sight of the men following Kojiro that truly shocked him. Among the 11, he recognized 2 as members of Kiri's assassination unit. He recalled the 9 Anbu members sent to hunt Kojiro, never to return. The village had assumed them dead, but the truth was far more disturbing. I never expected they had actually joined him, he thought, struggling to comprehend the betrayal. The concept of Anbu ninjas turning against their village was almost unthinkable. These were supposed to be the most loyal, the most dedicated shinobi. Apart from the 9 hidden mist village Anbu, there were 2 shorter individuals who also appeared to be ninjas. Unlike the villagers, they showed no signs of degeneration, indicating their combat abilities were intact. 12 highly skilled ninjas, including the formidable Kojiro himself, constituted a force that even most other ninja teams would struggle to resist. And if Kojiro possessed some kind of additional power, as the bizarre ritual suggested, he would be even more dangerous. This is a threat to the land of water, Zabuza concluded grimly. I must report the situation here to the Mizukage as soon as I return. His attention was drawn back to the platform as Kojiro began to speak, his voice carrying easily through the space. My lambs. He called out, his arms spread wide in a gesture of embrace. We gather here to praise the great Heavenly Father and Savior. The crowd stirred, a low murmur of excitement rippling through the gathered islanders. When the stars align, the dreamt of underwater temple will finally descend. The missing ninja continued, his voice rising in fervor. On that day, we shall be freed from the shackles of flesh, finding our place in that wondrous realm, witnessing his great reawakening. The crowd swayed in unison, their eyes glazed with fanatical devotion. Zabuza's gaze swept over them, noting the vacant expressions and the way their bodies seemed to move unnaturally. This is our destiny, as it was for our grandparents and great-grandparents, Kojiro proclaimed. Our brethren, the Deep Ones, await us in that land. There, we shall forever bask in the glory of miracles, eternally serving our master. The gathered crowd swayed in unison, caught up in the fervor of his words. Zabuza noticed that even some of the more lucid-looking individuals seemed entranced. A cultist near the front called out. Just like Brother Akira. He's so much happier now, so much closer to our Lord. Kojiro nodded approvingly at the cultist's words. Indeed. Our numbers are endless, our power unimaginable. All who oppose the great Cthulhu shall be torn to pieces. The crowd's fervor reached a fever pitch as Kojiro led them in a chant. Praise Dagon. Praise Cthulhu. Long live Cthulhu. He raised his hands, and the crowd fell silent. With a gesture, he motioned to someone off stage. In his eternal house at Erlaya, the dead Cthulhu waits dreaming, he intoned solemnly. 2 figures were roughly dragged onto the platform, their hands bound tightly behind their backs. Zabuza leaned forward, straining to see who they were. He was a bit shocked as he recognized them both, the owner of the tavern across from the Land of Waves, and the drunken bridge builder, Tazuna. The tavern owner looked like he'd given up, his head bowed and shoulders slumped. Tazuna, on the other hand, was struggling against the ropes. No. No, you can't do this. Tazuna shouted, his voice hoarse with fear. I didn't mean to say anything. I was drunk, I didn't know what I was saying. One of the cultists struck him across the face, shutting him up. The tavern owner remained quiet, but his eyes darted frantically around the room, searching for any chance of escape. Kojiro turned to face the prisoners, a benevolent smile on his face. My lambs, he said softly, why do you resist? Don't you see the glory that awaits us all? He then approached the prisoners, his voice taking on a much soothing tone. Don't be afraid. You're about to receive a great gift. Tazuna spat at Kojiro's feet. Gift? You call that abomination a gift? I'd rather die. The crowd grumbled angrily. 2 cultists stepped forward, roughly grabbing him. The bridge builder cried out as they twisted his arms. The tavern owner, seeing the other prisoners' treatment, finally broke his silence. Please, he begged. I have a family. Children. Don't do this. Kojiro's laugh was cold and devoid of mercy. Your family will join you soon enough. They'll know the joy of serving our Lord too. The tavern owner raised his head, meeting his gaze. I never wanted this, he whispered. I just wanted to run my tavern in peace. Peace? The missing ninja laughed again. What is the peace of a simple tavern compared to the eternal bliss that awaits us in the depths? You'll understand soon enough. He turned to address the crowd once more. Behold, my brothers and sisters. These two have strayed from the path, but tonight, they shall be redeemed. The islanders got excited again, murmuring and swaying. Brother Akira, Kojiro called out, come show our lost friends how great it feels to change. Someone stepped out of the crowd. It was the man who'd been changed earlier, Akira. But now, instead of the scared human he'd been, Akira moved silently, his fish-like eyes locked on the two prisoners. SC? Akira gurgled, his voice a wet, inhuman sound. No more doubt. No more fear. Only joy. Only Cthulhu. Tazuna struggled harder as Akira came closer. No. Get away from me, you monster. But it was no use. Two cultists held him still as Akira reached out with webbed hands. Embrace. The change. Akira burbled. Chapter 48, The Demon's Hunt. The Crown's Embrace. One Zabuza watched from the shadows as Akira, his eyes now more fish than human, reached out towards Tazuna and the tavern owner with webbed hands. Just as his fingers were about to touch Tazuna's face, Kojiro spoke sharply. Stop. Akira froze, his hand inches from Tazuna's face. The bridge builder let out a shaky breath, relief and dread mixing in his eyes. The missing ninja stepped forward, grinning like a cat that caught a mouse. Not yet, brother Akira. Our lambs here don't get what we're offering them. He turned to the crowd, spreading his arms wide like he was on stage. Brothers and sisters, these two have lost their way. But before we bring them back, let's remind them what they're leaving behind. Then, he looked at the trembling tavern owner. You mentioned your family earlier, didn't you? Your children? The tavern owner nodded, a tiny spark of hope flickering in his eyes. Why yes. Please, if you have any kindness. Kojiro cut him off with a wave. Oh, what we're offering is far superior. How about we play a little game? A chance for freedom, if you will. The tavern owner's eyes got big. Free? You'd let us go? Kojiro's laugh echoed through the factory. Oh, not just you. Bring them in. A side door creaked open, and two cultists came in, dragging a woman and two children, a boy and a girl. The tavern owner's face went white. Mina. Kai. Yuki. He yelled, pulling at the ropes holding him. Let them go. They've got nothing to do with this. Kojiro laughed again, cold and mean. Nothing to do with this. They've got everything to do with this. They're your family, aren't they? And family should share in big moments like this. He waved, and the cultists released their captives. The three newcomers stumbled forward, scared and confused. Kojiro turned back to the tavern owner, his voice mockingly gentle. See? We're not tearing your family apart. In fact, we're giving you a chance to be together forever. The tavern owner's face twisted as he realized what Kojiro meant. No. Please, no. Not them. Do whatever you want to me, but let them go. Now, here are the rules of our little game, Kojiro announced, ignoring his begging. Your beloved family members will fight each other. The last one standing, along with you will walk free. He snapped his fingers, and a cultist brought forward 3 knives. The tools for your freedom, Kojiro said. Or your doom. It's all up to you. Mina, the wife, looked at her husband with tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, she whispered. I love you all so much. Before anyone could react, she grabbed one of the knives and killed herself. The tavern owner's scream of pain echoed through the factory as Kai and Yuki stared in shock at their mom's body. Yuki, her eyes wide and unfocused, slowly reached for another knife. I don't want to die, she muttered, her voice barely audible. Kai turned to her, his face full of disbelief. Yuki, no. We can't, but his words were cut off as his big sister struck. Kai fell, his face showing betrayal and confusion. Yuki stood there, knife in hand, a crazy laugh bubbling up from her throat. Hi ha 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 ha. I did it, she said, her voice getting higher. I'm free. We're free, Dad. We're free. She turned to the missing ninja, her eyes wild. I won your game. Now let us go. Kojiro's smile got even bigger, looking almost inhuman. Of course. I keep my word, after all. I promised freedom, and freedom you'll have. Relief washed over Yuki's face, but it didn't last long. In a blur too fast to see, Kojiro moved. Yuki blinked, confused. Why? Why is everything sideways? She thought. Dad. Why can I see myself? Her headless fell to the ground as Kojiro held up her severed head for all to see. I freed you, he said, his voice mockingly serious. Freed you from your sad, dirty life. To think you'd kill your own brother so easily. How wonderfully ugly. He tossed the head aside like it was trash, turning back to the tavern owner and Tazuna. You see, this is what humans are really like. Selfish, brutal, willing to throw everything away just to live a little longer. The tavern owner stared at the bodies of his family, his mind struggling to process what had just happened. He had lost everything. His wife, his children, his whole world, gone in a flash. He had nothing left to lose now. No reason to be afraid anymore. With a sudden burst of energy, he yanked at his bonds. The ropes, weakened by his earlier struggles, finally gave way. Before anyone could react, he lunged for the knife that had fallen from his daughter's hand. "You bastard!" he roared, charging at Kojiro with the knife raised high. "I'll kill you." Kojiro didn't move. He just stood there, a small smile playing on his lips as the tavern owner bore down on him. The knife plunged into Kojiro's chest, right where his heart should be. The tavern owner pushed with all his might, driving the blade into the hilt. But Kojiro didn't flinch. He didn't even blink. Slowly, almost lazily, he looked down at the knife protruding from his chest. "Is that all?" he asked, his voice filled with amusement. The tavern owner stumbled back, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What? What are you?" Kojiro reached up and casually pulled the knife out. There was no blood, no wound, just smooth, unbroken skin where the blade had entered. "I am the herald of the Great Old Ones," he smirked. "Your puny weapons cannot harm me." Realization dawned on the tavern owner's face. If he couldn't kill Kojiro, he'd deny him the satisfaction of turning him into one of those things. He turned the knife on himself, ready to plunge it into his own heart. But before he could, strong hands grabbed him from behind. The cultists had finally reacted, disarming him and forcing him to his knees. "Punish him!" one of the cultists shouted. "He dared to attack our lord." The crowd surged forward, angry faces all around. But Kojiro held up a hand, and they all stopped in their tracks. "No," he called out. "He has shown us the depths of human desperation. For that, he deserves a special reward." He gestured to one of his followers. "Bring me the sacred treasure." A hush fell over the crowd as a cultist approached, carrying something shiny on a velvet cushion. As Kojiro picked it up, the dim light caught it, revealing a long golden crown with a complicated design. "Look," Kojiro said, his voice full of respect, "the sacred treasure of the deep. A crown fit for those who will serve in Cthulhu's court." The tavern owner's eyes widened as he recognized it. It was the same crown he had bought from Tizuna, a deal that now seemed to have sealed his fate. "I didn't know. I swear I didn't know it was important." Kojiro's smile got wider, showing teeth that looked too sharp to be human. "Oh, but it is important. More important than you could ever imagine. And now, you'll have the honor of wearing it." The tavern owner laughed, a hollow, broken sound. "Go ahead," he spat. He had nothing left to lose, no reason to fear death. But as his eyes roamed the crowd in his final moments, he froze. "Pachi? Keisha?" he gasped, spotting the boatman who had mysteriously disappeared earlier. They stood nearby, their faces blank and eyes unfocused. Kojiro's gaze sharpened, noticing the flash of recognition. "Oh? You know these two, do you?" He gestured, and Pachi stepped forward mechanically. "Pachi, isn't it?" His voice was deceptively gentle. "Tell me about your friend here." Pachi's voice came out flat, devoid of emotion. "His name is Yato. He ran the tavern by the docks." "Yato," Kojiro rolled the name on his tongue, savoring it. "And how long have you known our friend Yato?" 20 years, Pachi replied. "We grew up together. I was best man at his wedding." Each word was like a knife twisting in Yato's gut. The betrayal cut deeper than any physical wound Kojiro could inflict. You brought me here?" Yato's voice cracked. Pachi's blank eyes met Yato's. For a moment, something flickered in their depths, regret? Fear? But it was gone in an instant. "Fascinating," Kojiro mused. "The bonds of friendship, shattered so easily. Doesn't it make you wonder, Yato? How fragile human connections truly are?" Yato spat blood at Kojiro's feet. "Go to hell." Kojiro just laughed. "We're already there." He raised the crown. "Now, let's see how this fits, shall we?" Chapter 49, The Demon's Hunt. The crown's embrace. Two Yato's eyes darted around the room, taking in the gathered cultists. Pachi and Keisha stood impassively beside Kojiro. Their vacant stares chilled him more than any threat. I'm here," Yato managed, his voice barely above a whisper. "The crown, yes, the crown," Kojiro interrupted, his smile widening to reveal teeth unnaturally sharp. "But I'm afraid we have a small problem." Yato's breath caught in his throat. "What do you mean?" Kojiro lifted the crown, its strange angles catching the dim light. "Your head. It's utterly incompatible with this masterpiece." He no longer feared death. But pain? The promise of agony still held terrible power over him. "We'll have to make some adjustments," Kojiro continued, his voice filled with a perverse excitement. Before Yato could react, Kojiro's hand shot out, grabbing him with inhuman strength. Yato struggled instinctively, even as his mind screamed the futility of resistance. "Hold him," he commanded. Pachi and Keisha stepped forward, their grip tightened. There was no going back now. Kojiro pulled out a knife. Its edge caught the light, sharp and menacing. "Now," he whispered, almost tenderly, "let's make you fit for your crown, Yato." Yato's screams filled the factory. Kojiro cut into him, removing bits of flesh and bone with cold efficiency. "You should be honored," he said conversationally, as if discussing the weather rather than mutilating a man. "Few are chosen for such intimate communion with the great old ones." The knife scraped against bone. Yato could hear it over his own yells. His head felt wrong, changing shape to fit the crown. Through the haze of pain, he caught sight of Tazuna. The bridge builder cowered in a corner, his eyes wide with horror. Yato tried to speak, but only gurgled. Kojiro stepped back, eyes gleaming. "Impressive," he said. Yato shook on the ground, fading in and out. He looked around frantically, eyes landing on Pachi. Was his friend still in there somewhere? In those last moments of clarity, his gaze darted wildly around the room. He looked at Pachi, searching for any hint of the friend he once knew. Finding nothing but a mindless servant, his eyes shot upward, locking onto a figure lurking above. Even through the fog of agony, he recognized the silhouette. The stranger. The man he'd seen watching the village. His last hope for what? Revenge? Salvation for others? With his remaining strength, he tried to call out to beg for help. Yato choked out, blood in his mouth. It was enough. The cultists looked up as one, following Yato's gaze. High above, hidden in the shadows, Zabuza cursed under his breath. Then, he rose and vanished from sight. "Intruder!" Kojiro barked, momentarily distracted from his grisly task. "Capture him." The 11 ninja behind Kojiro transformed into black shadows, leaping onto the rooftop in pursuit. Below, the hundreds of cultists turned as one, rushing out of the factory. Zabuza's eyes widened as he saw the horde pouring out of the building. They moved like zombies, but faster, much faster. Their eyes were vacant, their mouths slack, but their bodies moved with unnatural coordination. "Damn it," he muttered, weighing his options. Too many to fight. He'd have to run, lose them in the village or pick them off one by one. Zabuza jumped from the roof, pushing Chakra into his legs. He ran, hearing the cultists chase after him, their steps in sync. As he leapt from roof to roof, he glanced back. What he saw chilled him to the bone. The cultists swarmed like insects, their bodies twisting in impossible ways as they scaled buildings and obstacles. Those at the front of the pack threw themselves at the walls, fingers clawing at the smooth surfaces. Many fell, their bodies hitting the ground. But the fallen didn't slow the horde. Instead, the cultists behind simply climbed over their fallen brethren, using the growing pile of bodies as a stairway. Within seconds, a mountain of flesh had formed, allowing the pursuers to reach heights they shouldn't have been able to. He watched as cultists at the top of these human pyramids launched themselves into the air, arms outstretched, fingers grasping for him. Their faces remained blank, devoid of emotion, even as they hurled themselves to certain injury or death. What the hell did he do to them? Zabuza muttered, pushing himself to move faster. He leapt across a wide street, landing on a taller building. He thought he'd gotten away, but then he heard wood breaking. "Still behind me?" Turning, he saw cultists throwing themselves at the building next to his. Their combined weight and force was literally tearing the structure apart. As the building collapsed, cultists rode the falling debris like a wave, using it to propel themselves towards Zabuza's position. He didn't wait to see if they'd make it. He was already running, his mind racing faster than his feet. These weren't normal people anymore. Whatever Kojiro had done to them, it had stripped away their humanity, leaving behind nothing but single-minded, relentless pursuers. As he ran, Zabuza caught glimpses of the chaos spreading through the village. More and more people were joining the horde, their movements shifting from normal to that same eerie, synchronized gait in an instant. It was as if some unseen signal was turning the entire population into a mindless, hunting swarm. "I've got to get off this island," he thought, changing direction towards the docks. But even as he formulated his escape plan, a part of him knew that running wasn't enough. Back in the factory, now empty save for Kojiro, Yato, and Tazuna, the gruesome scene continued to unfold. Kojiro released his grip, and the tavern owner's body collapsed to the floor. What remained of his head, now flattened like a deflated ball, lay motionless. One eye, partially dislodged from its socket, seemed to stare directly at Tazuna. The sight shocked him sober. His mind cleared instantly. He suddenly understood exactly what was about to happen. "I surrender," Tazuna cried out, his voice cracking with terror. I surrender to Dagon. I will worship the great Cthulhu and become his servant. He fell to his knees, prostrating himself before Kojiro. Praise Dagon. Praise Cthulhu. Kojiro turned to face Tazuna, the blood-stained crown still in his hands. His eyes, cold and calculating, assessed the bridge builder's groveling form. Your surrender comes too late, Kojiro said, his voice devoid of emotion. You've already proven yourself unworthy of the Great Old One's gifts. He gestured towards the tavern owner's corpse. But fear not. You'll still serve a purpose. Tazuna's eyes widened in horror as he realized his fate was sealed. No, please. I'll do anything. I'll serve faithfully. Kojiro ignored his pleas, turning instead to address someone in the shadows. Brother Akira, come forth. Show our friend here the true path to enlightenment. From the darkness emerged the transformed figure of Akira, his fish-like eyes gleaming in the dim light. He moved with an unnatural grace, his webbed hands reaching out towards Tazuna. No. No. He screamed, trying to back away. But there was nowhere to go. Kojiro watched impassively as Akira approached Tazuna. You spoke of our secrets to outsiders, he said. Now, you'll become one of those secrets. Akira touched Tazuna's face. The bridge builder's screams changed, becoming wet and strange. His skin shifted, turning a sickly green. As Tazuna changed, Kojiro heard noise from outside. A cultist burst into the room, panting heavily. Lord Dagon. The intruder. He's escaping. Our forces are in pursuit, but... Kojiro's eyes narrowed. But what? The cultist swallowed hard. He's killing our brothers and sisters. For a moment, Kojiro seemed to consider this news. Then, with a casual gesture, he placed the blood-stained crown atop Tazuna's still transforming head. Let him run, Kojiro said, a cold smile playing across his lips. He'll spread the word of our power. And when the stars align, nowhere will be beyond our reach. He turned back to watch Tazuna's final moments of humanity slip away. The age of man is ending. The age of Cthulhu is at hand. As Tazuna's screams faded into inhuman gurgles, Kojiro's laughter echoed through the factory. Chapter 50, The Demon's Hunt. Escape. 1. Zabuza's sandals skimmed the clay tiles. Behind him, the pursuit continued. Just a bit further, he thought. If I hit the coast, I can swim across. Kojiro won't let them follow me too far, he's still too scared of Kiri. Once across the water, he could tell the Mizukage everything. This thought pushed him harder, his muscles burning with effort. A black-clad figure appeared from the shadows, an Anbu with an eagle porcelain mask. But Zabuza didn't slow down. He charged straight at the ninja, reaching for the handle of his massive sword. The Anbu's hands blurred through seals. Water-style, water bullet jutsu. High-pressure water bullets shot from his mouth. Zabuza twisted in midair, feeling the moisture on his skin as the bullets whistled past. As the last bullet passed, he snapped back into his charge. He closed the distance in an instant, the Kubik Iribicho cleaving through the air as it clashed against the Anbu's hastily drawn sword. Clang. They exchanged blows, moving faster than the eye could follow. You're good, Zabuza grunted, blocking a strike aimed at his throat. The force sent vibrations up his arm. But I'm better. He feinted left, then dropped low, sweeping the ninja's legs. As the Anbu lost balance, Zabuza surged upward. The blade found a gap in the armor, its massive blade cleaving through flesh and bone. The Anbu gasped, then went limp. Zabuza didn't pause. More pursuers were closing in, their chakra signatures were getting closer. He sprinted towards the edge of the roof. With a burst of chakra, he leaped, soaring across the gap between buildings. As he flew, he saw the horde below. The cultists moved in perfect sync, twisting and climbing like inhuman creatures. He landed on the next roof, rolling to absorb the impact. He was up and running again instantly, channeling chakra to his feet as he hit the wall of the next building. Defying gravity, he ran straight up, each step leaving a faint blue glow of chakra behind. 2 more Anbu appeared, running parallel to him on either side. He gritted his teeth. Annoying pests. The Anbu on his left threw a barrage of shuriken. Zabuza ducked, feeling the wind from the projectiles ruffle his hair. One grazed his cheek, leaving a thin line of fire. Poison? He quickly swung the Kubik Iribicho in a wide arc, the massive blade creating a barrier. The Anbu dodged, but lost momentum. The ninja fell behind, leaving Zabuza to focus on the remaining threat. The Anbu on his right closed in, Dando blade glowing with a blue light. Zabuza met the attack with the flat of his blade, the clash of metal ringing out. Cling. Clang. They fought as they ran, neither giving ground, their feet never missing a step on the vertical surface. Zabuza analyzed the Anbu's style, looking for weaknesses. There, a slight favoring of the left side, barely noticeable but enough to exploit. As the Anbu prepared for another strike, Zabuza suddenly reversed direction. The unexpected move caught the Anbu off guard, their strike hitting nothing but air. In that split second of imbalance, Zabuza struck. The Kubik Iribicho found its mark, cleaving through the Anbu's defense and into their body. The ninja fell to the street below. Zabuza allowed himself a smile, but the victory was short-lived. The remaining Anbu had used the distraction to get behind him, his blade slicing through Zabuza's flesh. He roared in pain and anger, the sound more animal than human. He spun, ignoring the pain in his side, and grabbed the Anbu's arm. Using the ninja's own momentum, he hurled them off the wall, sending them tumbling through the air. As the Anbu fell, Zabuza's hands blurred through seals, drawing on the moisture in the air and his own sweat. Water style, water dragon jutsu. A massive dragon made of water erupted from a nearby canal, its glowing eyes fixed on the falling Anbu. With a roar that shook the buildings, it smashed into the ninja and occultists below. The street flooded, bodies washing away in the torrent, their inhuman shrieks cut short by the rushing water. Zabuza didn't wait to see the aftermath. He was already moving, pushing his body to its limits. The docks were in sight now, the promise of escape was in reach. As he approached the water's edge, he stopped. The sea was alive, but it wasn't the gentle lapping of waves that caught Zabuza's attention. It was the creatures emerging from the depths. They erupted from the depths. Moonlight caught their slime-slicked hides. Hunched and malformed, they shambled from the surf. In the distance, massive shapes reached the surface, whales, but grotesquely altered. Their broad backs carried more of these monstrosities, turning them into living troop transports for this army of abominations. Shit. He'd seen horrors in his years as a shinobi, but the sight of countless deep ones swarming the shore made him uncomfortable. The creature's webbed hand reached for him, jolting Zabuza into action. His body responded before his mind could process, years of training kicking in as he dodged their claws. Chakra surged through Zabuza's pathways as his fingers channeled power for the jutsu. Water clone jutsu. He growled, his voice rough with exertion. In an instant, 3 perfect copies of Zabuza materialized from the seawater. They formed a semicircle between Zabuza and the advancing monsters. The deep ones attacked with a speed and coordination that shouldn't have been possible for their misshapen bodies. Zabuza and his clones met the charge, their blades glinting in the pale moonlight as they clashed with the horde. Metal rang against chitinous armor, disrupted by the wet sounds of torn flesh and shattered bone. But the deep one's cries were wrong, inhuman shrieks that vibrated through his skull and set his teeth on edge, their alien frequencies making his very marrow ache. Zabuza's blade found its mark again and again, but where blood should have flowed, only it caroused. The creatures lurched on, heedless of wounds that would fell any mortal foe. A deep one with a gaping chest wound simply swayed back to its feet, gnashing its teeth, row upon row of needle-sharp fangs, and rejoining the fray. As his clones bought him precious seconds, he quickly analyzed the situation with the cold logic of a trained killer. He couldn't win this fight, not against these numbers. His only hope was to break through their lines and make for the open water. With a grunt, he formed another set of seals, pushing his chakra to its limits. Water style, water dragon jutsu. The sea behind him roared to life, forming into a massive, serpentine shape that dwarfed his previous creation. The water dragon crashed into the horde of deep ones, scattering them like bowling pins, their inhuman bodies crushed by the force of the impact. Zabuza seized his chance. He dashed forward, using the confusion to slip between the stunned creatures. His feet barely touched the ground as he ran, each step precisely placed to avoid the grasping hands and snapping jaws of the fallen deep ones. But for every deep one he dodged, 2 more seemed to take its place. His nostrils flared at the stench, rotting fish and something far fouler. All around him, glistening limbs reached out, webbed fingers grasping for purchase on his flesh. A harpoon whistled past Zabuza's ear. He twisted, but not fast enough to avoid the barb entirely. Warm blood trickled down his jaw. Then pain exploded across his back as claws raked his flesh. He felt the familiar warmth of blood soaking through the tattered remains of his shirt. The horde pressed in, their breath hot on his neck. Without hesitation, Zabuza's hands blurred through seals, moving faster than they ever had before. He took a deep breath, feeling the chakra build within him to near bursting levels. Water style, great waterfall jutsu. The ocean itself seemed to rise up at his command. A massive wall of water, easily 50 feet high, formed behind him. For a moment, it hung there, suspended. Then, with a roar that drowned out even the screeches of the deep ones, it crashed down onto the beach. The water struck with devastating force, sweeping away everything in its path. Deep ones were tossed like driftwood, their bodies smashing against rocks and buildings. Zabuza surrendered himself to the current, using the wave's power to carry him down the coast. Debris battered his already roughed-up body, but he clung to consciousness, one hand firmly gripping the handle of his beloved sword. As the waters receded, he found himself sprawled on jagged rocks, coughing and sputtering. Every movement sent daggers of pain through his muscles, but he forced himself upright, scanning the altered shoreline. The beach lay bare, strewn with the broken forms of deep ones. They should be dead. Chapter 51, The Demon's Hunt. Escape to Zabuza's hope was short-lived. His muscles tightened as he looked at the beach. The calm shore was now crawling with strange creatures coming out of the dark water. These creatures with their scaly skin kept coming in bigger and bigger numbers. Something big caught his eye far out in the water. It was huge, even bigger than the whale-like things carrying the deep ones. A giant head rose up, with eyes as big as houses. His breath stopped for a second. A summon? His chest was moving fast, and he was almost out of chakra. But he was a ninja, trained to fight even when things looked bad. He held his big sword tighter, its weight making him feel a bit better. The crowd of monsters rushed forward like a big wave of twisted bodies and bulging eyes. Zabuza ran to meet them. As the first bunch reached him, he turned on his heel, swinging his sword in a big circle. Shunk. Splat. The sword hit with a nasty crunch, cutting through 3 of them at once. Green blood sprayed on his face as the creatures fell, still moving a bit. Without stopping, he turned the sword around and stabbed backward, hitting another one that tried to sneak up on him. A webbed hand swiped at his face. He ducked, feeling the wind as claws just missed his head. Too slow, fish face. He hit back with an upward slash, cutting the deep one in half from bottom to top. As it fell apart, 2 more came at him. He stepped to the side of a jumping attack, bringing his sword down on the creature's outstretched arm. The arm flew off, green blood shooting from the stump. Screech. Its scream was cut short as Zabuza's next swing took off its head. His sword moved through the air, leaving cut-up bodies behind it. Cut-off arms and misshapen heads were all over the beach, but for every monster that fell, 3 more took its place. A bunch of spears flew through the air. He dropped to one knee, the spears flying over his head and hitting the creatures behind him. In one smooth move, he stood up and spun, his sword knocking a second bunch of spears back into the crowd. Thunk. 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 The spears found their marks, eliciting inhuman shrieks from the impaled creatures. The huge thing in the water didn't move, its big eyes fixed on the fight. Zabuza kept looking between the giant and the coming horde. Why wasn't it joining in? What's it waiting for? A sharp pain in his leg brought his attention back to the fight. A deep one had grabbed onto his leg, its needle-like teeth biting into his flesh. Argh. You little, he roared in anger, smashing the bottom of his sword down on the creature's head. Crunch. As he pulled the dead thing's teeth from his leg, 2 more jumped at him. Zabuza did a backflip as he went over his attackers. He landed behind him and immediately swung his sword low, cutting off their legs at the knee. Schlick. The creatures fell, screaming. He shut them up with quick, precise stabs to their weird skulls. But he didn't get a break. The horde pressed in. His arms hurt from tiredness, each swing of his big sword now taking all his willpower. Sweat and blood stung his eyes as he kept fighting, his famous sword moves now just desperate swings and blocks. A big deep one charged, pushing smaller creatures out of its way. This one was different, its hands were grotesquely enlarged, the flesh hardened into shield-like protrusions. Zabuza met its charge head-on, putting chakra into his blade. The sword glowed blue as it arced towards the monster's thick skin. Clang. The sound of metal striking something far harder than flesh rang out. His eyes widened as his blade met the creature's shield hand. What the hell are you? He growled through gritted teeth. The deep one's only response was a growl, its bulbous eyes fixed on him. It pushed back, its other hand swinging around in a vicious arc. Zabuza ducked under the blow, feeling the wind of its passage ruffle his hair. He disengaged, leaping back to reassess. His keen eyes noticed a hairline crack in his beloved cubic ribicho where it had struck the creature's shield hand. TCH. You cracked my blade, he snarled. Now I'm really pissed. The monster charged again, both shield hands raised. He couldn't match its strength, and his blade was compromised. But he wasn't called the demon of the hidden mist for nothing. As the deep one closed in, Zabuza suddenly dropped low, sliding between its legs. Then, he spun, channeling chakra into his arms. His damaged blade was aimed not at the creature's shielded front, but at its unprotected back. Crack. Squelch. The cubic ribicho bit deep, but the earlier damage took its toll. As the blade cleaved through the deep one's tough hide, a good foot of the sword's tip snapped off, embedding itself in the creature's spine. The monster fell, green ichor pooling beneath it. Zabuza stood over it, panting, his once mighty blade now jagged and broken. Looks like we're both a little worse for wear, he muttered, eyeing his damaged sword. That's when he saw it, a behemoth deep one, easily twice the size of the big deep one, lumbering towards him. Its hide was a patchwork of scars and strange, pulsating growths. In one massive hand, it dragged an anchor that looked like it belonged on a galleon. Zabuza's lips curled into a grim smile. "Well, big guy, let's see what you've got." He charged forward, his broken blade raised high. The behemoth roared, swinging its massive anchor in a wide arc. "Come on, you overgrown fish stick," Zabuza taunted, ducking under the swing. He closed the distance, putting more chakra into his blade. For a moment, they were locked in a contest of strength, his arms shaking as he pushed against the creature's weight. With one last push, he let out a loud yell and shoved forward. Rat! His blade cut through the deep one's tough skin, splitting it from shoulder to hip. Squelch! But as the two halves of the monster fell away, he realized he'd made a mistake. His blade was stuck in the creature's thick bones. He pulled hard, but it wouldn't come loose. "No, no, no," Zabuza muttered, his eyes widening in panic. A clawed hand scratched across his back, making him hiss in pain. Zabuza let go of his sword and spun, ramming his elbow into his attacker's face. Crack! Now without his kubikiribacho, he grabbed for his kunai. The smaller blade felt tiny compared to his big sword, but it was all he had. He stabbed and slashed, green blood covering his arms up to his elbows. The kunai found the eye socket of a jumping creature. Zabuza pushed with all his strength, feeling the blade sink into the bone. But as he tried to pull it out, he found it was stuck, just like his sword. "TSK, what a day," he grunted. "Can't the shinobi catch a break?" A heavy hit to his side sent him stumbling forward. He turned the stumble into a roll, barely avoiding the snapping teeth of another deep one. As he got to his feet, he found himself surrounded, with no weapon and almost no energy left. But Zabuza wasn't helpless. He'd killed his first man with his bare hands before he was even a proper ninja. Now, he put what little chakra he had left into his arms and legs, making himself stronger. A deep one charged. He stepped to the side at the last second, grabbing the creature's arm and using its speed to throw it into its friends. "You want some too?" he growled at the next attacker. Another swiped at him with its claws out. He caught the arm mid-swing, twisting until he heard a pop as the shoulder came out of its socket. Pop! His fist smashed in the skull of one of them, while a chakra-boosted kick sent another flying into its buddies. Zabuza fought like a wild animal, his hands and feet dealing death with every hit. But even as he fought, he knew he couldn't win. A tentacle, as thick as a tree trunk and covered in suckers, swept across the beach. Zabuza jumped, pulling his legs up to his chest as the tentacle passed just below him. He landed hard, immediately rolling to avoid a shower of poison spines shot from the bloated bodies of nearby the deep ones. Whoosh! Thwip! Thwip! Getting up to one knee, Zabuza's hands quickly made a series of signs. With nearly the last bit of his chakra, he shouted, "Water style, water prison jutsu." A ball of water appeared around him, pushing back the nearest creatures. The sudden silence was weird after all the noise of the fight. He knew the jutsu wouldn't last long, but it gave him a few precious seconds to catch his breath and look at his situation. "This is bad." He shook his head, trying to focus. "I need a plan. Fast." The beach was lost. The sea was lost. There was nowhere to run. Chapter 52, The Demon's Hunt, Escape 3. As the water prison started to fail, Zabuza gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to fight. With a burst of strength born from desperation, he broke the jutsu, sending a wave of water that knocked back the closest creatures. Whoosh! Splash! A deep one lunged at him, mouth wide open. He stepped inside its reach, driving the heel of his hand up into its chin hard enough to snap its head back. Crack! "Not today," he snarled. As it fell, he grabbed its arm, using the dead body as a shield against attacks from its friends. The wet slap of claws against dead flesh filled the air. He threw away the mangled body, only to find himself face to face with another one twice his size. It swung a massive, club-like arm at his head. He ducked under the blow, feeling the wind of its passing ruffle his hair. Whoosh! He hit back with a series of quick strikes to the creature's middle, each blow strong enough to burst internal organs. Thud! 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 The monster stumbled back, green blood leaking from its mouth. Zabuza pressed his advantage, jumping up to drive his knee into its face. As it fell, he grabbed its head and twisted sharply, hearing the crack of its neck breaking. Snap! But even as that threat fell, more took its place. His arms and legs felt like they were made of lead, each movement taking all his effort. A deep one's claw found his shoulder, tearing a big gash. Another latched onto his leg, its teeth sinking deep into his calf. "Argh!" he roared in defiance. "You want a piece of me? Come and get it." He brought his elbow down on the skull of the one biting his leg, feeling bone give way under the blow. Spinning, he used the momentum to throw the creature still clinging to his shoulder into its advancing friends. Crunch. Thud. His eyes scanned the battlefield, looking for any advantage. There, a gap in the horde, a clear path to the water. If he could just reach it, maybe he could. He didn't let himself finish the thought. Hope was a luxury he couldn't afford. But survival instinct took over. He charged, finding strength he didn't know he had. His fists and feet lashed out as he ran, breaking bones and bursting organs. A deep one leaped at him from the side. Without slowing down, Zabuza clotheslined it, feeling its neck snap from the impact. Crack. He was almost there. The waves hit the shore, promising escape. But as his foot touched the water, he felt something wrap around his ankle. Looking down, he saw a pale, almost see-through hand gripping him with inhuman strength. What the? His eyes widened in shock. More hands burst out of the sand, grabbing at his legs. The creatures he thought he'd left behind rushed forward, their empty eyes fixed on their prey. He thrashed and struggled, his fists smashing into grabbing hands and twisted faces. But for every one he fought off, more took its place again. It was not stopping. He was pulled down, the weight of countless bodies pressing him into the sand. The smell of rotting fish and alien flesh filled his nose, almost choking him. His arms were pinned to his sides, his legs trapped by the press of bodies. Still, he fought, snapping his head back to smash the nose of a deep one that got too close to his face. Crunch. In those last moments, as the tide of monsters threatened to overwhelm him, Zabuza's mind raced. He thought of his plans, his dreams for Carrie. But those thoughts didn't last long. The demon of the hidden mist had no time for regrets or deep thinking. With the last of his strength, Zabuza let out a final roar. I am Zabuza Momaki, the demon of the hidden mist. You'll remember this day. He thrashed wildly, feeling bones break and flesh tear under his assault. Crack. Snap. Squelch. He would not die quietly. The monsters swarmed over him, a mass of gray-green flesh and glassy, bulging eyes. Zabuza disappeared beneath them, lost in a sea of twisted bodies and fishy stench. Just then, a massive wave crashed onto the shore, bigger than any before. The water rushed around the mass, its roar drowning out their inhuman shrieks. For a moment, the beach was chaos. Roar. Splash. Gurgle. As the wave pulled back, the beach was a mess of moving bodies and churning sand. Deep ones got to their feet, shaking off the impact of the sudden flood. They started to regroup, their bulging eyes scanning the shore without really seeing. The horde moved randomly, some shuffling back towards the sea, others stumbling up the beach. In the confusion, they rose from the surf, looking just like the rest. They joined the stumbling crowd, blending in with the group. The creatures moved without any real purpose, their movements as strange as their looks. High up in a twisted old tree, a spider watched everything. Its many eyes hadn't missed a single detail of the battle, from Zabuza's first stand to the final, chaotic moments. The spider's gaze moved from one scene to another. It watched the huge creature still waiting in the water. The thing's house-sized eyes stayed fixed on the spot where Zabuza had last been seen. Then the spider noticed something odd. One of the deep ones was walking away from the main group. Its movement was lost in the general chaos, just another creature in the mass of monsters. It walked along the shoreline, its movements more purposeful than the others. It stumbled along the shoreline, following the push and pull of the waves. In the sand near its feet, something shiny caught the light. Its webbed foot kicked the object as it passed, sending it sliding across the beach. For a moment, the moonlight caught the edge of what looked like a broken piece of metal, maybe part of a blade, before it was lost again in the dark sand. The creature paused, its bulbous eyes scanning the area. It bent down, clawed hands sifting through the sand as if searching for something. Nearby, a group of deep ones turned their heads, empty eyes fixed on the strange behavior of their kin. One of them, larger than the others, approached the searching creature. It leaned in close, its face mere inches from the other. For a moment, they stared at each other. HRRK. Not. Right. The larger one growled. Suddenly, its head snapped towards the forest. Without another sound, it lumbered away from the shore. The searching deep one watched it go, then resumed its hunt through the sand. The spider noticed a fresh cut across its shoulder, still oozing a mix of red and green blood. Then, its attention was pulled away by movement at the edge of the forest. There, barely visible in the darkness, stood a child no more than 4 years old. His small hands were stretched out in front of him, little wisps of frost curling around his fingers. He was facing off against a lone creature that had wandered too far from its friends into the woods. The spider's gaze flicked from the boy to the deep ones on the beach, then to the massive thing in the water. The huge creature's eyes slowly turned towards the spider's perch. For a heartbeat that seemed to last forever, the spider found itself the focus of that alien gaze. Suddenly, the spider twitched. Its legs moved jerkily, like it wasn't sure how to use them anymore. It scurried along the branch, its movements no longer smooth and purposeful, but erratic and confused. It started to spin a web, unaware of the story it had briefly been part of. The massive creature in the water blinked its house-sized eyes, as if confused. Where it had sensed something other a moment ago, now it saw only a normal spider, unremarkable and small. With a slow movement, the behemoth began to sink back into the depths, disappearing beneath the dark waves without a sound. As the last ripples faded from the surface, a strange silence fell over the beach. The deep ones continued their aimless wandering, their inhuman voices occasionally breaking the quiet with grunts and sloshing footsteps. Chapter 54, Kagami's Awakening. The crushing pressure of murky depths enveloped Kagami. His lungs burned for air as he thrashed in the darkness. Something cold and slimy wrapped around his ankle, dragging him deeper into the abyss. No. This can't be how it ends. Panic clawed at his chest as he struggled against the unseen force. Then, a glimmer caught his eye. A strand of silvery web drifted through the water, catching the faint light from above. Without thinking, he grabbed it. The web held firm. Another strand appeared, then another. They wove together, forming a lifeline. He pulled himself up, fighting against the thing that tried to drag him down. As he climbed, a massive shape loomed in the darkness below. Kagami caught a glimpse of bulbous eyes and writhing tentacles before the web yanked him upward with surprising strength. He broke the surface with a gasp, coughing and sputtering. Pa. What the web dissolved, leaving him floating in calm, shallow water. A beach stretched before him, bathed in moonlight. And there, at the water's edge, stood a spider larger than any he had ever seen. Its body was pitch black, with a pattern on its back that looked like a human face. 8 eyes glowed as they fixed on him. It felt wrong. Out of place. Despite the spider's monstrous size, he felt an inexplicable sense of safety in its presence. Its mandibles clicked, and a voice echoed in Kagami's mind. You are not ready yet, little one. But soon. Ready? Ready for what? He called out, but the world began to blur. The beach, the water, and the giant spider all melted away into darkness. Kagami woke up slowly. For a moment, he lay still, listening to the soft sounds of the village coming to life outside his window. NGH. Another weird dream, he muttered, rubbing his eyes. Another day in Hidden Leaf Village, he thought, stretching. Another day of pretending to be normal. The thought brought a wry smile to his face. Normal. As if he had any idea what that meant anymore. Not with the dreams, the spiders, and the growing sense that he was meant for something more. As he went through his morning routine, he couldn't shake the lingering effects of the dream. The giant spider's words still stuck in his mind. You're not ready yet, little one. But soon. Soon for what? He wondered, splashing cold water on his face. As he dried off, he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror. For a moment, he thought he saw a faint, silvery glimmer around his reflection. He blinked, and it was gone. Get it together, Kagami, he muttered to himself. You're seeing things now? Shaking his head, he decided a walk might help clear his mind. He scribbled a quick note for his brother, who was still asleep after a late-night mission, and stepped out into the streets of Hidden Leaf Village. The morning sun cast long shadows across the village, but something felt different. The world seemed sharper somehow, more vibrant. Kagami attributed it to his strange dream, but as he walked, he noticed that faint glimmer again, this time in the corner of his vision. What the? He rubbed his eyes, but the shimmer persisted. Curious and slightly unnerved, he decided to take a different route than usual. His feet carried him towards the market district, but he soon found himself turning down narrower alleys, the buildings growing shabbier with each turn. Before he knew it, he was in the area locals called the Hollow, Hidden Leaf Village's poorest district. He'd passed through here before, but today, something was different. The silvery glimmer he'd noticed earlier began to take shape, forming thin, barely visible threads connecting people on the street. He blinked hard, but the threads remained. Fascinated, he focused on one thread, following it to a man in his mid-40s emerging from a ramshackle building. As the man made his way towards the market, Kagami trailed behind, captivated by the way the threads around the man shifted and changed. People on the street reacted to the man's presence, and Kagami could now see, or sense, the emotions flowing through the threads. A woman pulling a cart of vegetables suddenly changed direction, creating a wide berth around the man. The thread connecting them pulsed with a sickly green color and dark gray that Kagami somehow knew represented disgust and fear. Watch where you're going. The woman snapped as the man accidentally brushed against her cart. I'm sorry, the man mumbled, ducking his head and quickening his pace. A group of chatting shinobi fell silent as he passed, their eyes following him. The threads linking them to the man wavered, alternating between a muted purple of pity and an ugly brown of contempt. Can you believe they let people like that walk around freely? One of the shinobi muttered to his companions. "Shh, not so loud," another replied, glancing nervously at the man. "It's not his fault you know." It was as if the man carried an invisible barrier around him, parting the crowd like Moses and the Red Sea. No one touched him, no one spoke to him. They simply flowed around him, as if he were an inconvenient obstacle in their path. Kagami's lips pressed into a tight line. He'd always known about the divisions in Hidden Leaf Village, but he'd never felt them so acutely before. These threads were showing him the emotional currents that ran beneath the surface of everyday interactions. As they neared the market proper, Kagami noticed one of his spying spiders clinging to the underside of a fruit stand. He reached out with his mind, connecting to the tinier arachnid senses, curious if the spider could see the threads too. Through its eyes, the world looked different again. The threads were more pronounced, forming a complex web that connected everyone in sight. Kagami watched as the man approached a vegetable stall, the threads between him and the merchant twisting with conflicting emotions. "What can I get for you today?" the merchant asked, his voice carrying a forced cheerfulness. The thread connecting them flickered rapidly between colors, pale yellow discomfort, sickly green disgust, and dark purple that Kagami interpreted as guilt. The man held out a handful of coins. "Whatever this will buy," he said softly. "Preferably something that will last." The merchant's eyes darted between the coins and a man's worn clothing. "Right," he said, his smile faltering. "Let's see what we can do for you." As the transaction continued, Kagami observed the subtle interplay of emotions. He pulled his consciousness back from the spider, his mind whirling with what he'd seen. "This is incredible," Kagami thought. "I can see everything they're feeling, even when they try to hide it." He continued his walk, the contrast growing stronger with each step. As he emerged from the narrow streets of the hollow into one of Hidden Leaf Village's more affluent areas, the web of threads became even more complex. Here, children played freely in well-maintained parks, their laughter carried on the breeze. The threads connecting them pulsed with bright, joyful colors. "Tag, you're it!" a young girl shouted, her hand brushing against her friend's shoulder. "No fair, you cheated," the boy retorted, but his grin betrayed his amusement as he chased after her. Shinobi and civilians alike strolled along clean streets, greeting each other warmly, their connections glowing with warm, positive hues. Kagami's gaze fell on a group of geinin, not much older than himself, emerging from a high-end weapons shop. The threads between them sparkled with camaraderie and shared enthusiasm. "Check it out," one boy said, twirling a kunai around his finger. "Perfect balance." "Show off," his friend replied with a good-natured shove. One of the geinin, a girl with blonde hair, suddenly pointed across the street. "Look. It's Itachi." Kagami's head snapped around, following her gaze. Sure enough, there was Itachi, walking alongside his father. The threads connecting them were taut and dark, pulsing with tension and expectations. Another of his spiders, perched on a nearby signpost, provided a closer view of the pair and their emotional threads. "Your performance in the last mission was good," Fugaku was saying, his voice low but intense. "But good is not enough. You are a Uchiha, and more importantly, my son. You must excel in all things." Itachi's face remained impassive, but Kagami saw the thread connecting him to his father darken further, twisting with a mix of respect, determination, and a deep, underlying fear. "Yes, father. I understand," Itachi replied, his voice steady despite the turmoil Kagami could now see. As they passed, civilians and shinobi alike bowed their heads respectfully. The contrast with how the man from the hollow had been treated was disturbing. It was made even more apparent by the vastly different emotional threads connecting these Uchiha to the villagers. "Itachi-san. Good morning." A shopkeeper called out, his thread glowing with admiration and a touch of envy. Itachi nodded politely but said nothing, the weight of his father's expectations visibly heavy on his shoulders. Kagami pulled back from the spider's perspective. The village he'd grown up in suddenly seemed alien. The will of fire burned brightly for some, while others were left to shiver in the shadows. As he turned to head home, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was seeing Hidden Leaf Village, truly seeing it, for the first time. These threads, this new perception. Was this what the spider in his dream had meant? Was this the beginning of being ready? He glanced up at the sky, realizing with a start that the sun was already beginning to set. He'd been wandering the village for hours, lost in thought and observation. The streets were starting to empty as people headed home for the evening. "Crap, Hi-8's probably wondering where I am," Kagami muttered, quickening his pace. Chapter 55. Beneath the surface, the smell of miso soup greeted Kagami as he entered the house. He found Hi-8 in the kitchen, stirring a pot with slow, deliberate movements. "There you are," his brother said, glancing up from the stove. His eyes were tired. "Thought you might have gotten lost out there." "Yeah, sorry," Kagami chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. I guess I lost track of time. He grabbed some bowls from the cupboard and started setting the table, trying to act normal. His brother raised an eyebrow. That's not like you. Everything okay? Yeah, just thinking. Kagami set the table, trying to sound casual. As he moved, he noticed threads connecting him to Hyatt, deep blue, soft pink, mint green. Trust, affection, concern. As they sat down to eat, Hyatt watched Kagami over his bowl. So, what's on your mind? Kagami poked at his soup, unsure how to explain. How could he describe what he'd seen? What he was starting to understand about himself and the world? Just thinking about the village, he said finally. How different things are for people, depending on where they live or what clan they're from. Hyatt nodded slowly. Heavy stuff for a day off. Something happen? I walked through the hollow today, Kagami admitted. He saw worry flicker through the threads connecting them. The mint green darkened. The hollow's not safe, Kagami, his brother said quietly. You need to be careful. I know, Kagami said, waving off the concern. But don't you ever wonder why it has to be that way? Why some parts of the village prosper while others struggle? Hyatt sighed, putting down his chopsticks. It's not simple. The village has problems, sure. But it's still our home. Kagami nodded, but he couldn't shake the feeling that there was more going on. The threads he'd seen, the emotions he could now sense. They showed a world more complex than he'd ever imagined. What about you? Kagami asked, changing the subject. How was the mission? You look tired. Hyatt tensed a bit, a new thread of deep purple, secrets, weaving into their connection. It was tough, he said after a pause. I was working with Anuchiha as the squad leader. Kagami leaned forward, forgetting his soup. Anuchiha. That must have been something. Hyatt nodded, his eyes distant. He was skilled, no doubt about that. But when we got back. He trailed off, frowning. What happened? Kagami pressed. Hyatt seemed to choose his words carefully. I noticed some of the villagers acting differently around him. Nothing big, just little things. Folks crossing the street to avoid us, talks stopping when we walked by. Kagami frowned. That's not right. The Uchiha are part of the village too. They are, Hyatt agreed. But there's been tension lately. Rumors going around. It's probably nothing, but... He shook his head. Just keep your eyes open, okay? After dinner, as Kagami helped clean up, Hyatt yawned. I'm turning in, he said. Don't stay up too late, alright? I won't, Kagami promised. Good night, brother. Hyatt ruffled Kagami's hair affectionately, sending a warm pulse through their connecting threads. Get some rest. And try not to overthink things too much, okay? Kagami nodded, smiling a bit as he headed to his room. Getting ready for bed, he kept glancing at the covered breeding box in the corner. The spider inside was quiet, but he could almost feel its presence, like a weight on his mind. What's happening to me? He wondered as he fell asleep. The dream came swiftly, dragging Kagami into its depths with merciless force. He found himself sinking in a vast, dark ocean. The water was thick and red, more like blood than seawater. The pressure was intense, threatening to crush him. Creak. Creak. His joints protested as he tried to swim upward, but his limbs felt heavy, unresponsive. Each stroke seemed to pull him deeper into the abyss. Thump thump, thump thump, his heart pounded in his ears. In the darkness below, something stirred. A massive shape, indistinct but undeniably there. He felt a presence, ancient and malevolent, turning its attention towards him. Tendrils of darkness reached up, wrapping around his ankles. They were cold, so cold they burned. Kagami tried to scream, but only bubbles escaped his mouth. Blub, blub, blub. The thing in the depths pulled, and he felt himself being dragged down. The pressure increased, threatening to burst his eardrums. His lungs burned, screaming for air. Just as he thought all was lost, a glimmer caught his eye. The same strand of silvery web drifted through the water, catching the faint light from above. Without thinking, Kagami grabbed it again. He pulled himself up, fighting against the thing that tried to drag him down. The tendrils tightened their grip, refusing to let go. For a moment, he was suspended between two forces, the web pulling him up, the darkness dragging him down. He felt as if he might be torn apart. With a final, desperate surge of strength, Kagami kicked free of the tendrils. The web yanked him upward with incredible force, the sudden acceleration making his ears pop. Whoosh! He broke the surface with a gasp, coughing and sputtering. The taste of copper lingered on his tongue, making him gag. Before him stood the same giant spider, its human-like face more agitated than ever. You are not ready, it said. But he is greedy and interfering. We cannot speak here, in the dream realm. It is his domain, and he listens. Kagami tried to ask who he was, but no sound came out. His throat felt raw, as if he'd been screaming for hours. The spider's eyes fixed on him. "Seek out my avatar. We have much to discuss, and little time." The boundaries between worlds are thinning, and the old ones stir. The dream began to fade, the spider's form dissolving into mist. As he felt himself being pulled back to consciousness, he heard one last whispered warning, "Beware the call of Cthulhu, for his madness knows no bounds." Gasp! Kagami jolted awake, his heart pounding and his sheets drenched in sweat. "Pa! Pa! What the hell?" he gasped, his eyes darting around the room. The shadows in the corners seemed deeper, more menacing than usual. Tick, tick, tick. The clock on his wall seemed unnaturally loud in the silence. The first rays of dawn were just beginning to peek through his window, painting the room in a pale light. His mind swirled with questions, each more unsettling than the last. "What are the old ones?" he whispered to himself. "Who was the spider? This Cthulhu again?" As he sat up, trying to calm his racing heart, a realization struck him. "Seek out my avatar," the spider in his dream had said. Could it be? His gaze fell on the covered breeding box in the corner of his room. He hesitated, torn between curiosity and caution. This is crazy, Kagami thought. It was just a dream. Just a dream. But even as he thought this, he found himself standing up, drawn inexorably towards the breeding box. Creak. The floorboard protested under his foot, and he froze, irrationally afraid of waking the spider. What am I doing? He wondered. Am I losing my mind? In that moment, the breeding box seemed to loom larger in his perception, as if it contained not just a spider, but all the answers to the mysteries that plagued him. I have to know, Kagami thought. Shaking off his doubts, he padded over to the breeding box, his bare feet silent on the tatami mats. The wood felt cool under his touch as he carefully lifted the lid, revealing the spider within. Scratch, scratch. The spider's legs moved with hypnotic precision, weaving its web. In just a month, it had grown from palm size to something that could no longer be held in one hand. Its body was a deep, lustrous black, with patterns that seemed to shift and change if you looked at them too long. But it wasn't just the size or appearance that set this spider apart. There was something different about it. Are you the avatar? Kagami whispered, feeling slightly foolish even as the words left his mouth. The spider paused in its weaving, turning to face him with deliberate slowness. For a moment, he could have sworn he saw a flicker of intelligence in its cluster of eyes, a spark of recognition. But then it resumed its work, ignoring him completely. He frowned, disappointment and relief warring within him. Had it all been just a dream? Am I seeing things that aren't there? Maybe Hyatt is right, he thought. Maybe I do need to stop overthinking and get more rest. As he was about to replace the cover, he noticed how cluttered the breeding box had become with excess webbing. Avatar or not, the spider still needed a clean living space. Well, might as well make myself useful, he murmured, reaching for the cleaning stick. Good morning, Kagami said softly, more to himself than to the spider. As he began to clear away the excess webbing, he found himself drawn to the spider's eyes. There was something captivating about them. He leaned in closer, his own eyes widening as he noticed something strange. The spider's eyes weren't the simple, glossy black orbs he'd expected. They seemed to be moving, swirling, like miniature whirlpools of darkness. Chapter 56, Atlaknaka. A sudden force gripped Kagami's core, yanking him sideways through reality. The world bled together like watercolors in the rain. His eyes, locked on the spider, refused to obey his desperate attempts to look away. Whoosh! Reality snapped back into focus. Kagami found himself surrounded by darkness, broken only by an intricate lacework of webs that pulsed with an otherworldly glow, stretching beyond his vision in every direction. At the nexus of this impossible structure loomed a colossal arachnid. Its chitinous body bore a grotesque human visage, the same face he had seen in his dream. At last, you've arrived. The words reverberated through his mind, bypassing his ears entirely. I've awaited your readiness, young one. Kagami's muscles tensed, his stance shifting imperceptibly into a defensive posture. Identify yourself, he demanded. The human features on the spider's face contorted into a smile, somehow both achingly familiar and profoundly wrong. I am Atlaknaka, one of the great old ones. And the spider you tend to in your waking hours. It is an extension of my will, a fragment of my being in your world. Kagami's fingers twitched, grasping for the reassuring weight of a kunai that wasn't there. He swallowed hard. Why have you brought me here? The creature's face rippled, features rearranging into what might have been mirth. You possess a rare gift, the ability to perceive beyond the veil of mundane reality. Already, you've tasted power beyond mortal comprehension. But oh, there are oceans of knowledge yet unexplored. The cavern seemed to shift, the webs rearranging themselves to form images. Kagami's eyes darted from one impossible sight to another, his analytical mind struggling to process the information overload. What? What am I witnessing? What you see is the dreamlands, Atlaknaka explained. A parallel world formed by human consciousness and imagination. It exists alongside your reality, governed by different laws, accessible only through dreams. Or to those with the right knowledge. The cavern erupted into a kaleidoscope of shifting realities. Kagami's breath caught in his throat, his carefully cultivated composure cracking. Incredible, he whispered, overwhelming his usual stoicism. And dangerous, Atlaknaka warned, its tone growing grave. The dreamlands are not just a realm of wonder. They are also a battleground. Some entities seek to use this realm for their own ends. Cthulhu, for instance, can appear in dreams, influencing mortals and spreading his madness. At the mention of Cthulhu, Kagami's eyebrows raised slightly. Is this why you're telling me all this? To warn me? Atlaknaka's human face took on a solemn expression. To warn you, yes. But also to prepare you. You have a role to play, little one. The knowledge I offer can help you navigate the dangers ahead. A lifetime of feeling different, of sensing a greater destiny, crystallized in this moment. Yet the scope of what lay before him dwarfed even his loftiest ambitions. The webs shifted again, forming a new image. His breath caught as he recognized a familiar face. Brother? He whispered, watching as the image of Hayate flickered in the webs. Atlaknaka's voice took on a somber tone. In 12 years' time, he will die. What? How? But after a pause, he forced his voice to remain steady. Is there a way to alter this outcome? What actions must I take? Something ancient and unknowable flickered in the depths of the great old one's gaze. The future is not set in stone, little one. But to change it, one must have power. Knowledge. The ability to see and manipulate the threads of fate. Kagami nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful. And you? You can teach me these things? I can show you the path, Atlaknaka replied. But the journey is yours to make. The power you seek comes at a price. What kind of price? Kagami asked calmly. The cavern seemed to darken, the webs pulsing with an eerie light. To gain the sight, you must be willing to see. To wield power over fate, you must be willing to sacrifice. Are you prepared for that, little one? Kagami's fists clenched at his sides, his mind weighing the possibilities. After a long moment, he spoke. I need time to think. Atlaknaka's human face nodded, an almost paternal expression crossing its features. Wise. Do not rush into bargains with forces beyond your understanding. For now, keep nurturing my avatar in your world, it continued. It will serve as a conduit for knowledge and power. But know this, the offer remains open. When you are ready, you need only reach out through my avatar. The cavern began to blur, the webs unraveling around them. Kagami felt the pulling sensation again, this time drawing him back to his own world. Remember, little one, Atlaknaka's voice echoed as the vision faded. The line between dream and reality is thinner than most believe. Tread carefully. Wait, the word had barely left Kagami's lips before reality began to unravel around him. Kagami blinked, disoriented. He stood before the spider's breeding box in his room again. He hummed, a thoughtful expression on his face. Time flows differently there. Useful to know. His fingers traced the edge of the breeding box, his mind replaying the encounter. The power Atlaknaka offered was tempting, but he knew better than to rush into deals with entities he didn't fully understand. You're quite the interesting little creature, aren't you? He murmured to the spider, which had resumed its normal movements. He splashed cold water on his face, trying to shake off the lingering sensations of the vision. The mirror reflected a face he barely recognized, young and unremarkable, yet marked by an intensity in his eyes that hadn't been there before. Eyes that had seen things no one else in the village could even imagine. As he dressed, a wry smile played on his lips. If brother knew what was really in there. The image of his brother attempting to dispose of the spider brought a wry smile to Kagami's face. He'd probably try to get rid of it, he muttered to himself, chuckling softly. He made his way to the kitchen. As expected, Hayate was already gone, leaving behind a covered breakfast plate and a note. His brother had been taking more missions outside the village lately, leaving him alone more often than not. TCH. Another mission, he grunted, unfolding the note as he sat down to eat. Kagami, got called out on another mission. Should be back in a few days. Stay safe and keep up with your training. Hayate PS There's money for food in the usual spot if you need it. He paused his chopsticks halfway to his mouth as he read the note. He set them down, a strange feeling washing over him. On one hand, his brother's absence meant more freedom to pursue his own interests. On the other, I should be worried, I suppose, but... He mused thoughtfully. Then, he remembered the vision Atlaknaka had shown him. 12 years, he murmured. Is that all the time we have? A bitter laugh escaped him. Strange, how comforting that knowledge is. He shook his head, picking up his chopsticks again. Maybe I am turning into a monster after all. As he finished his breakfast, his eyes lost focus as he reached out with his mind, searching for Itachi through the spider's vision. Found you, he muttered. A frown creased his brow. The connection to the spider pulsed with more clarity, and there, almost invisible, a gossamer strand linked his consciousness to the creature's. This power. It's not mine. Kagami pushed away from the table, pacing restlessly. His fingers raked through his hair as his mind grappled with the implications. These abilities. They're not mine. They're from Itlagneka. He stopped in front of the window, staring out at the village without really seeing it. Part of him felt let down. He had hoped these powers were innately his. But another part. The source is irrelevant. What matters is how I wield it. He addressed the empty room. He then approached the breeding box. His fingers hovered over the glass. Show me your secrets, little one. We have much to accomplish. As his fingers touched the cool surface, he felt a faint vibration. The spider inside twitched, its legs moving in a complex pattern. For a heartbeat, the glass surface rippled, revealing a glimpse of the endless, web-shrouded shinobi world. He smiled as he surveyed his room. Indeed, what a promising morning this is. The spider in the box tapped its leg once, as if in agreement. Tap. Kagami's smile widened. Oh yes, this was going to be interesting indeed. Chapter 57, Thread of Destiny. The young Uchiha was making his way through the compound, his baby brother securely fastened to his back. Kagami focused, and the threads connecting Itachi to others became visible. Each thread linking Itachi to a new Uchiha clan member had two colors. The primary color varied, but underneath ran a constant, ominous dark crimson. A group of Uchiha children played nearby. Their ball flew towards Itachi, who caught it smoothly and kicked it back. Join us, Itachi. A boy called out, waving enthusiastically. Itachi smiled faintly. Not today. I'm taking Sasuke to the lake. Oh, come on. Another child chimed in. Just for a little while? Maybe next time, Itachi replied, his voice gentle but firm. The threads connecting Itachi to the children were bright yellow, symbolizing innocence. But that dark crimson lurked beneath, unsettling Kagami. As Itachi walked on, an elderly woman struggled with her groceries. Just as the bag slipped, he steadied it. Allow me, he said, taking the bag. The old woman beamed. Such a good boy. Your parents must be proud. His expression flickered. Thank you. Where should I take these? Oh, just to my house there, she pointed. You're so kind, Itachi. Their thread was soft gray tinged with fondness, but that same crimson underlay remained. Kagami frowned, puzzled by this pattern. Why is that crimson always there? What could it mean? He shifted his focus to another spider, this one perched near the lake. From this new vantage point, he watched Itachi approach, passing some teens practicing fire jutsu. They paused, nodding respectfully. Itachi-san, one of them called out. Your fireball technique is impressive. Any tips? Itachi paused, considering. Focus on your breath control. The jutsu starts in your lungs, not your hands. The teens nodded, their threads to Itachi mixing gold admiration and blue respect, yet the crimson persisted underneath. Strange. It's like Itachi's future holds conflict with the entire clan, regardless of age or relationship. At the lakeside, Itachi glanced at Sasuke. Hold tight, little brother. Let's have some fun. He broke into a sprint, moving so smoothly that Sasuke wasn't jostled. The baby's laughter rang out, and a genuine smile spread across Itachi's face. We. Sasuke squealed, his tiny hands gripping Itachi's shirt. Kagami leaned in, curious about the brother's thread. To his surprise, it glowed pure, vibrant gold, pulsing with love and protection. He had never seen a thread so bright or so strong. It lacked the dark crimson undertone present in all of Itachi's other Uchiha connections. He really would do anything for his little brother. Itachi slowed, carefully setting Sasuke on the grass. Did you like that? When you're bigger, I'll teach you to run even faster. For now, how about skipping stones? He picked up a smooth, flat stone and sent it bouncing across the lake's surface. See, Sasuke? The trick is in the wrist. You have to. Suddenly, Itachi doubled over in a violent coughing fit. Hack. 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 Kagami watched in alarm as the golden thread to Sasuke flickered, briefly overshadowed by sickly, dark threads emanating from within Itachi himself. As the fit subsided, he straightened, breathing hard. He looked at Sasuke, relief washing over him as he saw the baby was unharmed and oblivious. Sorry, Sasuke, he whispered hoarsely. Didn't mean to scare you. Kagami frowned at what he saw. So even the prodigy Itachi isn't immune to illness. Just like I ate. And me, if I'm not careful. The realization was oddly comforting. Then, Kagami's consciousness jumped to a spider on the Uchiha main house, just as Itachi approached with Sasuke. Mikoto emerged, smiling warmly. "There are my boys," she called. "Enjoyed your walk?" Kagami observed their thread, soft pink for maternal love, but even here, that dark crimson was present, albeit fainter. Itachi managed a small smile. "Yes, mother. I showed Sasuke the lake." As he handed Sasuke over, Mikoto's eyes widened in alarm. "Itachi, is that blood on your shirt?" Kagami zoomed in, noticing small red stains on Itachi's collar. Mikoto's thread vibrated with worry, shot through with anxious yellow. The underlying crimson intensified. Itachi glanced down, then quickly looked away. Guilt flashed in his eyes. "It's nothing. I bit my tongue earlier." Mikoto frowned. "Itachi, please. Don't pretend. This isn't the first time, is it?" Itachi remained silent, eyes fixed on the ground. The threads around him darkened, a complex web of duty, love, and something else. Mikoto shifted Sasuke to one arm and gently tilted Itachi's chin up. "You're pushing too hard. The clan expectations, your training. It's too much, especially with your condition." "I can handle it, mother. I have to. For the clan, for the village. For Sasuke," Itachi said calmly. "But at what cost, Itachi?" Mikoto's voice was soft, filled with concern. "Whatever it takes," Itachi whispered. The surrounding threads shifted dramatically. Primary colors intensified, nearly eclipsing the dark crimson underlay. But Kagami could still see it there, a constant reminder of some future conflict or tragedy. He pulled back from the spider network. What does it all mean? Kagami wondered, still trying to process what he'd seen. And those dark red threads, connecting him to every Uchiha except Sasuke. He stood up slowly, feeling a bit dizzy from the prolonged use of his ability. Suddenly, the world spun around him, colors blurring together. "That's strange," Kagami thought, blinking rapidly. "My vision's never been this affected before." He rubbed his eyes, trying to clear them. When he pulled his hands away, he noticed they were wet. At first, he assumed it was just tears from fatigue, but as he looked closer, his heart skipped a beat. "Is that blood?" A sharp pain lanced through his head, causing him to wince. It felt like someone was driving a hot needle into his skull, right behind his eyes. "Arg!" Kagami groaned, pressing his palms against his temples. The pain intensified, spreading like wildfire through his head. "What's happening to me? Is this because of the ability? Have I pushed it too far?" He staggered, leaning against a nearby wall for support. For a moment, he thought he could still see the threads connecting people, but they were distorted. "No, no, no," squeezing his eyes shut. "It won't stop." Slowly, agonizingly, the pain began to subside. The world stopped spinning, and when Kagami opened his eyes, his vision had mostly returned to normal. A few spots of color danced at the edges of his sight, but they were fading quickly. He took a deep, shaky breath. That was intense. As the last vestiges of pain faded, he found himself grappling with a new fear. What if this happens again? What if it gets worse? Am I damaging my eyes? Or my mind? He wiped the blood from his face, trying to compose himself. "I need to be more careful," he realized. "This ability. It's powerful, but it comes at a cost. I can't let my curiosity overwhelm my common sense." Kagami pushed himself off the wall, testing his balance. He felt weak, but the dizziness had passed. "I need to watch this closely. One step at a time. I'll get stronger. I'll learn to control this." With a final deep breath, Kagami gathered his things and headed out. As he walked through the quiet morning streets, Kagami reflected on his friendship with the young Onizuka. She's a good training partner. And it's nice to have someone who doesn't ask too many questions. He'd been watching Deodara and Akatsuchi closely in Hidden Stones Village, and the earth-style jutsu he'd gleaned from them could prove invaluable, if he mastered it. And with Hana's help, his taijutsu was improving steadily. "I may not be a prodigy, but I've my spiders." Lost in thought, Kagami almost missed the commotion ahead. A baby was wailing, its cries filling the street. The mother, a young woman with tired eyes, bounced the infant gently, trying to soothe it. "SHH, SHH, she cooed. It's okay, sweetie. Mommy's here." Kagami paused, watching the scene unfold. The baby's face was scrunched up, red with effort as it screamed. Why is it crying? It doesn't even know what real suffering is yet. He blinked, startled by his own thoughts. Where had that come from? The child cries because it knows nothing else, his mind continued. Ignorance is bliss, they say. But knowledge is a curse. Kagami shook his head, trying to dispel the dark musings. This wasn't like him. He'd never thought this way before. Is this because of what I saw? The threads? Am I changing? Becoming something else? Fear gripped him. He'd always wanted to be stronger, to know more. But at what cost? I need to be careful, Kagami realized. The color vision. I can't use it too often. He hurried past the mother and child, trying to focus on his upcoming training session with Hana. As he neared the Inuzuka compound, Kagami took a deep breath, centering himself. Focus on the present. One step at a time. That's how I'll get stronger. He was so lost in thought that he didn't notice the figure emerging from a nearby bar until it was too late. Kagami collided with a tall man, the impact sending him to the ground. Ow, Kagami muttered, looking up at the man. The morning sun silhouetted him, making it hard to see his face, but the red cloak and tea-colored kimono were unmistakable. His eyes widened in recognition. Toad Sage. The man turned, seeming to notice Kagami for the first time. A grin spread across his face, and he struck a dramatic pose. Toad Sage is just a title I use to conceal my identity, he declared, his voice booming in the quiet street. Want to know the truth? I am the white-haired shinobi of Mount Mayabaku, undefeated across the land, Jiraiya. Chapter 58, The Stealth Spider's first mission. Jiraiya's introduction, coupled with his exaggerated gestures, was somewhat impressive, but it was interrupted by an ill-timed burp. Burp. His face reddened slightly. Oops, excuse me. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched his head and extended a hand to help Kagami up from the ground. Sorry about that, kid. You okay? Kagami nodded, accepting the help. No worries. I should be the one apologizing for being so careless. Haha, don't sweat it, kid. It takes more than a bump to bring down the great Jiraiya. He struck another pose, grinning widely. Kagami couldn't help but smile at the legendary ninja's antics. Being treated with such respect by a child from the village made Jiraiya feel quite pleased with himself, and he burst into hearty laughter. Of course I am. Now, run along, kid. And remember, always keep your eyes open, you never know when you might run into greatness. But just as he was about to lower his head and compliment the polite child in front of him once more, he realized that there was no one around. Jiraiya glanced around but couldn't find the kid anywhere. Huh? Where'd he go? Reflecting on it, the child had instinctively recognized him as the Toad Sage upon seeing his face. How did that kid know I was the Toad Sage? Jiraiya wondered. Although he was quite famous, it had been years since he last visited the village, and to be recognized by a child he'd never met right after returning was odd. Could it be? Haha, I didn't expect that the name of Lord Jiraiya is still well known in the village, even among the kids, Jiraiya said, pleased with himself as he walked away, pushing his doubts aside. Meanwhile, around the corner of the bar, he was pressed tightly against the wall, his heart pounding. Thump thump, thump thump. As Jiraiya's footsteps faded into the distance, he slowly peered around the corner. The street was empty now, save for a few early morning vendors setting up their stalls. That was close, Kagami muttered, sliding down the wall. I can't believe Jiraiya's back. But why now? After falling earlier and suddenly seeing Jiraiya, he had been so shocked that he accidentally blurted out one of Jiraiya's sage titles. This was a major mistake. I'm just a kid, an ordinary resident. I shouldn't know things that other ordinary people don't know. His head began to throb, a dull ache building behind his eyes. At the very least, I shouldn't let them know that I know things they think I don't know. Suddenly, the pain intensified. NGH. Kagami clutched his head, his vision blurring. He blinked hard, trying to focus. The world around him seemed to shift, and he found himself surrounded by webs, countless, shimmering webs stretching as far as he could see. What's happening? He gasped, his eyes darting from web to web. Each web seemed to show a different scene, like windows into other worlds or times. He reached out, his fingers passing through the nearest thread. As he touched it, a scene flickered to life before his eyes. There was Orochimaru, his face twisted in pain and rage, blood seeping from a wound in his side. The third Hokage stood before him. Why, Orochimaru? The old man demanded. What have you done? But that wasn't right. Kagami had seen Orochimaru leave the village himself, and the Sannin hadn't been injured at all. Which is real? He whispered as he pulled his hand off the web. In another web, he saw Jiraiya, much younger, standing with Orochimaru and a blonde woman. They were laughing together, a team united. The pain in his head grew stronger. He squeezed his eyes shut, willing the visions to stop. When he opened them again, he was back in the alley, the webs gone. His breathing was heavy, and sweat beaded on his forehead. These visions. They're getting more intense, Kagami murmured, slowly getting to his feet. But why? And what do they mean? Shaking his head to clear it, Kagami focused on the present. Thankfully, Jiraiya had just had a drink and wasn't very alert. Otherwise, he might have questioned how a small child in the village could recognize his face and even call him by that title. In a normal situation, a ninja would likely suspect that such a child might be a spy infiltrating the village. Thank goodness for Jiraiya's self-importance. Normally, Jiraiya should be tracking Orochimaru and trying to bring him back. But how did he know that? Another piece of knowledge that seemed to come from nowhere, like the scenes in the webs. Kagami frowned, trying to make sense of it all. He rubbed his temples, feeling another headache coming on. He needed to focus on what he knew for certain. In the current situation, Orochimaru had indeed defected from Hidden Leaf Village. This time, his escape was deliberate and premeditated. Unlike the scene he had seen in the web, where Orochimaru fled after being discovered and injured by the third Hokage, this time Hidden Leaf Village was completely caught off guard by Orochimaru's escape. Even Jiraiya wouldn't be able to track Orochimaru without sufficient information. But knowing Jiraiya's loyalty to his old comrade, he would pursue Orochimaru to the ends of the earth, even if it meant chasing him until they met face to face. Yet now, Jiraiya had unexpectedly returned to Hidden Leaf Village, unable to catch up with Snake Sanin, which left Kagami puzzled. To find out why Jiraiya had returned to the village, he had just taken a bold step by tossing one of his trained spiders onto Jiraiya. This was a technique Kagami had developed to maximize the effectiveness of his spider vision ability, mainly for gathering intelligence on moving targets. The weakness of spider vision was that it struggled to track moving targets effectively. However, by placing a spider directly on the target, no matter how the target moved, as long as the spider didn't fall off, he could monitor the target's movements anytime, anywhere. Kagami had researched extensively and finally selected a type of spider called the stealth spider. It's the smallest spider in the world, measuring only 0.43 millimeters in length, with a strong vitality that allows it to survive up to 2 months without food or water. Due to its lighter weight and tiny body, the stealth spider is difficult to detect when attached to a target and hard to shake off. To ensure the stealth spider could be quickly placed on a target, Kagami kept it on his wrist. There's a tiny hollow in the wrist that is perfect for hiding the tiny spider, and it was small enough to hold just one. Maintaining this spider on his wrist without it falling off or being accidentally crushed was challenging at first, and many stealth spiders died during the first month. "Sorry, little guys," he whispered, remembering the fallen spiders. However, Kagami had now mastered this technique, and the stealth spider could stay on his wrist without dying. With his ability to control spiders, he could easily place it on a target with a simple touch. He had already tested this technique many times on his brother and his classmates. But this was the first time he had targeted one of the 3 legendary ninjas, Jiraiya. When the Sannin helped him up earlier, the stealth spider had already been placed on him. "Let's see where you're headed, Jiraiya." After leaving the commercial street, Jiraiya headed straight to the Hokage's office. Standing in front of the Hokage building, his expression suddenly became serious, and the signs of drunkenness disappeared instantly. Even though he had gone to the commercial street for fun as soon as he returned to Hidden Leaf Village, he knew how to separate business from pleasure. When it's time to drink, he drinks. When it's time to be serious, he's serious, Kagami observed through his spider's eyes. That's what makes him a true shinobi. The gates to the Hokage's building were still closed, but Jiraiya had no intention of entering through the front door. With a couple of quick leaps, he landed on the outer wall of the Hokage's office, then steadied himself on the ledge outside the window of the Hokage's room. Tap, tap. His feet landed softly on the ledge. Inside, Hiruzen was engrossed in his work, the scratch of his pen on paper the only sound in the room. Seeing that his teacher was still in good health and hadn't been too affected by Orochimaru's departure, Jiraiya smiled. Jiraiya. Even without turning around, Hiruzen had sensed the familiar presence outside the window. Jiraiya hopped in through the window and waved at him. "Old man, you're still in pretty good shape, huh?" Hiruzen, long accustomed to Jiraiya's antics, simply smiled and said, "So-so. What brings you back to the village?" Jiraiya's expression turned serious. "I've gathered some intel in the Land of Water." Hiruzen set down his pen, giving Jiraiya his full attention. "Go on. The spy you sent has been killed. The one who got him was a ninja from Kiri, Momoki Zabuza." Hearing this, Hiruzen paused, a shadow crossing his face. The mission of a spy ninja is extremely dangerous, so dying at the hands of the enemy is to be expected. "Rest in peace, Kamade," Hiruzen thought silently. "And there's one more thing. The Great Toad Sage's prophecy." Jiraiya continued, his voice low and grave. Chapter 59, The Prophecy Clink. The pipe slipped from Hiruzen's grasp and hit the desk with a sharp clank. Creak. He leaned back, and his old chair creaked under him. Every battle, every tough call, seemed to weigh on him at once. He reached for his fallen pipe. He lit it with a quick-fire jutsu, thinking about the old sage. Puff. Puff. Smoke curled upwards, forming shapes that seemed to mock him, reminding him of all he didn't know, couldn't control. Gamaru, he murmured. The great toad sage. Jiraiya's eyebrow corked up. Sensei? Remember when Gamaru foresaw the child of prophecy? Hiruzen asked his former student. A cloud of smoke drifted from his lips, hanging in the air between. Jiraiya's eyes softened at the memory. How could I forget? The one who would bring great change to the ninja world. He chuckled, but there was no humor in it. We thought it might be Minato. Ah, Minato, Hiruzen sighed. He certainly changed Hidden Leaf Village, sacrificing himself to save us all. Tick. Tock. Tick. Tock. In the quiet, the clock's ticking seemed to echo. Yeah, Jiraiya said, looking off into space. He shook his head and cracked a sad smile. But the old toad said the child of prophecy is still to come. He shook his head, a wry smile playing on his lips. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Hiruzen nodded and took another drag from his pipe. The smoke swirled, forming shapes that looked almost like reaching hands. He blinked, dispelling the illusion. And what of your students from Hidden Rain Village? He asked, his tone carefully neutral. Any word on them? Jiraiya's face darkened. Nothing concrete. No information? Or is he? Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. No, Jiraiya wouldn't. He studied his former student, standing before him. Jiraiya had said one of his students might have the Rinnegan, eyes only the Sage of Six Paths was supposed to have. Neither spoke for a while, both avoiding the big questions. Finally, he cleared his throat. Show me his message, Jiraiya. Jiraiya bit his thumb, formed a series of hand seals, and slammed his palm on the floor. Summoning jutsu. Poof. Smoke filled the room, making Hiruzen's eyes water. As it cleared, a massive scroll appeared, nearly as tall as Jiraiya himself. Oh, if, Jiraiya grunted, lifting the scroll onto Hiruzen's desk. This thing's heavier than I remember. Thud. The scroll landed on the desk, scattering papers. Jiraiya unrolled it, revealing a single word scrawled in blood-red strokes. Danger. Hiruzen frowned, leaning forward to examine the scroll. This is unusual. Nothing new, Jiraiya said, shaking his head. The old toad's never been this direct before. Usually, it's all riddles and metaphors. The third Hokage ran a hand over his face, feeling the deep wrinkles there. What exactly did he say, Jiraiya? It's not just what he said, sensei. It's how he said it. Jiraiya replied. I've never seen the old toad so scared. Hiruzen's pipe nearly slipped from his fingers again. Scared? Jiraiya nodded grimly. He was shaking, sensei. Actually shaking. Impossible. The sage had seen the rise and fall of nations, witnessed the birth of the ninja world itself. What could possibly frighten such a being? Tell me everything, Jiraiya, Hiruzen urged. Word for word if you can. Jiraiya's usual jolly demeanor vanished like smoke in the wind. He closed his eyes, his face scrunching in concentration. When he spoke, his voice was low and grave. Listen well, young one, for the future unravels before my eyes. Long before humans drew their first breath, a power beyond understanding ruled this world. Tap. 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 Hiruzen's fingers drummed against his desk, his only outward sign of agitation. This ancient force slept as humans grew, waking only in brief moments. But now, it stirs. The barrier between worlds weakens, and what was once locked away seeks freedom. Humans live on an island of ignorance, surrounded by a sea of unknown terrors. They think they've mastered the world. But truths hide in the darkness, truths that could break minds and twist reality. Scrape. Hiruzen stood, his sandals scuffing against the floor as he paced. This force. Did the sage say anything else? Anything we can use? Jiraiya slumped into a chair, suddenly looking as old as Hiruzen felt. Not much. Just that it's old, powerful, and alien. Whatever's coming, it's going to affect everyone and everything. Hiruzen puffed on his pipe. People called him the professor and the strongest Hokage, but his real power was what he knew, not his jutsu. He had studied countless techniques, delved deep into the history of the founding villages. But this was beyond anything he had encountered. The history we know, Hiruzen mused aloud, only goes back to the era of the Sage of Six Paths. But this prophecy, it speaks of a time before that. A blank history. Jiraiya leaned forward, his eyes intent. You think there's a connection? Hiruzen nodded slowly. It's the unknown that's most terrifying, Jiraiya. Our fear stems from what we don't understand. He paused, his brow furrowing. And if someone as ancient as Gamaru knows so little about this force, then we're in deep trouble, Jiraiya finished. Thump. Thump. Hiruzen's heart seemed to echo in his ears as a thought struck him. That statue, he muttered. Statue? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Hiruzen took a deep breath. A few months ago, a strange statue turned up in the land of water. It had powers. Powers beyond any jutsu we've seen. You think it's connected to this prophecy? Jiraiya asked, leaning forward. I fear it may be just the beginning, Hiruzen replied, his voice heavy. If only we had studied it more closely before. Before what? Jiraiya pressed. Hiruzen hesitated, the word sticking in his throat. Before Orochimaru took it. Crack. The arms of Jiraiya's chair splintered under his grip. Orochimaru? He growled, his face contorting with anger and disbelief. That snake has the statue? Hiruzen nodded, his face full of regret. I didn't think it mattered much back then. Jiraiya jumped up, hands balled into fists. I'll track him down. Watch yourself, Jiraiya, Hiruzen said. We're in unknown territory here. This power is dangerous. Jiraiya grinned, some of his usual swagger returning. Hey, I've faced down Hanzo the salamander. How bad could some crusty old statue be? But his smile faded as he glanced at the blood-red warning on the scroll still lying on Hiruzen's desk. For a moment, Jiraiya looked older than Hiruzen had ever seen him. I'll be careful, he said quietly. Hiruzen nodded, turning to gaze out the window. Below, the village bustled with life. Children laughed, civilians went about their day, and leapt from roof to roof. All of them blissfully unaware of the storm gathering on the horizon. Go, Jiraiya, Hiruzen ordered, his voice firm. Find Orochimaru and that statue. I'll dig through every old text we have. There must be some clue about this power. Jiraiya moved towards the door, then paused. Sensei. What if we can't stop it? What if this is bigger than anything we can handle? Hiruzen turned back to his former student. Then we'll face it together, as we always have. The will of fire burns bright in Hidden Leaf Village. We won't go down without a fight. Jiraiya nodded, a small smile on his face. Right. Well, I'm off then. Try not to let this prophecy business cut into your research time, old man. Hiruzen nearly slipped, catching himself on the edge of his desk. He glared at Jiraiya, but his eyes twinkled a bit. Jiraiya, he called as the Sannin was about to leap out the window. Be discreet. We can't afford to cause a panic. Jiraiya nodded, his face solemn once more. Don't worry. I'll be sneaky as a shadow. He winked, and vanished in a swirl of leaves. Whoosh! A gust blew the leaves across the floor. He turned back to the window and saw his tired face reflected there. He slumped back in his chair, sighing. What are you plotting, Orochimaru? The pipe smoke twisted up, almost like grasping hands. Hiruzen didn't try to shake off the weird image this time. He had a lot of work to do, and the world's fate might depend on it. Tick. Tock. Tick. Tock. The clock kept ticking, counting down to a future even the great Toad Sage couldn't see clearly. Chapter 60, The Mountain Far Away. In the secluded training grounds of the Inuzuka family, Kagami's focus was interrupted by a flicker within his spider's web of vision. The source? A prophecy from the great Toad Sage. As the vision faded, he was confused. A Toad Sage? He muttered, puzzled. What's that supposed to be? He wanted to laugh it off, but the Hokage's serious face made him think twice. Their reaction suggested this wasn't just some random amphibian spouting nonsense. Maybe there's more to this Toad Sage. The Hokage seemed to take it seriously. And if he believes it? His thoughts drifted to the content of the prophecy. The toad had come dangerously close to naming these powers the Old Ones. How could this toad know about the Old Ones? The term referred to entities so ancient, so powerful, that even Kagami, with his unusual connection to Adlaknaka, could barely grasp their true nature. Billions of years, he whispered. The Old Ones ruled everything billions of years ago. Before this world, before everything. The fact that the toad had foreseen their existence at all was impressive. It lent credibility to the local myths and legends he had previously dismissed. As he thought of the prophecy, a strange feeling began to well up inside him. A sense of superiority, of being above it all. He found himself looking down on the Hokage and the others for their limited understanding. They're all so blind, he smirked. They can't see the big picture. Not like I can. The smirk faded as quickly as it had appeared. He blinked, confusion replacing the arrogance. Wait, what am I thinking? Weird. Where'd that come from? He shook his head, trying to clear the unfamiliar thoughts. Why am I acting like this? I've never felt superior to the Hokage before. He's one of the strongest ninja in the village. Kagami was searching for an explanation. Adlaknaka? The spider god could be messing with his head, making him more arrogant and dismissive of others. But as he examined the feeling more closely, he realized it didn't quite fit. The arrogance felt different. More human, somehow. Not like the alien presence of Adlaknaka at all. No, this is something else. But what? And why now? Pushing the thoughts aside for the moment, he refocused on the prophecy. The Toad Sage had seen the essence of the Old One's power but had missed a crucial detail, the catalyst that brought that power into this world. Me. I'm the reason this power is here. My connection to Adlaknaka opened the door. He paused, considering the possibilities. Or did it? Am I giving myself too much credit? Kagami shook his head, frustrated by his own uncertainty. I've always felt I was meant for something bigger. Why can't this be it? The prophecy, in its incomplete state, had inadvertently provided him with cover. It suggested that the power wasn't tied to any one person, but rather a force that had been overlooked for generations. This could work in my favor. No one would suspect a kid my age of being connected to some ancient power. A plan began to form in his mind. He'd play along with the prophecy. If these were powers from the Old Ones, then surely there must have been other intelligent beings before humans arrived on the scene. What if humans weren't the first advanced civilization here? What if there were others, long before us, who ruled this world? He grinned, the possibilities seeming endless. No one can picture what those ancient species looked like. They've faded into history. But now I might be able to bring them back. To make these ideas real. Kagami's thoughts were interrupted by a cool breeze. He blinked, suddenly aware of his surroundings again. The training ground seemed smaller now, less significant in the face of the vast cosmic forces he was contemplating. As he stood up, brushing dirt from his clothes, he made a decision. He would need to play his cards close to his chest. But he would also need to push forward and see where it led him. I need to know more. About the Old Ones, about this power. And about myself. Why am I changing? What am I becoming? Meanwhile, in the extreme northern reaches of the Land of Snow, 16 figures trudged through an endless white wasteland. Fierce winds whipped snow and ice at their thick winter clothes, battering them endlessly. Yoshiro, leading the group, squinted against the cold wind. Keep going. We'll reach the rest spot before dark. His muffled voice barely carried over the storm. The team gripped a strong rope to stay together in the blinding snow. His mind wandered to their mission, Princess Koki's dream of a geothermal generator at the northernmost point. It could change everything for the Land of Snow. Himeko, the team's geologist, moved beside him. This storm is getting worse, she shouted. You sure we're headed the right way? Yoshiro nodded, projecting more confidence than he felt. Trust the compass. We've come too far to turn back now. Himeko stumbled, catching herself. You said that an hour ago. He didn't respond. The storm had thrown off his calculations, and the terrain was proving more challenging than expected. We should have waited out the storm. But there's no turning back now. Each step was a battle against the elements. Kenji felt his foot slip on hidden ice. His heart leaped as he desperately tried to regain balance. Whoa! He cried out. Takeshi, right behind him, grabbed his pack. I got you, he grunted, steadying the younger man. Kenji nodded his thanks, heart still racing. The terrain began to change, giving way to a steeper incline. Yoshiro held up a hand, signaling a stop. We're starting the climb. Check your gear. The team paused, tightening straps and adjusting their loads. Himeko made her way to the front. Yoshiro, she whispered, are you sure about this? We're not equipped for a serious climb. He met her gaze, seeing his own doubts reflected. What choice do we have? Back's not an option. Neither is staying put. One foot after another, they inched up the slope. The wind picked up, fighting them every inch. Despite the cold, Kenji's back was slick with sweat. Keep moving, he told himself. A sudden yell made him turn. He saw Yuki slip on an icy patch and lose her footing. Then she was gone. Yua, she cried. Time slowed. Her face was filled with fear as she started sliding down. The rope joining the team pulled tight, yanking Kenji off balance. Hold on. Takeshi yelled, driving his ice axe into the frozen ground. Others quickly followed suit, anchoring themselves as best they could. But the sudden strain was too much. Kenji felt the rope around his waist tighten painfully as Yuki's weight pulled at the line. His feet gave way, and he found himself falling too. The rope jerked again and someone swore. Help! He yelled, trying to grab onto anything on the icy slope. As Kenji rolled down the mountain, everything began to blur. The rope yanked hard. Above him, shouts of alarm, others were slipping. Kenji's mind went blank. Then, wham! The rope caught, squeezing the air from his lungs. Confused, Kenji looked up. Yoshiro and Himeko were leaning over the edge of a small outcropping. We've got you! Yoshiro shouted. Everyone! Pull! The team pulled together, fighting against the cold and weight. Slowly but surely, they dragged their fallen friends back up. When Kenji finally crawled onto solid ground, he collapsed. "Thanks," he gasped. Yoshiro nodded. "We're a team. We look out for each other." Himeko surveyed the path ahead. "This isn't working. Let's find shelter and wait it out." "Yeah. We should find somewhere to camp." Yoshiro agreed slowly. They moved slower now, testing each step with their ice axes. The wind kept howling, but it seemed to be changing direction. After what felt like hours, Yoshiro held up a hand. "Look!" he shouted, pointing ahead. Through the swirling snow, a dark mass was blocking the worst of the northern winds. "A mountain?" Takeshi asked, disbelief in his voice. Yoshiro shook his head, awe and confusion warring on his face. "Not just a mountain. A whole range. And it's black?" The team stared in stunned silence. The mountain range before them was like nothing they'd ever seen. Its peaks reached impossibly high, disappearing into the storm clouds above. "How is this possible?" Himeko whispered. "There's nothing like this on any of our maps." Yoshiro checked his instruments, frowning at the readings. "The map says we shouldn't hit the range for days. But it's right in front of us." Kenji frowned. "This doesn't make sense." "I know," Yoshiro admitted. He held up a hand. "We'll make camp here." The team quickly set about making camp, their movements efficient despite the harsh conditions. Tents went up, supplies were secured, and soon a small village of shelters stood against the harsh elements. Later that night, Yoshiro huddled in the largest tent with Himeko and Takeshi. A hand-drawn map lay on the table before them, its edges fading into blank space. Not much known about this area. "Princess Koki's plan is ambitious," Yoshiro said, tracing the proposed route with his finger. "A geothermal generator here could change everything. Warm winds from the north. The whole land of snow experiencing spring." Himeko sat up straighter, fighting her fatigue. This plan could really work. But this mountain range. It's not supposed to be here. And that's worrying. "Worrying how?" Takeshi leaned in to get a better look at the map. Himeko frowned. "Look at the scale. Given its size, someone should have noticed it before. How could a mountain range that big go undetected all this time?" Yoshiro rubbed his forehead. "We could be the first ones here. Ever." He looked at the others. "I sent some of our people to check the area. Just in case shouts outside cut him off." The tent shook as someone crashed through the entrance. It was Kenji. Face flushed and breathless. Yoshiro was on his feet in an instant. "Report. We found a cave." Kenji pointed outside. Himeko leaned forward. "A cave? Natural formation?" Kenji shook his head. "No. It's huge, way too big to be natural. It looks man-made." Chapter 61, The Cave. Yoshiro blinked hard. "Man-made?" He shook his head. "No way. That's impossible." Kenji stomped his feet, kicking up snow. "I swear I'm not crazy. Just come look, okay? It's just past that ridge." Himeko stepped forward, adjusting her goggles. "We should check it out. Even if it's not man-made, any cave could provide valuable geological data." "Finally, a chance to study something beyond endless snow and ice," she murmured. "It was getting boring." Yoshiro nodded, his beard frosted with ice. "All right. Takeshi, you're with us. The rest of you, keep the camp running." As they trudged through the snow, he turned to Kenji. "All right, Kenji. What exactly did you find?" "It's huge," Kenji said, his words coming out in puffs of steam. "The entrance is round, really round. Like someone took a giant ice cream scoop out of the mountain." "Ice cream scoop?" Yoshiro suppressed a smile. "This kid's been out in the cold too long." Takeshi snorted. "Kid, you sure you're not seeing things? This cold can mess with your head." "Great," he grumbled internally. "Another wild goose chase. We should be focusing on the princess's project, not chasing fairy tales." "I know what I saw," Kenji insisted. "You'll see for yourself in a minute." As they crested the ridge, Yoshiro stopped in his tracks. Several team members stood before a colossal black opening in the mountainside, its edges unnaturally smooth. "Impossible. How could we not have known about this?" Himeko pushed past him, her jaw dropped. "No way. This can't be real." The cave entrance towered above them, dwarfing even the tallest buildings in the land of snow. Its perfect circular shape stood out against the jagged, snow-covered rocks surrounding it. "This defies everything I know about natural cave formations," she thought, her scientific curiosity overriding her disbelief. What was needed to create this? Takeshi ran a gloved hand along the edge. "Huh. The kid was right. This ain't natural." "I'll be damned," he grunted internally. Yoshiro turned to the group, his leader instincts kicking in. "We need to investigate. Himeko, Takeshi, Kenji, You're with me. You guys, stay here and keep watch. If we're not back in 2 hours, get help. Kenji fidgeted with his backpack straps. You think there's anything interesting in there? No idea, Yoshiro said, checking his flashlight. That's why we have climbed the mountain. And maybe to change the future of the land of snow. They entered the cave, the howling wind fading behind them. Their flashlights revealed strange patterns on the walls, too regular to be natural. Himeko ran her fingers over the surface. These patterns. They're not random. It's almost like writing. Takeshi finished, squinting at the wall. Maybe, Himeko said aloud. But not like any writing system I've ever seen. The narrow tunnel suddenly opened into a vast chamber. Their flashlights couldn't reach the ceiling, the beam swallowed by the darkness. Kenji whistled, the sound echoing. This place is huge. A sharp yelp broke the silence. He spun around to see Himeko kneeling on the ground, brushing away loose rocks. Himeko? You okay? He asked, moving closer. She looked up, her eyes shining with excitement. Look at this. In the beam of her flashlight lay a massive skull, its eye sockets as large as dinner plates. Whoa, Kenji breathed. Is that a monster? Himeko shook her head, gently brushing dirt from the fossil. No, it's some kind of ancient creature. Look at the jaw structure, the teeth positioning. This creature. It doesn't match any known species. Takeshi knelt down, examining the skull. Those teeth. Whatever this thing was, it was a predator. And a damn big one at that. Glad it's just bones now. As they explored further, more fossils were found on the cave floor. Himeko darted from one to another, her earlier caution forgotten in her scientific excitement. Coral fragments here. And look, these are definitely marine arthropod remains, she said, holding up a fossilized shell. This entire area must have been underwater at some point. Yoshiro frowned. But we're miles inland, and at high elevation. How's that possible? Kenji piped up, could it be plate tectonics? Like, the land moved? Himeko nodded approvingly. Good thinking, Kenji. That's certainly part of it. But the scale here. It's huge. As they ventured deeper, the fossils became more numerous. Yoshiro watched Himeko and Kenji dart from fossil to fossil. Like kids. Hey, check this out. Kenji called, holding up a strange, spiral-shaped fossil. What do you think this is, Himeko-san? She hurried over, carefully taking the fossil. Fascinating. It looks like some kind of cephalopod, but the structure is all wrong. The chambers are. Wait, is that a serrated edge? This doesn't make sense, Himeko mused aloud. These features don't belong together. It's like looking at an evolutionary impossibility. Yoshiro cleared his throat. Let's try to stay focused. We need to Yoshiro. Takeshi's gruff voice echoed from further ahead. You need to see this. They hurried forward, flashlights bouncing. The beams illuminated a sight that stopped them in their tracks. Enormous piles of bones and shells stood before them, arranged in neat, deliberate mounds. Himeko's scientific detachment cracked. That's not natural. Someone arranged these. Yoshiro approached one of the mounds, picking up a bone fragment. He rubbed the bone's edge with his thumb. Huh. Look at this, he said, holding it out. These are tool marks. 2 marks mean intelligence, but who? Or what? Made these cuts? Kenji leaned in, squinting at the bone. You're right. It's too clean to be from teeth or claws. Takeshi picked up another bone, examining it closely. Same here. Look at these grooves. Whatever did this, it was sharp and precise. Himeko took both bones, comparing them side by side. The cuts are consistent. It's not just random damage. These were deliberately butchered. Kenji's eyes widened. But that's impossible, right? Humans couldn't have been here back then. Not humans, Himeko said slowly. But something. Intelligent. Something that used tools and organized these remains. Takeshi grunted, kicking at the ground. A small object skittered across the cave floor. He bent to retrieve it, holding it up to the light. What's this? In his palm sat a small, green pentagon. Its edges were slightly worn, but the shape was unmistakably artificial. The smooth, delicate texture suggested a material similar to talc. This ain't no rock. Let me see that, Himeko said, reaching for the object. Takeshi handed it over, and the others crowded around to get a better look. Himeko turned the pentagon over in her hands, her eyes widening. This is incredible. The precision of these angles, the smoothness of the surface. Yoshiro leaned in, his breath fogging in cold air. It's not natural, is it? Himeko shook her head, still staring at the object. No way. A pentagon is far more complex than circles or squares. You don't see this in nature. Kenji's voice was hushed with awe. Could an animal have made it? Unlikely, Heimko replied. This level of geometric understanding. It suggests an intelligence comparable to humans. The group fell quiet, each lost in thought about what they'd found. Before Takeshi could speak, a cold blast of air cut him off. The wind brought a foul smell with it. Rotting and dank, it hit them like a wall. The cave went dark for a second as their lights sputtered. Ugh! Kenji coughed and pulled his collar over his nose. What is that smell? Takeshi's hand moved to his weapon. Smells like something died. Recently. Yoshiro held up a hand for silence, straining his ears against the whistle of the wind. Everyone, stay alert. That smell could mean a distant sound echoed from the depths of the cave, cutting him off. It might have been the wind, or falling rocks, or something else entirely. Chapter 62, The Bizarre Discovery. Heimko and Kenji put down the animal bones they were holding and moved deeper into the cave, except for Yoshiro, who temporarily placed the pentagram-shaped soapstone into his pocket. Let's see what else this cave has to offer, Yoshiro said, his voice echoing slightly in the narrow passage. The deeper they ventured into the cave, the stronger the stench of decaying corpses became. The putrid odor seemed to cling to the walls, growing more intense with each step. Kenji gagged, turning to his colleague. Ugh, what's that smell? What do you think could cause this? His companion shook his head, looking pale. I don't know, but it's getting worse. How much further do we have to go? Heimko overheard their conversation and adjusted her mask. It could be a variety of things. Decaying organic matter, sulfur deposits. Caves can hold on to odors for a long time. Stay focused. We're here to make discoveries, not comment on the local perfume. Takeshi grunted and called back. A smell that strong could mean something still alive down here. Although the animal bones and various marine fossils they had seen earlier were also remnants of dead bodies, they had been cleansed by endless ages, transforming into odorless building blocks. However, the stench coming from the depths of this cave hadn't been fully erased by time, as if it were still fresh. Two young team members were so overwhelmed by the increasingly intense smell that they began to dry heave. Even Yoshiro raised his thick collar in an attempt to reduce the unpleasant odor entering his nostrils. This is unlike anything I've ever encountered, one of the senior researchers muttered, his voice muffled behind his raised collar. The preservation of organic matter in this environment is extraordinary. Finally, enduring the overpowering stench, the six of them stumbled upon the most unbelievable discovery of their lives. Standing before them, illuminated by light against the cave wall, was a grotesque, barrel-shaped fossil of a creature. What in the world is that? Kenji gasped. They searched through all known species and biological traits in their minds but could not identify such a bizarre form. Heimko stepped forward. This is clearly a completely unknown organism. It doesn't fit into any known taxonomic category. Kenji stared at the fossil in awe. Could it be extraterrestrial? Don't be ridiculous, kid. It's probably just some deformed sea creature. Takeshi scoffed. No, Heimko shook her head. This is something entirely new. Look at the pentagonal head structure, the multiple limbs. It doesn't match any known evolutionary pattern. This is an unknown organism. It could possibly be a plant, or perhaps some sort of radiant marine life, but regardless, its origin surely lay in a prehistoric era far beyond human understanding. As they examined the fossil more closely, Yoshiro noticed that this wasn't the only one of its kind in the cave, there were more samples of the same type. Look around, he instructed the team. There are more of them. Spread out and document everything you see. Many of these biological samples were astonishingly intact, with some even showing signs of cellular structures, untouched by fossilization. One of the geologists on the team spoke up, his voice filled with wonder. This level of preservation is unprecedented. The mineral salts in this cave must have prevented them from fossilizing over the eons. Yoshiro casually walked over to examine one of the samples. Feel this, he called to the others. The texture is remarkable. It's like nothing I've ever encountered before. Heimko examined one of the better-preserved specimens. The tissue. It's like leather, but tougher. And look at these crystalline spheres in the neck, they might be eyes. Kenji was bouncing with excitement. This is huge. We're going to be famous. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Yoshiro cautioned, though his eyes gleamed with possibility. We need to get these specimens back to the camp for proper examination. Judging by the upright stance of the fossil, its head should be at the top, radiating outward in a star-like pattern, forming a perfect pentagon. In the center of the pentagon was a horizontal, grooved opening, lined with rows of sharp, dense teeth. Look at these teeth, one team member pointed out. They're incredibly sharp and densely packed. What kind of diet could this creature have had? From the 5 split points of the pentagon extended 5 tube-like appendages, which were covered in cilia, common in many life forms. Below the pentagonal head, 5 crystalline spheres with red irises, resembling eyes, were set into its neck. Those spheres, a researcher mused, could they be some form of visual organs? The placement is unusual, but given the creature's bizarre anatomy, anything seems possible. The midsection of the body resembled a large, wrinkled spindle-shaped barrel, with a spine-like protrusion along its center. On the back of this spine were wing-like growths, while 5 sets of delicate limbs, reminiscent of sea lilies, extended around the body. At the lowest end of the barrel-shaped body, 5 starfish-like appendages spread out, equipped with shellfish-like foot clamps, seemingly designed for agile movement. When Yoshiro gently touched one of the limbs at the base of the body, he found it still surprisingly elastic. "Incredible," he murmured. Even after all this time, the tissue retains its flexibility. None of them, including Yoshiro, had ever imagined that such a strange life form had once existed in the world. Its body structure defied reason, and no current knowledge of paleontology could explain it. In fact, its appearance made it difficult to classify as either animal or plant. This discovery filled everyone with excitement, and they even forgot about the foul smell that still lingered around these unfossilized samples. "We need to document everything," Yoshiro instructed, his voice filled with urgency. "Photographs, measurements, samples, everything. This could change our entire understanding of prehistoric life." It was an unexpected, monumental find, one that could potentially shock the entire world. The existence of this ancient life form hinted at the possibility that other intelligent species might have existed before humanity. Such a discovery would undoubtedly attract countless people. "Imagine," he said to the team, "a paleontology museum right here in the land of snow. This creature could be our crown jewel." The team members exchanged excited glances, caught up in Yoshiro's vision. "There's nowhere else on Earth where such an impressive specimen could be found," Yoshiro continued. "We could boost our country's economy, attract researchers from around the world." With this in mind, Yoshiro rushed back to the camp and instructed most of the team members stationed there to help transport all the biological samples from the cave. "Careful with that one," Himeko called out as Kenji stumbled slightly. "We don't want to damage anything." In the end, 12 biological samples were brought out, 7 of which were in such perfect condition that they could be displayed immediately. To preserve the integrity of these samples from the extreme cold outside, Yoshiro had a large tent set up to store 11 of the specimens, leaving 1 for a preliminary dissection. Back at the camp, Himeko fussed over the storage conditions, insisting on specific temperature and humidity levels. "These samples could rewrite everything we know about evolutionary biology," she said, carefully arranging the specimens. When the more than 2-meter-long sample was laid out on the table, Yoshiro and the others realized just how astonishing the creature's anatomy was. "Let's begin the examination," Yoshiro said, picking up a scalpel. But as he attempted to cut into the specimen, he found that its skin was so tough that even the sharp blade couldn't penetrate it. "This is extraordinary," one of the researchers exclaimed. "What could make it so resilient?" Even when a portion of its pentagonal head was placed in a kerosene stove, it remained undamaged. Takeshi, growing impatient, attempted to crack the specimen with a hammer, but it remained stubbornly intact. "This is impossible," he growled. "Nothing's this tough." With no other choice, Yoshiro ordered a different sample with already damaged skin to be dissected. Upon further examination, he discovered that the creature had 2 respiratory systems, gills and pores, indicating that it could live both on land and in the sea. "This changes everything we know about adaptation," one of the biologists on the team marveled. "A creature equally at home on land and in water. It's unprecedented." Combined with its wing-like structures, even conquering the sky seemed within its reach. Inside its head, they found vocal cords. Pressing them produced a flute-like sound, reminding him of the unnameable flute melody he had heard near the Black Mountains. Kenji's eyes widened. "That sound. It's like the melody we heard near the Black Mountains." Takeshi rolled his eyes. "Coincidence? Let's focus on facts, not fairy tales." When they cut open the creature's internal organs, they were shocked to find that the organs had not fully decayed, nor had they mineralized. When a scalpel pierced the thawed, softened organs, green blood gushed out before everyone's astonished eyes. The green liquid carried a strong, fishy stench that overwhelmed the room, making even their masks useless against the nausea-inducing smell. Ugh! 2 members couldn't take the odor and immediately ran outside to vomit, and even Yoshiro was struggling to endure it. He quickly covered the organs with the skin tissue again and draped the entire sample with an oilcloth, which slightly reduced the foul smell. "This is unlike anything we've ever encountered," he murmured aloud. With such a significant discovery, he had no intention of keeping it within the exploration team, so he hurried to the newly set up radio. "Hello, hello," he called into the receiver, his voice brimming with excitement. "This is Yoshiro from the exploration team. We discovered a cave 45 kilometers northwest of the main camp. Inside, we found biological samples of what appear to be ultra-ancient organisms, along with numerous ancient animal fossils. His words tumbled out in a rush as he described their incredible findings. The specimens are unlike anything we've ever seen. Multiple respiratory systems, unclassifiable anatomy, preserved soft tissue. It's beyond our wildest expectations. Please send reinforcements as soon as the blizzard passes. We have made an incredible haul this time. Yoshiro couldn't contain his joy. This could change everything we know about prehistoric life. The land of snow could become a center for paleontological research worldwide. Haha. He chuckled, imagining the fame and recognition that awaited them. Just as he was gleefully reporting the results of their expedition, a chorus of terrified screams erupted from outside the tent. His laughter died in his throat, replaced by a cold dread. The piercing cries were so loud that even the person on the other end of the radio could hear them clearly. Chapter 63, Kakashi's mission. Early in the morning, Kakashi awoke right on time, as if it were ingrained in his biological clock. He got up, folded his bedding and then went to freshen up. Standing in front of the mirror in the washroom, he quietly stared at his reflection. In the mirror, it seemed as though he was still the same boy from before, unchanged in the slightest. In front of him stood a cute girl with purple markings on her face, behind him a handsome young man with golden hair, and beside him, a boy wearing goggles who looked at him with hostility. He touched the crescent-shaped scar on his left eye, and once again, the final moments of his friend's death replayed in his mind. The goggles, always crooked. I should have fixed them for you. Putting on his mask, he collected his swirling thoughts and returned to being an Anbu ninja. The transition was almost palpable, his posture straightening, his gaze sharpening. After eating a simple breakfast made up of instant food in the kitchen, he went to the shrine in the living room. He bowed 3 times in front of a photo of a man with pale hair. Another day, another mission, Kakashi murmured to the photo. I'm heading out. With the short sword passed down through the Hatake family sheathed on his back, he walked out of his home. Kakashi's house was quite large, larger than most houses in Hidden Leaf Village, though it was located some distance from the village center. The Hatake estate, once bustling with life, now stood as a silent testament to a bygone era. There wouldn't be any missions this early in the morning, so Kakashi wasn't in a hurry to report to the Anbu headquarters. He could take his time walking there. As he strolled through the streets, Kakashi noticed a cloud of dust far in the distance rushing in his direction. Instinctively, he jumped to the rooftop to hide. From the dust below, a man with a green, bowl-shaped haircut was sprinting at full speed. Dynamic entry into the springtime of youth. The green-clad young man shouted, now running on his hands. Kakashi watched in bemused silence as the young man continued his exuberant run, accidentally knocking over a fruit stand in his enthusiasm. My cabbages! The vendor cried out in dismay. Who's that? Yelling like that so early in the morning, waking my kids. Is it that green hurricane again? Another villager grumbled, peering out of his window. Can't we sleep in peace anymore? Voices of protest rose from the residents on both sides of the street, but the green-clad man ignored them all, continuing to run off into the distance, leaving Kakashi shaking his head. Guy. Your youthfulness is going to get you cleaning duties from the Hokage one of these days. In the Anbu changing room, which the operatives unofficially called the Shadow's Den, Kakashi had just finished putting on his Anbu combat gear when an Anbu member entered and said, Captain, the Hokage has ordered you to go to the reception room at the Hokage's office immediately. You can wear your regular ninja attire. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Civilian clothes? What kind of mission is this? Understood, he replied. He was a bit puzzled by the order. If it was a mission directly for the Anbu, it should have been issued in the Hokage's office or the council chamber. Why the reception room? Despite his doubts, he decided to follow the command. He took off his Anbu uniform and changed into his usual village attire, along with his ninja headband. As he walked through the village towards the Hokage's office, Kakashi observed the daily life of Hidden Leaf Village. Children ran past, playing ninja with wooden shuriken. Shopkeepers called out their wares, and the smell of fresh bread wafted from a nearby bakery. Sensei would have loved seeing the village so peaceful. A bittersweet memory of his old team flashed through his mind. When he entered the reception room, sitting in the center was the third Hokage, Hiruzen, and beside him, in the client's seat, was a middle-aged man with a thick beard, wearing black round-framed glasses. Ah, Kakashi, you're here, the Hokage said with a nod. Let me introduce you. This is the client for this mission, Asama Sandayu, and this is Hidden Leaf Village's finest Chunin, Kakashi Hatake. Chunin? Kakashi was a bit confused by the third's introduction. He had been promoted to Jonin during the Third Great Ninja War, and the third Hokage surely hadn't forgotten that. However, he figured there was a reason for this odd introduction. He politely bowed slightly toward Sandayu in greeting, maintaining his composure despite his internal confusion. Sandayu-san, could you explain the situation to Kakashi? The Hokage prompted. Of course, Sandayu replied, turning to Kakashi and beginning his story. I come from a place far in the north called the Land of Snow. It's a region covered in snow year-round, making it difficult for crops to grow, but the technology and heavy industries there are very advanced. Few outsiders visit, and even fewer know about it. I assume Kakashi-san has never been there? Kakashi shook his head slightly. Not only had he never been there, he hadn't even heard of it before. His mind was already cataloging this new information, considering its strategic implications. The ruler of the Land of Snow is His Highness, Kazuhana Sasetsu, and I am one of his retainers, Sandayu continued. His Highness has a vision, to use our unique technology to harness the geothermal energy beneath the land and transform the cold winds from the north into warm breezes, giving us a chance to melt the snow that has accumulated for so many years. To achieve this, we formed an exploration team to search the northern regions for a suitable location to install the geothermal devices. My younger brother, Yoshiro, was the leader of the exploration team. He is a renowned polar explorer with a lot of experience in the field. His tone grew more intense as he spoke. A week ago, he set off from our northernmost base camp to explore areas that no one had ever ventured into. The team of 16 set out, but after just 2 days, they encountered a blizzard. Fortunately, under his leadership, they found a place to take shelter. In that place, they discovered a cave. Sandayu leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with a mix of excitement and worry. Inside the cave, they found countless ancient animal bones, fossils, and samples of ancient creatures. Ancient creatures? Kakashi asked, his interest piqued. Like fossils, or something. Alive? Yes, ancient creatures, Sandayu confirmed with a nod. Although I didn't see the discovery myself, based on Yoshiro's tone, it sounded like something truly remarkable, something that could shock the world. His expression darkened. But then disaster struck. While I was in radio communication with him, I suddenly heard screams coming through the radio. Yoshiro rushed out to investigate, and during that time, I could hear what sounded like the exploration team being attacked by something. The screams were relentless. Kakashi listened intently, his mind already analyzing the situation. Unknown assailants in a forbidden area? He thought. This doesn't add up. Not long after, the chaos stopped, Sandayu continued, his voice dropping to almost a whisper. But over the radio, I could hear his terrified whispers, saying something like, "The ancients." At this, he paused, giving everyone a moment to think. The room fell into a tense silence. After that, I heard nothing more over the radio, he said, breaking the silence. We wanted to go and rescue them immediately, but it's been snowing non-stop for a week, making it impossible for the rescue team to set out. Given the screams we heard over the radio, we suspect the exploration team encountered some unknown danger, possibly an avalanche or perhaps some unknown assailant. But in that forbidden area of the Land of Snow, we can't think of anyone who could have attacked the team. Sandayu stood up, bowing deeply to Kakashi. So I've come to Hidden Leaf Village to request help from your ninja to join our rescue team and help save the exploration team. Please. Just a normal rescue mission. Why me specifically? He glanced at the Hokage, catching a subtle nod. I understand the situation, Kakashi said. I'll do my best to assist in the rescue mission. The Hokage nodded approvingly. Kakashi, prepare for a long journey. Chapter 64, Kakashi's Mission, The Ancients. Kakashi. Yes, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen's expression was stern as he declared, I order you to follow Sandayu to the Land of Snow for a rescue mission. This will be a B-rank mission. Make your preparations immediately. Even though the third Hokage stood up and gave Kakashi the mission with great authority, he discreetly winked at Kakashi during the process. Kakashi understood what that meant. The Hokage wouldn't assign an Anbu captain to a simple B-rank mission. He simply responded, Yes, Lord Hokage. As Kakashi departed, Sandayu turned to Hiruzen, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Your assistance means more than you know. Hiruzen nodded solemnly. We're honored to help, Sandayu. The bonds between nations are strengthened in times of need. Safe travels, and may your people be found quickly. Sandayu bowed deeply before leaving the reception room. As the door closed behind him, Hiruzen remained for a moment. After a short while, he opened the door and entered the office. Hokage-sama. Hiruzen sat down behind his desk. Just now, I deliberately addressed you as a Chunin because this mission is far more complicated than you might think. As suspected. In fact, the Land of Snow has its own ninja village. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's pupil contracted in surprise. A hidden village? Hokage-sama, If the country has its own ninja village, why would they hire ninjas from another nation for a rescue mission? Could it be that their own ninjas are too weak? Hiruzen shook his head, a wry smile on his lips. Not weak, Kakashi. Quite the opposite, in fact. The ninjas from this village call themselves Yuki Ninja. They possess a special bloodline limit known as Ice Style. Bloodline limit? He was not unfamiliar with the term. A ninja with a bloodline limit can wield extraordinary powers, making them far more formidable in battle than ordinary ninjas. What puzzled Kakashi was that if they had ninjas with bloodline limits, surely their strength wouldn't be weak. So why go out of their way to hire help from Hidden Leaf Village? He mused aloud. Hiruzen stood up and moved to the window, puffing on his pipe. Ice Style, he began, exhaling a cloud of smoke, is a special ability that combines water and wind chakra to create ice, which can then be used offensively. He turned back to Kakashi, his eyes distant as if recalling a long-forgotten memory. You're probably wondering why I know so much about Ice Style. Kakashi nodded, waiting for the explanation. It's because Ice Style isn't the bloodline limit of the Yuki Ninja, but rather it originates from Kiri. Now Kakashi was even more confused. The Land of Snow is in the far north, while Hidden Mist Village is a massive island nation in the far south. How could these two distant countries share the same bloodline limit? It was common knowledge that bloodline limits are inherited through bloodlines. Could there be a blood connection between the ninjas of these two distant villages? Hiruzen saw Kakashi's bewilderment. It's a tale that goes back many years, to when I was much younger. His voice took on a storytelling quality as he began to explain. At that time, the 5 major villages were expanding, seeking to recruit ninja clans with special bloodline limits. The Yuki clan, from the Land of Water, was one such clan, absorbed by Kiri. But Kiri's efforts to subjugate them didn't go smoothly, Hiruzen continued. Some members of the Yuki clan resisted Kiri's rule, and a rebellion broke out. In the end, the Mizukage at the time chose a compromise, exiling the rebellious Yuki clan members from the Land of Water. However, the exiled ones were of impure bloodlines and didn't affect the purity of the clan's bloodline limit. Could it be? Kakashi suddenly realized what the third Hokage was implying. Exiles forming their own village. This complicates things. The Yuki clan's bloodline limit is Ice Style, and the Yuki Ninja in the Land of Snow are likely the descendants of those who were exiled. The Hokage's expression turned grim as he continued. I only recalled this after talking to the client about the situation in their country. Though the Land of Snow has its Yuki Ninja, they've grown increasingly difficult to control in recent years, and they've aligned themselves with the king's brother. That's why the client chose to hire Hidden Leaf Village ninjas instead. Ninjas who separate from their village often crave territory, and with the added involvement of the king's brother, who also had a claim to the throne, Kakashi understood Hokage's concern. A royal dispute and rogue ninjas. A rebellion. So, Kakashi, I sent you on this mission under the guise of a chunin so that while fulfilling the client's request, you could closely observe the movements of the Yuki Ninja. The Hokage's tone became even more serious. This makes the mission more than a simple B rank, it's an S rank mission involving matters of national security. Kakashi nodded. You're likely to encounter these Yuki Ninja while in the Land of Snow, Hiruzen continued. Your abilities as a ninja, combined with the Sharingan's advantage against bloodline limits like this, make you the ideal candidate for the mission. Presenting you as a chunin will make them less cautious of you, and given your age, it's completely believable. Kakashi nodded again, fully understanding Hokage's intentions. What appeared to be a standard rescue mission had transformed into an S-rank mission due to the political situation. But a question nagged at him. Lord Hokage, he began cautiously, if I do discover signs of rebellion among the Yuki Ninja, what action should I take? Hiruzen stroked his goatee thoughtfully, his response measured. This is an internal matter of the Land of Snow, Kakashi. We have no authority to intervene, nor have we been asked to help suppress any rebellion. So, prioritize your safety and act as you see fit. No clear directives. This mission is more delicate than I thought. He could tell that the Hokage was somewhat conflicted about this matter. Though he recognized the possibility of rebellion, Hidden Leaf Village had no right to intervene, leaving Kakashi to make judgment calls on the ground. All right, Kakashi, Hiruzen said, his tone signaling the end of the briefing. Go make your preparations. And remember to dress warmly, it's going to be extremely cold there. Yes, Lord Hokage, Kakashi replied. With a flicker of shadow, Kakashi disappeared from the Hokage's office, leaving Hiruzen alone with his thoughts. In truth, Hiruzen hadn't revealed all his concerns about the mission. Beyond the complex political landscape, the mission itself was highly suspicious. The prophecy of the Great Toad Sage weighed heavily on his mind, warning that ancient beings were slowly awakening to reclaim their world. Long before humans drew their first breath, a power beyond understanding ruled this world, Hiruzen mused, his eyes distant. This ancient force slept as humans grew, waking only in brief moments. But now, it stirs. He recalled the incident with the mysterious Cthulhu statue. Now, ancient biological specimens discovered in the far north and some unknown force attacking humans. If the origin of this incident also traces back to those ancient days, then even an S-rank classification wouldn't suffice. National matters may be S-rank, but the Great Toad Sage's prophecy elevates this to at least an SS-rank mission. He puffed on his pipe, smoke curling around him. "Good luck, Kakashi," he whispered to the empty room. "You may need it more than you know." Hiruzen couldn't help but recall the ramblings of the expedition leader that Sandayu had mentioned in his report. The ancients. What could that mean? What Hiruzen didn't know was that a young man who could unravel all his doubts was sitting right next door, at the Ninja Academy. In front of the podium, Daiko was holding a rectangular piece of paper. This is a type of ninja tool known as the explosive tag. Don't underestimate this small piece of paper. Once it detonates, its power is immense, comparable to high-level fire-style techniques used by elite ninjas. One of the students in the front row asked eagerly. "How powerful is it exactly, Sensei?" Daiko smiled at the boy's enthusiasm. "Let me put it this way. A single tag could blow a hole through a thick stone wall. Due to its nature," he continued, "it is highly versatile. It can be used with kunai to expand the kunai's attack range, combined with steel wire to create traps, or increased in quantity to enhance destructive power." A girl with pigtails raised her hand. "Sensei, have you ever used one in battle?" Daiko nodded. "I have. In terms of both lethality and tactical flexibility, the explosive tag is one of the most powerful and commonly used tools for advanced ninjas. However, explosive tags aren't typically used in large quantities due to their high cost, which ranges from 2,000 to 12,000 ryo depending on the quality." A groan of disappointment ran through the classroom. Daiko chuckled at their reaction. "If you all successfully graduate from the Ninja Academy and become Genin, the first missions you'll encounter are usually D-rank," he explained. D-rank missions have a reward between 500 and 10,000 ryo. So, even completing one mission might not be enough to buy a single explosive tag. One of the students muttered, "That's so expensive. How are we supposed to afford them?" Daiko overheard and addressed the concern. "Not just explosive tags, but basic tools like kunai and shuriken can also be a heavy burden for newly minted genin. So, it's important to maintain your tools and be mindful of their quantity in battle. Whenever possible, you should retrieve your tools. This is also a key skill for advancing as a ninja." Despite his passionately explaining the advanced techniques of ninja tools, the children's attention remained focused on the explosive tag in his hand. "Teacher, can I touch the explosive tag?" Kaigo, sitting in the back, asked curiously, raising his hand, which was rare for him. However, Daiko immediately shook his head, denying his request. "The explosive tag is a very dangerous ninja tool," he warned sternly. "Even unintentionally releasing fire chakra could ignite it. As students of the academy, you are forbidden from touching this." Under the students' admiring gazes, he carefully returned the explosive tag to the teaching box and continued explaining other tools. Seeing the explosive tag put away, the children's eyes showed disappointment. After all, they were bored with the usual tools, and finally seeing something rare like the explosive tag, claimed to have the power of advanced fire-style techniques, only increased their curiosity. However, among them, there were a few children whose expressions remained calm. One of them was Kagami, and the other was Itachi. There's no need to say much about Itachi. His mind was far more mature than the average child, and as the son of the Uchiha clan leader, he was already familiar with explosive tags. As for Kagami, he had seen explosive tags so many times that he was no longer surprised by them. An explosive tag? That's nothing, he suppressed a yawn. Bored, he decided to use his spider vision. His consciousness shifted, expanding outward from his body. At first, he scanned through the various spiders scattered throughout Hidden Leaf Village, their compound eyes offering multiple perspectives of the village. But nothing interesting caught his attention. On a whim, he extended his vision further, connecting to a spider in Hidden Stone's village. Through its eyes, he saw the rocky landscape of the Hidden Stone village, so different from the lush forests of Hidden Leaf Village. In a secluded training ground, a young boy with long blonde hair was practicing alone. Kagami recognized him immediately, Deidara. Deidara's hands were busy molding something. As Kagami watched, clay sculptures took shape, birds, insects, and other small creatures. With a burst of chakra, Deidara brought the clay figures to life. They flew around him, before detonating in a series of controlled explosions. Now that's an explosion. Deidara was truly a genius in Earth-style techniques, and if Kagami trained normally, there was no way he could keep up with Deidara. But Kagami's advantage lay in his vast chakra reserves far exceeding those of his peers. However, he also faced limitations, primarily due to the size of the spider. Part of the spider's power was linked to his strength, meaning whenever his power increased, so did the spider's, causing it to grow way larger in size. If he recklessly advanced too much, the spider would grow too large to hide in his room and might be discovered in the village. Though he had already found a spot for the spider outside the village, Orochimaru's abandoned secret base, which hadn't yet been discovered by Hidden Leaf Village, there was a large snake experiment of Orochimaru's in that base. Even Jonin like Kakashi will likely find the snake a challenging opponent to deal with. Kagami wasn't sure if the spider's presence would intimidate such low-intelligence creatures. Additionally, he now had to feed the spider regularly with soul food. This wasn't just to prevent it from hunting on its own and drawing Hidden Leaf Village's attention, but a necessity since his recent contact with Atlagnaca. The entity's influence had strengthened the link between him and the spider, making the feeding ritual crucial for maintaining control. Since Hidden Leaf Village's gates weren't something just anyone could bypass, he couldn't leave the village to feed the spider. He would have to wait until he reached the level of his brother, who could take missions outside the village, to transfer the spider outside. As Kagami's consciousness returned to the classroom, he heard Daiko concluding the lesson. The other students were still chattering excitedly about explosive tags, but his mind was elsewhere. Chapter 65, Kakashi's Mission. Land of Snow. The Land of Snow, a country near the polar region, is covered in ice and snow all year round. Kakashi, having set out from Hidden Leaf Village, followed Sandayu and his group, traveling northward by horse, large ships, and trains. They were finally expected to reach the royal palace of the Land of Snow within a day. As they journeyed, he observed the gradual change in landscape, from Hidden Leaf Village's lush forests to the barren, snow-covered plains of the north. Due to the harsh living environment, this country had developed highly advanced heavy industrial technology. At that moment, he was seated on a train, one of the technological achievements of the Land of Snow's heavy industry. He marveled at the smooth motion of the vehicle, so different from the familiar sensation of running through treetops. This is one of our country's proudest achievements, Kakashi-san, Sandayu said, noting Kakashi's interest. It's incredible, Kakashi replied, his visible eye widening slightly. How does it move without chakra? Sandayu explained that this was a coal-powered train, capable of traveling even faster than a ninja running at full speed, leaving Kakashi quite impressed. As they conversed, he took the opportunity to explore the train's interior. He walked down the narrow aisle, observing the other passengers, civilians and what appeared to be local officials. This mode of travel certainly changes the dynamics of a mission. No need for soldier pills or chakra management. Sitting by the train window, he gazed out at the vast expanse of endless snow-covered land. Such a scene was rare in Hidden Leaf Village, where winters were mild with occasional light snow, never too cold. A sweater and scarf were usually enough for Hidden Leaf Village's winter, but the Land of Snow required him to add another sweater and 2 scarves. I hope this doesn't impede my ability to form hand signs quickly, Kakashi mused, flexing his gloved fingers. According to Sandayu, this was already the warmest part of the Land of Snow. The far northern, ice-sealed area was so cold that even the locals could lose their lives to the extreme cold, and it was precisely where this mission was headed. Turning away from the snowy landscape outside, Kakashi looked back into the train carriage and asked Sandayu about the snow ninja. What kind of people are they? They, Sandayu began, his expression growing serious, are a ninja clan that migrated to the Land of Snow long ago. The previous daimyo took them in and allowed them to establish their own ninja village here. Back then, they were loyal to the Land of Snow. But nowadays, the snow ninja have grown increasingly defiant toward the country's authority, aligning themselves with Dodo-sama. Dodo? This is the first time I've heard that name, Kakashi said. Oh, I apologize. Dodo-sama is His Majesty's younger brother, a man who highly values military power. Sandayu's voice lowered as he continued, the current snow ninja village has developed something called chakra armor, which significantly enhances a ninja's chakra strength. That might be why they've grown rebellious. Kakashi's expression shifted subtly as he pondered the situation. Chakra armor that boosts chakra strength and ice release techniques were elements he had never faced before. This mission would be tricky. I'll need to be extra cautious. My usual tactics might not work against this new technology. The train began to slow down, and with a screech, they arrived at their destination. Stepping off, Kakashi immediately saw the royal palace built into the mountains. Red and white, the palace had countless steps leading up to it. Climbing all those stairs was simple for him but tough for Sandayu and his attendants. As they ascended, Kakashi noticed the palace guards eyeing him with suspicion. He kept his posture relaxed, but remained alert, cataloging potential escape routes out of habit. After more than half an hour of climbing, they arrived at the daimyo's residence, a traditional Japanese-style courtyard. He was led to a tatami room to wait while Sandayu went to inform the daimyo. The room was sparsely decorated, with a simple ink painting of snow-capped mountains on one wall and a small alcove holding a vase of winter flowers. Sitting cross-legged on the tatami, Kakashi closed his eyes to rest, but his other senses remained sharp. The scent of pine and incense filled the room, and he could hear the soft rustling of fabric as attendants moved through nearby corridors. When he opened his eyes, he saw a black-haired girl in a kimono peeking at him from beside the sliding door. As soon as she noticed Kakashi looking back at her, she got frightened and ran, bumping into someone outside. "Toki, what are you doing here?" a stern voice asked. I was just curious," the girl stammered. "Go back to your room. Your father is meeting with a guest." So that was the princess. Interesting that she's allowed to wander so freely in these tense times. A few minutes later, the shoji door slid open again. This time, a gentle-looking man with round glasses entered with Sandayu. "This is the daimyo of the Land of Snow, Lord Kazuhana Sasetsu," Sandayu introduced. "This young man is Kakashi Hatake from Hidden Leaf Village." "Greetings, Kazuhana-sama," Kakashi bowed respectfully. "No need for such formality," Sasetsu said kindly, gesturing for him to sit. "My daughter must have startled you earlier, I apologize." She's naturally curious about visitors, especially ninja. "It's no trouble at all," Kakashi replied. Sasetsu's expression softened at the mention of his daughter. "Kakashi Dano, I'm sure Sandayu has briefed you on the situation, but I'd like to hear your thoughts on the mission." Kakashi nodded. "From what I understand, a team of explorers, including Sandayu's brother, has gone missing in the northern region. They were searching for a suitable location for a geothermal energy project when they encountered some kind of trouble." Sasetsu clasped his hands tightly in his lap. "That's correct. We've lost all communication with them. The last message we received was disturbing." "Can you elaborate on that, Your Majesty?" Kakashi asked. "The final transmission mentioned something about the ancients. We're not sure what it means, but it's deeply concerning. The area they were exploring is largely uncharted and potentially dangerous." The daimyo's hands trembled slightly as he spoke. "These men, the explorers, they're not just my subjects. They're my friends. Sandayu has been by my side since we were children. The thought of losing them." Then, he slid off his cushion and bowed deeply, his forehead nearly touching the tatami. "Kakashi Dano, I beg you, please save my retainers." Kakashi was stunned, not expecting the daimyo to bow to him. He quickly helped Sasetsu up, feeling uncomfortable with such deference from the ruler. "I will do my best. That is the mission I'm here for," he assured the daimyo. Relieved, Sasetsu sat down. "Thank you. The misfortune that befell Yoshiro and the others is my responsibility. As their ruler, I must save them. This mission won't involve you alone. The snow ninja will also assist in the rescue. Come in, Nader." The shoji slid open silently, revealing a figure kneeling just outside. A slender man with light purple hair tied in a ponytail rose gracefully and entered the room. "Your Majesty," Nader said, his voice cool and controlled as he bowed to Sasetsu. Kazuhana nodded. "This is a snow ninja recommended by my brother. He is highly skilled." "This is Rogan Nader," Sasetsu explained. "He is highly recommended by my brother and will join you on the rescue mission." Kakashi studied Nader discreetly, noting the unique armor and the man's composed demeanor. "This must be the chakra armor Sandayu mentioned. I'll need to observe its capabilities carefully." Nader turned to Kakashi, his eyes narrowing slightly as he assessed the Hidden Leaf Village ninja. "I look forward to working with you, Kakashi-san," he said, his tone polite but lacking warmth. "Likewise," Kakashi replied evenly, maintaining a neutral expression. "It's late. Please rest for the night, Kakashi Dano. The mission starts tomorrow." With that, Sasetsu left the room. Kakashi glanced at Sandayu, who returned the look helplessly, as if he had just learned that Snow Ninja would be part of the mission. Though such situations usually created tension, especially considering the Snow Ninja's rebellious inclinations, he had no choice but to accept. Later that night, in a secluded wing of the palace, a tall, muscular man stood in the palace, with Nader kneeling beside him. "Report, Nader," Dodo commanded. "Dodo-sama, I've met the ninja from Hidden Leaf Village," Nader began. "He's younger than I expected, only about 15 years old. And according to our intelligence, he's just a chunin." "Humphrey," Dodo snorted. "Sandayu hired a second-rate ninja. The fact that he hired outside help shows he's suspicious of us." "What are your orders, my lord?" Dodo turned from the window, his voice filled with malice. "We must act quickly before my brother catches on. My soft-hearted brother cannot be allowed to interfere any longer. Once he's gone, I'll take the throne. Find a way to eliminate the Hidden Leaf Village ninja. He can't interfere with our plans." "As you wish, Dodo-sama," Nader replied, a smirk playing on his lips. Eliminating a Chunin would be easy, or so he thought. As Nadir left, Dota remained by the window, gazing out at the snow-covered mountains. Soon, very soon, the land of snow will have a new ruler who understands the true nature of power. Chapter 66, Kakashi's Mission. The camp. The next morning, Kakashi, Nadir, Sandayu, and 3 attendants set out for the northern camp in the land of snow. The early dawn light cast long shadows across the snow-covered courtyard of the royal palace as they made their final preparations. Kakashi observed the group dynamics silently, noting the tense set of Nadir's shoulders and the nervous energy radiating from Sandayu. To the north of the royal palace, few people lived, and the train tracks didn't extend that far. Thus, the group of 6 could only travel by sleds pulled by sled dogs. 24 powerful animals were being harnessed to 3 sleds, their breath visible in the frigid air. Sandayu approached him as they prepared to depart. "The dogs are our lifeline out here," he said, patting one of the animals affectionately. "Treat them well, and they'll never let you down." Kakashi nodded, his visible eye crinkling slightly. "I can see why. Their instincts must be invaluable in this terrain." As they set off, the cold hit them like a physical force. The team huddled deeper into their winter gear, their faces barely visible above their scarves. 24 sled dogs pulled 3 sleds across the snowfields, surrounded by desolate mountain peaks and glaciers frozen for countless years. The journey was mostly silent, broken only by the rhythmic panting of the dogs and the soft crunch of snow beneath the sled runners. Kakashi found himself mesmerized by the beauty of the landscape, so different from the forests he was accustomed to. The cold wind stung his exposed eye, and he could feel the vibrations of the sled through his body. "This is a different kind of endurance," he compared the steady pace of the dogs to the speed of a ninja. Slower, but perhaps better suited to this environment. As noon approached, the team stopped for a brief rest. They cared for the dogs first, checking their paws for ice buildup and offering them water. As they shared a simple meal of dried meat and hard biscuits, Sandayu, who was sharing a sled with Kakashi, pointed to a snow-covered ridge ahead. "Once we cross that," he said, his voice carrying a hint of apprehension, "we'll reach the forbidden area of the land of snow, where there is a permanent camp." "Forbidden area?" Sandayu nodded. Although the land of snow is a small country, its territory is vast. However, most of the land is uninhabitable due to the harsh temperature. This permanent camp marks the boundary between the habitable land and the forbidden zone. As they approached the ridge, the dogs began to struggle against the steep incline. The team encouraged them with calls and whistles. After crossing the ridge, the atmosphere seemed to change subtly. He felt his ninja instincts heighten, sensing something different about this forbidden territory. He scanned the horizon, his senses alert for any sign of danger. Finally, Kakashi and the group saw the camp. It was a large encampment with 2 rows of wooden cabins that could house about 100 people. The warehouses were stocked with ample supplies, requiring only monthly resupply from outside. Despite the harsh conditions, the camp seemed well organized and prepared for long-term occupation. Sandayu explained that the permanent camp was built under the direction of his younger brother, who had designated the area north of the camp as the Forbidden Zone. "We should set out for the rescue right away," Nadir said, his tone brusque. "If we don't, your brother might starve." At that moment, a sturdy young man walked out from the camp. "Yoshiro's exploration team brought over a month's worth of food, and it's only been half a month, so they shouldn't be worried about food yet." The man bowed slightly. "Sorry for not introducing myself earlier. I'm Nagashima, the deputy leader of this camp." Nadir clicked his tongue in annoyance at Nagashima's retort, showing slight displeasure. Kakashi observed the interaction silently, noting Nadir's impatience growing. Strange. Before the rescue team departs, it would be better for everyone to understand the situation in detail, Nagashima continued, seemingly unperturbed by Nadir's reaction. "Follow me." Under Nagashima's guidance, they entered one of the cabins. The interior was sparse but functional, with maps and charts covering one wall. A haggard-looking man sat at a table, his eyes sunken with fatigue. "This is Shiraishi," Nagashima introduced. "He is also one of the team members, but due to certain reasons, he returned halfway. Let him explain the situation." Shiraishi began to speak, his voice trembling slightly as he recounted the events that occurred after joining the expedition. "On that day, there were 17 of us in total, heading directly north. We moved swiftly on sleds pulled by dozens of sled dogs and reached a point about 30 kilometers from this camp." His voice grew more agitated as he continued. "But then, all the sled dogs suddenly stopped. The usually gentle dogs became agitated, barking frantically at the northern sky. We tried everything to calm them, but it was no use. They refused to move further north." Kakashi listened intently, his analytical mind already working on the puzzle. What could have spooked the dogs so badly? Unable to continue, Shiraishi went on, Captain Yashiro decided to send me back with the dogs, but before I left, the captain wanted to collect rock samples from the area. We used a drilling machine to bore through the ice and obtain rock samples from beneath the surface. Nagashima took over at this point, leading Kakashi and Nader to a nearby long wooden table. These are the rock samples collected from 30 kilometers north of the camp, he explained. Kakashi examined the reddish striped rocks closely, recognizing them as ordinary sedimentary rocks. However, Nagashima carefully picked up one of the striped rocks and said, "Do you see these wave-like patterns? According to our camp's biology expert, this isn't just a rock. It's a fossilized piece of organic tissue with muscle-like textures." Kakashi leaned in closer, his eye widening slightly. "You're saying?" Nagashima nodded. "This rock was once flesh from a living organism. In fact, all the rocks on this table are likely chunks of flesh from a massive, evolved life form." Kakashi and Nader were both visibly shocked. If the rocks they casually collected were parts of a creature's body, just how massive must this creature have been? And could the entire ice field be made up of this creature's fossilized remains? The largest creature Kakashi had ever seen was the Ninetails, but even that didn't compare to the sheer scale of what Nagashima was suggesting. Nagashima continued, "This discovery reminds us of ancient tales, beings like the sea god or even Yog-Sothoth. Could they be connected?" Kakashi remained silent. Nader, however, sneered dismissively. "My mission is to rescue people, not study fossils," he said sharply. "Besides, it's already dead. Don't you agree, Kakashi?" Kakashi didn't respond. Sensing the tension, Nagashima quickly redirected the conversation. "Let's focus on the challenges of this mission," he said. "We last heard from the team when they were 45 kilometers northwest of the camp, near a cave. With the snowstorms, their trail has likely disappeared." As Nagashima explained the challenges ahead, Sandayu's face fell, the enormity of the task clearly weighing on him. But Kakashi remained calm, his mind already formulating a plan. "Where are the camp's sled dogs?" Kakashi asked suddenly. Nagashima blinked, surprised by the question. "In the kennels, just behind the main cabin." "Why do you ask?" "Take me to see them," Kakashi said, his tone suggesting he had an idea forming. Chapter 67, Kakashi's Mission, Pakkun's Task. Under the leadership of Nagashima, Kakashi and his team arrived at the campsite in front of the dog kennel. Inside, dozens of sled dogs rested in the kennel, which had been reinforced against the cold winds. Nagashima gestured towards the structure. "This is where we keep our sled dogs." Standing before the kennel, Kakashi quickly formed hand signs and slapped the ground. Summoning jutsu. As the smoke from the jutsu cleared, a brown pug wearing a Hidden Leaf Village forehead protector appeared. "Yo, Kakashi," the pug greeted in human language, turning toward Kakashi with a slightly annoyed expression. "What's the big idea summoning me to this frozen wasteland?" "Yo, Pakkun," Kakashi replied with a casual wave. "Sorry about the cold, but we need your help." Nagashima and Sandayu, standing nearby, couldn't hide their shock. They instinctively took a step back. "This dog. It can talk!" Sandayu exclaimed. The pug glanced at the two startled men, his expression deadpan. "How rude," he drawled. "I'm not just a dog, I'm a ninja hound. There's a big difference, you know." "But isn't it still a dog?" Meanwhile, Nader narrowed his eyes as he observed Kakashi, who was noticeably shorter than him. This guy. Most Chunin-level ninjas focusing on self-reliance wouldn't prioritize summoning jutsu in their training. He couldn't help but notice how smooth Kakashi had performed the jutsu. And the casual way Kakashi greeted his summoned beast suggested this was a regular occurrence during missions. Would Hidden Leaf Village really send a support ninja who relies heavily on summoning this far to handle a mission alone? Oblivious to Nader's scrutiny, Kakashi turned to make introductions. "This is Pakkun, a ninja hound," he explained to Nagashima and Sandayu. "These two are the clients for our mission." "Hello," Pakkun raised his left paw in greeting, then quickly lifted his rear from the cold snow. "Now, Kakashi, care to explain why you've brought me to this icebox?" "We need your help communicating with the sled dogs. There's a team missing in the northern region, and we think the dogs might have some information." Pakkun sighed, his breath visible in the cold air. "Always work with you, isn't it? Fine, let's get this over with. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can get back to my warm bed." The pug waddled towards the kennel, eyeing the larger black and white dogs with a hint of disdain. "Oh, a bunch of puppies, huh?" he muttered. "No problem, watch me." As Pakkun approached the kennel, Kakashi couldn't help but twitch his brows. "Aren't you a dog too? And aren't you much smaller than those sled dogs?" Pakkun stood in front of the kennel and began barking at the sled dogs. "Alright, you overgrown pups, let's have a chat. Bark, bark, bark." The sled dogs, initially wary, soon gathered around Pakkun. They tilted their heads, responding with curious whines. Pac-Kun turned back to Kakashi. They're listening, but they're not too bright. What do you want to know? Kakashi stepped forward. Ask them why they refuse to head north. Pac-Kun turned back to the sled dogs. Another series of barks ensued, this time met with whines and growls from the larger dogs. Their ears flattened against their heads, and some even retreated further into the kennel. They say there's a bad smell coming from that direction, and they don't want to go, Pac-Kun translated their response. Kakashi quickly instructed Nagashima to fetch the fossilized meat junk they had found earlier. Presenting it to the sled dogs, he asked, Pac-Kun, ask them if this smell is coming from this. Pac-Kun barked the question, and the sled dogs sniffed the air cautiously. After a moment, they responded with a single, definitive bark. No, Pac-Kun translated. Whatever they're smelling, it's not this. Can you convince them to take us to the place where the bad smell is coming from? Kakashi asked. Pac-Kun barked a few more commands, but the reaction was immediate and clear. The sled dogs recoiled, retreating further into their kennel. They don't want to, Pac-Kun reported, though the dog's body language made it obvious even without translation. Just as Kakashi was about to suggest another approach, a large dog from the back of the kennel came forward. It barked a few times at Pac-Kun, who suddenly looked uncomfortable. What did it say? Kakashi asked, noticing the change in Pac-Kun's demeanor. Pac-Kun hesitated, looking slightly annoyed. It said. What did it say? Kakashi pressed. Pac-Kun sighed, clearly embarrassed. It said I'm cute. If I stay in the kennel for a bit, they'll agree to go. Huh? No one had expected such a request from the sled dogs. But as the initial surprise wore off, it started to make sense. Sled dogs were large breeds, primarily bred for pulling sleds. They probably rarely saw small dogs like Pac-Kun. Pac-Kun began, clearly uncomfortable with the idea. Pac-Kun, I'm sorry, but it seems you'll have to do this, Kakashi said, his tone gentle but firm. But Pac-Kun protested weakly. This is for the mission, Pac-Kun, Kakashi reminded him. Ninja hounds are here to help ninjas complete their missions. You're a good ninja hound, Pac-Kun. Pac-Kun grumbled under his breath but then nodded reluctantly. Fine, but you owe me for this, Kakashi. As the brown windbreak curtain fell over the kennel's entrance, the sound of barking echoed from within. Kakashi could only imagine what was happening inside, but he trusted Pac-Kun to handle the situation. Back at the camp, Kakashi explained his plan to the team. Although the sled dogs can't track the scent of the exploration team directly, they can locate the origin of the bad smell, he began. I believe this ice field isn't ordinary. There must be something unusual deep within the northern region, emitting the smell the dogs dislike. The fossilized meat junk wasn't the source, which means the smell likely comes from the cave where the exploration team made their discovery. If we follow this scent, it might lead us to the team. Sandayu nodded, understanding dawning on his face. And we need the sled dogs because... Exactly, Kakashi confirmed. Without them, our pace across the ice would be too slow. Using the dogs is essential for speed and survival in this terrain. As expected from a Hidden Leaf village ninja, Nagashima said, clearly impressed. You came up with a plan so quickly. At this rate, we might find the exploration team today, Sandayu added, hope evident in his voice. While the group praised Kakashi, Nadir turned his head away, unimpressed. His skepticism was clear, but he remained silent. After what felt like an eternity, the barking from the kennel finally subsided. The team had finished their lunch and were making final preparations for the journey ahead. They only needed the news from Pac-Kun. Finally, the windbreak curtain lifted, and the kennel door opened. Pac-Kun crawled out, dragging his body with his front paws. He looked utterly exhausted. Good work, Pac-Kun, Kakashi said softly, kneeling beside his ninja hound. He could see that Pac-Kun had pushed himself to the limit. I can't go on, Kakashi, Pac-Kun panted. I need some rest. Kakashi nodded understandingly. You've done more than enough. For the rest of the mission, I'll call on Roshi and the others. Get some well-deserved rest, Pac-Kun. With a puff of smoke, Pac-Kun disappeared. Chapter 68, Kakashi's Mission, Discovery. After Pac-Kun's sacrifice, the remaining dogs, as promised, obediently emerged from their cages. The camp burst into action, a flurry of movement as people quickly harnessed the sled dogs, preparing for departure. Look at them go, one of the team members marveled, watching the dogs eagerly take their positions. It's like they can't wait to set off. Another nodded in agreement. Pac-Kun must have really worked hard. I've never seen them so cooperative. With the help of the sled dogs, the speed of the rescue team increased significantly, and the people in the camp were full of confidence in the rescue operation. We'll find them in no time now, a young rescuer said, his voice brimming with optimism. Although the exploration team had been out of contact for half a month, The people in the camp believed that the trouble they encountered was likely just a typical natural disaster. After all, a week-long blizzard had passed, and small avalanches could easily have caused the team to lose contact. However, only Sandayu stood silently in front of his sled. His mind was elsewhere, replaying the chilling radio transmission from that fateful day. Those screams. What could have caused such terror? And Yoshiro's last words. What did he mean? Kakashi noticed the troubled expression on Sandayu's face. He approached quietly, placing a comforting hand on the man's shoulder. We'll find answers, Kakashi said softly. Sandayu nodded, grateful for the support. Thank you, Kakashi. As the rescue team of 22 people set off northwest. No one driving the sleds actively guided the dogs. Instead, they allowed the sled dogs to follow a strange, foul smell. The people on the sled sniffed the air, trying to detect the scent, but it was something beyond the capability of ordinary human senses. Can you smell anything? One team member asked another, sniffing the air curiously. The other shook his head. Not a thing. Whatever it is, it must be pretty potent for the dogs to pick up on it from this distance. Kakashi overheard the conversation. If only we had an Inuzuka clan member with us. Their keen noses might be able to detect what we're dealing with. After about 2 hours of travel, the outline of a black mountain range appeared on the horizon. The sight was breathtaking. Would you look at that, breathed one of the rescuers. I've never seen mountains like those before. Jagged peaks and sharp cones formed an eerie silhouette against the sky, with the mountain tops piercing into the boiling clouds like colossal pillars. Sunlight, filtered through the turbulent atmosphere, reflected off the rugged peaks in cold, pale white. The bare and barren black mountain tops looked like an ominous gate, pulling the team's thoughts from the snowy plains toward a far-off, lost place. For all the rescue team members, it was a once-in-a-lifetime sight. A strange and spectacular black mountain range hidden within a life-restricted zone of the land of snow. But to Kakashi, something felt wrong. His ninja instincts screamed that these mountains harbored something strange. This feeling. It's just like that time with the Cthulhu statue. That ancient city. Could there be a connection? On another sled, Nadir squinted as he stared at the distant black mountain. Unlike Kakashi, his thoughts were simpler. He just felt a deep, inexplicable aversion to the mountain, a mental discomfort. He didn't know why, but he simply hated it. As the rescue team arrived at the foot of the Black Mountain Range, the sight that greeted them was like a physical blow. The camp had been utterly devastated, ravaged by a week-long blizzard that left almost nothing intact. Dear God, someone whispered. Tensely in tatters, machinery was twisted and broken, and sled windshields were scattered across the ground like discarded toys. It looked as though a group of giant mountain creatures had attacked and trampled the camp, with only the largest tent barely standing in the center. The scene left everyone silent, the damage far worse than they had imagined. Sandayu suppressed the pain and grief in his heart and ordered the rescue team to search for any survivors. Spread out, he commanded, his voice hoarse. Search for survivors. Leave no stone unturned. As the team dispersed, Kakashi began his own search. Among the wreckage of a tent, he found a steel plate that immediately caught his attention. There was a huge dent in the center, frozen solid, that didn't look like something caused by wind or ice. Nadir, noticing Kakashi's find, approached with a frown. What do you make of that? He asked, gesturing to the plate. Kakashi shook his head slowly. This wasn't the wind, he said. Something hit this with immense force. More force than even a high-ranking ninja could muster. Before they could discuss further, shouts echoed across the camp. We've found bodies. Over here. The rescue team converged on the location, only to be met with a scene of unimaginable horror. What they found could hardly be called bodies anymore. They were scattered pieces, completely separated from their original forms. Oh God, one rescuer choked out before turning away to vomit. Another stood frozen, his face pale as the snow beneath their feet. What? What could have done this? The remains were strewn across a tent fabric that lay like a macabre picnic blanket on the snow. Heads and limbs were detached from torsos, with barely any flesh left on the bones. Pale bones were nearly indistinguishable from the thin layer of snow covering them, while the frozen faces on the skulls still bore expressions of absolute terror. Sandayu, struggling to maintain his composure, forced himself to look at the gruesome scene. Keep searching, he managed to say. We need to find out what happened here. As the team continued their grim task, reports echoed throughout the camp. Each discovery was more horrifying than the last, with remains so damaged that identification seemed impossible. It's like they were torn apart, one team member said, his voice shaking. But what could do something like this? Another responded. No animal I know of could cause this kind of destruction. Meanwhile, Kakashi made his way to the only tent still standing. Scattered on the ground were dissection tools, But the evidence suggested it wasn't humans dissecting a creature, it was the other way around. A human body had been torn apart, its head hung from a hook on the tent's main beam, much like a skilled butcher processing a lamb. The flesh and organs had been cut into pieces, with most missing. Only a few chunks of meat remained, surrounded by a strange white substance distinct from the snow. Kakashi knelt and touched the substance, tasting a bit with his finger. The taste was unmistakable, salt. This wasn't just an attack. It was a study. And a meal. Stepping out of the tent, Kakashi saw the team regrouping, their faces ashen and haunted by what they had discovered. As he approached, he knew he had to share his findings. Whatever did this, it wasn't just killing. It was studying us. Learning about us. And worst of all, eating us. Chapter 69, Kakashi's Mission. No regret at this moment, Sandayu entered the tent and witnessed the horrifying scene inside. His face paled, and he stumbled, barely able to stand. What? What could have done this? Sandayu's voice trembled. Kakashi, maintaining his composure, continued his methodical search of the tent. Despite the shock threatening to overwhelm him, Sandayu's sense of duty compelled him to assist Kakashi. The silver-haired ninja picked up a frozen map book from the ground, its pages preserving the last moments of its use. He handed the map book to Sandayu, who was so shocked he could barely speak. The last visible state of the map book showed signs of being roughly handled, and there was no way these chaotic marks were caused by human hands. This. Sandayu muttered, his hands shaking as he examined the book. Not only that, but Kakashi also found scattered matches all over the tent floor. It seemed that the sudden darkness in the tent had led the explorers to attempt lighting a kerosene lamp, but despite searching everywhere, Kakashi couldn't find one. Where is it now? It was also unlikely that someone took the lamp and the wine scattered the matches, as the matchbox was of a sliding type, which required someone to physically push the tray out for the matches to spill. The only plausible explanation was that someone lit the lamp and took it away. Could someone still be alive? Kakashi glanced at Sandayu, who was still staring at the map book, lost in grief. He debated whether to share his theory. He's already in so much pain. I can't give him false hope. Not yet. Suddenly, a rescue team member shouted, their voice high-pitched as if they had found something unusual. Over here. You need to see this. Kakashi and Sandayu exchanged a quick glance before rushing out of the tent. They found a group of rescue team members gathered around something in the snow, their sled dogs barking furiously. Even Kakashi could now smell a pungent stench. The stench came from something in the shape of a pentagram, built from snow, resembling a grave mound. Clearly, such a perfect pentagonal shape couldn't be natural, and from the way it was frozen solid, it appeared to have been built recently. Each point of the pentagram had a circular mark, as if something was buried beneath. What is this? One team member asked, his voice a mix of awe and fear. Could it be a grave? Another chimed in. Did the exploration team dig this? Was it for burying bodies? But their bodies. The team member didn't finish the sentence, but everyone understood. The bodies of the exploration team were exposed in the camp, not buried in this strange mound. At this moment, Sandayu recalled that his brother had mentioned over the radio discovering 12 ancient biological specimens that would shock the world. However, after searching the camp, they had found no trace of those specimens. Driven mad by the thought, Sandayu ordered, dig it up. Quickly, dig it up. The rescue team immediately began excavating the pentagram. The sound of shovels biting into the frozen ground filled the air, broken by grunts of exertion and nervous murmurs. As they dug deeper, they uncovered what was buried beneath. It wasn't human remains, but 5 deformed, anemone-like creatures, one of which showed clear signs of being dissected. These 5 barrel-shaped monsters were buried vertically in the pentagram, as if they had been buried in an upright position, following some sort of heroic burial ceremony. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the group. Dear God, someone whispered, what are these things? Upon seeing these specimens, Sandayu finally understood why his brother had been so excited, calling them a discovery that could shock the world. These creatures were beyond human comprehension, so bizarre and terrifying that even the wildest dreams couldn't have imagined such life forms. This is what my brother was so excited about. A discovery to shock the world indeed. But according to the radio message, there were 12 specimens in total, and only 5 were buried here. Where are the other 7? Kakashi was equally shocked by the 5 strange specimens. He knelt beside one. Their appendages were thinner than a human arm. Could they have been responsible for the dents in the iron plates? Could these have caused that damage? He mused aloud. And if so, how? Everyone stared at the 5 exposed specimens, speechless, as a deadly silence settled over the group. At that moment, someone from the camp approached with a grim report. We've identified the remains, he said, his voice hollow. 15 bodies in total. But Yoshiro is not among them. Hearing this, Sandayu's eyes widened in disbelief. My brother. He is not. Kakashi, deep in thought, wondered if Yoshiro was the one who lit the kerosene lamp and took it away. The possibility of survival, however slim, suddenly seemed real. Sandayu sat alone on a wooden stool, smoking in the cold wind, while the rest of the rescue team busied themselves burying the recovered bodies. The sound of shovels hitting frozen earth and muffled sobs filled the air. He was tormented. It was obvious from the state of the camp that the exploration team hadn't fallen victim to an avalanche but had been attacked by something unknown. These unknown entities had a name. Sandayu still remembered his brother's last words over the radio, the Ancients. Whether his brother had the right to name these ancient creatures as the first human to face them, or whether they were entities from a forgotten era of human history, the name seemed fitting to him. But now, the question before him was whether to attempt rescuing his brother, who might still be alive. They hadn't found his brother's body, and Kakashi had discreetly mentioned the possibility that someone had taken the kerosene lamp. All signs pointed to the chance that his brother had survived the Ancients' attack. But reason told him that even if the Ancients hadn't killed his brother, half a month of cold and hunger likely would have. Especially in an area still potentially dominated by the Ancients, keeping the rescue team here any longer was far too risky. But what if he's still alive? What if he's out there, huddled in some corner, waiting for rescue? If I leave now, I'll never forgive myself. Kakashi, sensing Sandayu's inner turmoil, knew he was debating whether to abandon the rescue or continue searching for his possibly still alive brother. This reminded Kakashi of his own past. He had been forced to watch his comrades die one by one, Obito, Rin. The regret of not trying. It never goes away. If there were even a sliver, a 1 in a million chance to save a comrade, Kakashi would now go all out to try. Sandayu still had the chance to save his brother, even if it was a slim one. Kakashi felt that he shouldn't give up, at least not until they had no regrets. Otherwise, Sandayu would be haunted by guilt for the rest of his life, just like he was now. With this in mind, Kakashi approached Sandayu and said, "If you decide to continue the rescue, I will go with you. After all, you're my client, and fulfilling a client's request is a ninja's duty." Hearing this, Sandayu looked at the somewhat small figure of Kakashi with tears in his eyes. Kakashi. After a moment of silence, Sandayu stood. "All right, I've decided to continue the rescue." Kakashi smiled under his mask, then glanced toward Nader. "What about you, ninja of the land of snow?" Nader smiled slightly, a hint of challenge in his eyes. "If the Leaf Ninja isn't afraid, then I have no reason to back down either." Chapter 70, Kakashi's Mission. Hope. Next, Sandayu informed the other rescue team members of his decision. "I've decided to continue the search for my brother," he announced, his voice carrying across the windswept camp. A team member stepped forward, concern etched on his face. "Sandayu-san, are you sure about this? This place? It's not natural." Sandayu's eyes flashed with resolve. "I can't abandon my brother. Not while there's still hope." He, along with Kakashi and Nader, would form a 3-person rescue squad to search for Yoshiro, who might still be alive. The rest of the team would return to the permanent camp, leaving only 2 sleds and a few sled dogs for the rescue squad. At this point, the other rescue members had also sensed that something ominous had occurred here. Although they wanted to urge Sandayu to leave this death-filled place quickly and not to pursue others, Yoshiro was his younger brother. As outsiders, it seemed too heartless to try to convince him to give up the rescue. Moreover, the fact that 2 ninjas were accompanying them provided some assurance. Thus, the rescue team accepted Sandayu's decision, leaving behind only the necessary tools and bringing back the 5 completely dead biological samples they had dug up from the pentagon-shaped grave. No one wanted to handle the biological samples, fearing a repeat of the tragedy that had befallen the exploration team. The specimens were carefully wrapped and secured to a sled. "Be careful with those things," one rescuer warned. "Who knows what they're capable of, even dead." Watching the departing rescue team, the remaining 3 turned back to start the second phase of the rescue operation. Kakashi formed hand seals and performed a summoning technique, bringing forth a brownish-yellow wolf with a white belly and a Hidden Leaf Village headband around its neck. The wolf's fur rippled in the icy wind, its keen eyes scanning the desolate landscape. Nader was once again shocked, not expecting that this ninja from Hidden Leaf Village could summon more than 1 ninja dog. Even if a ninja mastered summoning techniques, they couldn't summon an unlimited number of animals at will. A ninja typically chose a specific summoned animal, and the summoned creature would also choose a strong ninja as its master. If the ninja wasn't skilled, even a well-trained ninja dog wouldn't easily acknowledge them as its master. The fact that Kakashi had summoned 2 ninja dogs in succession meant that his strength had been recognized by multiple ninja dogs. "Rushi," Kakashi greeted the wolf. "Kakashi, what happened to Pakkun?" The brown and white wolf named Rushi, like Pakkun, could speak. Nothing. Kakashi scratched his head and then turned to Sandayu, saying, Sandayu, do you have any personal items of your brother's? Sandayu quickly took a scarf from his backpack and handed it to Kakashi. After all, in rescue operations, having the personal belongings of the missing person to track their scent was standard procedure. This guy. Nadir wasn't continuing the rescue to help find Sandayu's brother. His real goal was to complete Dodo's order, to kill Kakashi in this endless ice field. If the rescue ended and they returned to the palace, there would likely be no more opportunities to act. However, if he continued with the rescue, he would certainly find a chance. Considering the terrifying events that had happened here, he could kill Kakashi and then claim that he died while performing his mission. Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't be able to hold anyone accountable. But now, seeing Kakashi's proficiency with summoning techniques, Nadir thought he should reassess Kakashi's strength. At the very least, he shouldn't act recklessly. Can you find out where he went? Sandayu asked Rushi. Rushi sniffed the scarf and immediately began searching around the camp. His nose twitched as he sorted through the myriad of scents. This place. Rushi growled, the smells here are wrong. Unnatural. Can you isolate Yoshiro's scent? Kakashi pressed. Rushi sniffed intensely. Barely. But there's something. This way. Most of the bodies and remains had already been cleaned up by the rescue team, but the overwhelming stench of blood, combined with the foul odor emanating from the pentagon-shaped grave, made it extremely difficult to track scents. However, ninja dogs were specially trained, and their sense of smell was even more developed than regular dogs. Before long, Rushi had made a discovery. I smell a strong trace of this person in that cave, Rushi announced, leading the three of them to the entrance of a massive cave. Their small human forms appeared insignificant in front of its large entrance. The dark maw of the cave yawned before them, seeming to swallow all light and hope. Sandayu immediately recalled his brother mentioning that the ancient biological samples had been excavated from such a cave. The bloody scenes at the camp had been so overwhelming that he had forgotten about the cave's existence. Did you return to the cave? Why? The three of them, along with the dog, entered the cave and immediately noticed clear traces on the snow near the entrance. These were tracks from a large animal, like something long and heavy had been dragged across the snow. Human footprints would never look like this, only those ancient beings could have left such marks. The tracks extended deeper into the cave, disappearing where the snow ended. Look at this, Nadir suddenly pointed to the ground, drawing Kakashi and Sandayu's attention. It was a set of parallel drag marks, different from the chaotic long drag marks. These two lines stretched straight into the depths of the cave. Upon closer inspection, faint human footprints could be seen, shallow due to the light weight of the person. Yoshiro! Sandayu shouted excitedly. Seeing those footprints proved that his younger brother had likely fled into the cave alive. The two straight drag marks were probably left by a sled. Judging by the sequence of tracks, the ancient beings had moved after the sled. Kakashi knelt to examine the tracks more closely. His mind raced, piecing together the likely scenario. Your brother is resourceful, Sandayu-san, Kakashi said, standing up. He might have outsmarted these creatures. Sandayu's voice cracked with emotion. But for how long? In this place. Nadir interjected skeptically, if these beings are so powerful, what chance does one man have? Kakashi explained his theory. The ancient beings likely launched a sudden attack on the camp, and Yoshiro witnessed it. Seeing their immense strength, which could dent metal plates, he knew the exploration team wouldn't stand a chance. So, Yoshiro hid in the largest tent. When the noise died down, and while the ancient beings were busy consuming human flesh elsewhere, Yoshiro hastily lit a kerosene stove, gathered necessary supplies from the tent, packed them onto a sled, and escaped into the cave. The cave was the only place, aside from the camp, that could shelter him from the blizzard, and the supplies were essential for survival. Yoshiro's quick decision was very rational. However, he likely hadn't expected the ancient beings to return to the cave after feasting on the camp's victims. Kakashi shared his theory with Sandayu, who immediately teared up. He cried partly out of relief, believing that his brother was still alive. The ample supplies and the cave could have kept him alive for up to 2 weeks. But at the same time, the ancient beings had also entered the cave, and no one could be sure if Yoshiro could survive living in the same cave with those creatures for so long. Perhaps his fate was even more tragic than that of the exploration team. Yoshiro, I should have been here. I should have protected you. But I'm here now, and I won't leave without you. Chapter 71, Kakashi's Mission, the Ancient City. The three of them ventured deep into the cave, remaining cautious of the possible presence of the ancient beings. The darkness seemed to press in on them from all sides, making every shadow a potential threat. These creatures possess immense strength, capable of creating deep dents even in iron plates frozen solid. One can imagine what this power could do to a human body. Therefore, even Kakashi and Nader, both skilled ninjas, had to be extremely careful. Roshi and Kakashi led the group, Sandayu was in the middle, and Nader covered the rear. As they moved deeper, Roshi's nose twitched constantly, his discomfort visible. As Roshi had mentioned, the cave indeed exuded a decaying stench. Though not easily detectable by the human nose, it was a powerful stimulus to the keen senses of canines. "There's something wrong with this smell," Roshi growled softly. "It's unnatural." The foul smell continually blew from deep within the cave, covering a vast area of the ice field, which had caused the sled dogs to avoid approaching the area. After observing for a moment, Nader spoke up. "There's airflow coming out of the cave. It seems like there's another exit." Kakashi and Sandayu remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Soon, the group arrived at a massive chamber resembling a slaughterhouse for animals. Inside were heaps of animal bones and marine fossils. The sight was grotesque, piles of bleached bones reflecting what little light penetrated this deep into the cave. Sandayu's breath caught in his throat. This must be the place Yoshiro mentioned in his radio message. Kakashi nodded grimly. "Let's keep moving. We don't want to linger here." None of the three had the mindset to marvel at the bizarre sight and continued deeper into the cave. The crunch of their footsteps on the icy floor seemed unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence. After walking several more meters, they encountered the fossils of the ancient beings. Standing before the fossils, they finally understood what these creatures looked like in full. For someone seeing such creatures for the first time, the terror might be suppressed by curiosity and the thrill of facing the unknown. But having already witnessed the devastation at the camp, all positive emotions were now gone. Once those impractical positive feelings were stripped away, what remained was humanity's most primal and profound emotion: fear. Just looking at the lifelike fossils made Kakashi feel a chill down his spine. His right hand instinctively reached for his kunai, afraid that these fossils, like the biological samples back at the camp, might suddenly come to life. These things. They're monstrous. Kakashi's grip tightened on the kunai. But a fossil is just a fossil. Its only function was to evoke terror in those who looked upon it. The three of them paused for a moment, preparing themselves mentally for the ancient creatures that could appear at any moment. As they pressed on, the airflow inside the cave became more noticeable. Kakashi, leading the group, could even faintly hear the sound of the wind. As the light increased, the trio found themselves emerging from another exit of the cave. Standing at the exit, Kakashi realized that they were no longer at the foot of the mountain but midway up. From this vantage point, the three of them could look down upon an awe-inspiring scene that would be etched in their memories forever. Beyond the suffocatingly tall black mountain range lay a massive basin encircled by jagged black ridges. Nestled within this basin was what appeared to be an ancient city. What are we looking at?" Sandayu muttered. "A city," Kakashi deduced. "But not one built by human hands." Nader shook his head, struggling to comprehend the sight before them. "Impossible. How could this have remained hidden for so long?" The architecture of this ancient city was bizarrely geometric. Many of the building edges had collapsed or been worn down, resembling melting wax houses. However, considering that this city was likely built by the ancient beings and had survived for countless eons in such harsh, frozen conditions, its resilience was impressive. The dense cluster of buildings formed a labyrinthine pattern of symmetrical sequences, stretching beyond the visible horizon. Shifting his gaze to the surrounding black ridges, Kakashi noticed that the ridges were pockmarked with black cracks and pentagonal pits. Whenever the wind passed through these pits, the black ridges emitted an eerie whistling sound. This grim and unsettling melody gnawed at the trio's hearts, like stumbling upon the worst nightmares buried in childhood fears. For a brief moment, Kakashi was transported back to the scene of his father committing suicide. He could almost feel the cold touch of his father's corpse. The chilling sensation was exactly the same. "Kakashi! Kakashi!" Roshi's voice snapped him back to reality. Kakashi took several deep breaths, letting the cold air jolt him out of his painful childhood memories. Glancing at his companions, he saw that Sandayu and Nader had also momentarily lost themselves and had just regained their composure. "What was that?" Sandayu asked, his voice shaky. "That sound. It felt like it was inside my head." Kakashi shook his head, trying to clear the lingering unease. "I'm not sure. But it reminds me of something I've experienced before. It's like an illusion, but not quite." Yet, whether it was the Cthulhu statue or the whistling from the Black Mountains, both evoked a single, unified emotion in those who saw or heard them. Dread. Following the sled tracks that led from the mountainside, the trio cautiously entered the city built by the ancient beings. The desolate ruins around them seemed to whisper that the city's former masters had long met their end and urged them not to fear, to proceed without hesitation. However, the three knew that this labyrinthine city was not entirely devoid of life. Somewhere within might be Sandayu's brother, Yoshiro, possibly still alive, and the ancient beings pursuing him. In addition to the sled tracks, there were also the twisted and irregular footprints of the ancient beings. The three advanced with heightened vigilance, more so than when they had been inside the dark cave, carefully following the sled marks. In the city, Kakashi noticed that besides the square buildings scattered around, there were also massive hive-like fortifications. These were clearly built in response to some form of attack. These structures, Kakashi mused aloud, they're not designed for ground-based threats. It's as if they were defending against something. From above. Nadir frowned. But what could have attacked them? Kakashi shook his head, unable to provide an answer. If something had once threatened these ancient, powerful beings, could it still exist? Following the sled tracks, the trio arrived at a giant stone tower. The top of the tower had already collapsed, making it impossible to determine its original height. However, the archway at the base remained intact, allowing the three to enter. Inside the dark archway, Rushi called out, beckoning the group to a corner of the room. There, several empty cans were piled up, evidence that Yoshiro had stayed there for some time. But at that moment, Yoshiro was no longer present. The sled tracks once again led the group toward the abyss beneath the stone tower. Chapter 72, Kakashi's Mission, The Elder thinks he's alive. My brother, he's still alive. Sandayu excitedly spoke, his hands trembling as he held the remnants that only living people could leave behind. His eyes were wide with hope as he frantically examined every scrap and container. Kakashi, on the other hand, cautiously scanned the labyrinth of stone towers around them, his visible eye narrowed in concentration. These ancient beings could be anywhere, waiting behind any of these stone walls. These traces are at least a few days old, Nadir observed, picking up an empty can from the ground. The food inside had almost entirely dried out by the wind. He turned the can over in his hands, studying it closely. But it's clear someone was here recently. Sandayu's face lit up at Nadir's words. Then there's still hope. Yoshiro could have survived the snowstorm. However, a troubling thought nagged at Kakashi. But why leave the stone tower? He mused aloud. Its walls would have been sufficient to shield against the storm's cold. Realization dawned on Sandayu's face. He's still being pursued, he whispered, his earlier excitement giving way to fear. Without warning, he dashed toward the stone slope in the middle of the tower, heading straight for the void below. Sandayu! Kakashi shouted, his voice echoing off the ancient walls. But his warning did little to calm the desperate man. With a quick glance at Nadir, he sprinted after Sandayu. Nadir, trailing behind, didn't immediately follow. Instead, he took out steel wire and dozens of explosive tags from his pouch. This is my chance, he began setting up a trap across the entire first floor of the tower. Meanwhile, on the stone slope, Sandayu recklessly ran toward the deepest, darkest space below, shouting as he went. Yoshiro! Yoshiro! Can you hear me? His cries echoed several times within the cylindrical stone walls, each repetition seeming to mock his desperation. There was no reply, only endless darkness and silence. Suddenly, his foot slipped on the smooth, ancient stone. He fell heavily, the impact knocking the wind from his lungs. Kakashi, close behind, quickly stepped forward to help him up. I'm sorry, Sandayu gasped, the pain bringing him back to his senses. I was too excited. I didn't think. We need to be more careful, Kakashi advised, his voice low and urgent. Any loud noises in this place could attract the ancients. We don't know what we're dealing with here. Sandayu nodded, chastened. He picked up his flashlight, which had fallen to the ground, and began to survey his surroundings. The beam of light revealed walls made of massive stones, their surfaces adorned with intricate carvings and complex reliefs. Looking up, an overwhelming, suffocating sense of grandeur pressed down on both Sandayu and Kakashi. This craftsmanship, Kakashi murmured, running his hand over a carved surface. It's unlike anything I've ever seen. Sandayu nodded in agreement. The skill required to create these. It's beyond human capability. Everywhere on the walls were enormous pentagrams, their precise angles and deep etching revealing their significance to the ancient builders. In the very center of the lowest level stood several severely weathered stone pillars. Kakashi leaned closer, his visible eye widening as he examined them. These patterns, he said, tracing the distorted shapes with his finger. They look like writing. Sandayu moved closer. A written language. But that would mean. Kakashi nodded. Their civilization was far more advanced than we could have imagined. Everything we've achieved. They already done it, eons ago. He had once thought that humans were the first beings in this world to use writing for communication, but after seeing this city, he began to realize how small humans truly were. As they examined the walls, Sandayu suddenly let out a startled cry. Kakashi! Look at this! Kakashi hurried over to check. What he saw made him freeze. The carvings on this wall weren't just decorative, they were a series of murals, extending and conveying a continuous story. As they stared at the massive mural, something extraordinary happened. The images seemed to connect directly with their minds, piecing together the history of the ancients within Kakashi and Sandayu's thoughts. It's showing us their history, Sandayu whispered. Kakashi was equally amazed. In the face of this long and ancient history, even the sage of the Six Paths, who had founded the Shinobi Way thousands of years ago, was nothing more than a fleeting shadow, like a meteor streaking across the sky. The mural revealed the ancients as a species from beyond the stars, arriving on this planet when it was still a barren, lifeless world. Their powerful bodies and muscular wings enabled them to travel and fly through space, and their dual respiratory systems allowed them to breathe in extreme environments. They came from the stars, Kakashi murmured, his mind struggling to comprehend the scale of what he was seeing. At that time, this land was nothing but a vast ocean. They passed through the atmosphere, like meteors wrapped in flames, and crashed into the cold ocean below. They decided to settle here. These were the Elder Things. The story continued, showing how the Elder Things established fully functioning cities at the bottom of the sea a billion years ago, using their unfathomably advanced technological power. Their bodies were adapted to both land and sea, with strong crinoid-like limbs for swimming and additional appendages for walking on land, while their wings allowed them to fly through the sky. Both organic and inorganic materials provided them with sustenance. They were the ultimate life forms, able to roam freely across every corner of the world. As a land began to rise from the sea, they built new cities on the continents. They began to experiment with the elements of this world to create the first living organisms, initially as food, but later for more complex purposes. Look, Kakashi pointed to a section of the mural. They created servants. Beings called Shoggoths. Sandayu frowned. Creating life itself? Is that not playing God? The mural showed how the Shoggoths, excelling at heavy labor and needing only small amounts of organic material for sustenance, constructed massive, magnificent city-states for the Elder Things in any environment. With the Shoggoths as their workforce, the Elder Things society developed even further. Using their tentacles, they crafted and wrote with precision. While the cities were built by Shoggoths, the intricate carvings and ubiquitous artistic creations were crafted personally by them. They constructed art galleries, educational centers, livestock farms, and slaughterhouses for organic meat in their cities. They even, like humans, used fire and salt to make their food more delicious. They had a currency system, and a green pentagram-shaped jade was their universal form of money. Though they rarely died, the Elder Things would build star-shaped tombs for those who did, honoring them as heroes. The social systems that humans would evolve over countless millennia had already been perfected by them. It was a civilization that had perfected what humanity would take millennia to develop. But then, the tone of the mural changed. 300 million years ago, a powerful race tore through space, launching a long and devastating war against the highly advanced civilization of the Elder Things. Kakashi's eye widened as he saw the deliberate depiction of an enormous shadow in the ocean behind their city. A bloated, hulking form with tentacles writhing under its chin, thrashing in the ocean, while wings flapped ominously behind it. He immediately understood what the Elder Things had faced. Cthulhu. Everything matches. It all aligns perfectly. This is the intersection of history. Kakashi's eyes widened as the realization hit him. He never imagined that in this northern land of snow, which had no connection with the southern land of water, he would discover the convergence of the ancient histories of both regions. The history of the ancients once intersected with the history of Cthulhu at some point in time. That moment was the one Kakashi had seen after catching a glimpse of a corner of the Cthulhu statue, receiving a flood of information in his mind. Cthulhu, as one of the Great Old Ones, descended upon this world 300 million years ago. Kakashi had never shared this information with anyone. Why did I keep this secret? Would anyone have believed me if I told them? It was an unverified piece of knowledge, as no ancient histories from the past mentioned the existence of such a being. But now, in this massive mural that spanned time and was presented right in front of him, it referenced that very moment, Cthulhu's arrival 300 million years ago. Kakashi was now 100% sure that this immensely powerful being referenced by the ancients was none other than Cthulhu. Moreover, in the mural, Cthulhu was accompanied by his subordinate race. The flying Cthulhu minions bore a similar outline to him, surrounding the cities. Their spread wings were connected, even darkening the skies. At this point, Kakashi understood who those gigantic honeycomb-like fortresses of the Elder Things cities were built to defend against. Judging from the level of destruction these fortifications suffered, Kakashi could imagine how brutal the war must have been. The scale of this conflict. It's beyond anything in our recorded history. These massive invaders quickly gained the upper hand. The elder things, who had long grown complacent in their comfort, had degenerated to the point where they could no longer fly through space, and their war technology was entirely ineffective against the invaders. The cities of the elder things were destroyed one by one, not even their foundations remained. Their civilization, which had thrived and expanded for hundreds of millions of years, retreated in defeat, crushed like ants. This alien race lacked any sense of mercy. They didn't care about the act of taking life. They were different from the elder things. The ancients wanted to thrive and live here, but this new alien race only sought to dominate and destroy the world. They're not just conquerors, Kakashi realized, they're destroyers of worlds. In the end, the elder things were driven back to the land where they first arrived, while the new alien race took over the newly formed land and built a sinister, terrifying stone city. Then, one day, violent movements in the Earth's crust caused the sky to tremble. After the catastrophic tremors subsided, the sinister stone city built by the invaders sank into the sea along with them and their master. So that's how R'lyeh ended up underwater. Kakashi murmured, his eyes tracing the carvings depicting the cataclysmic event. It was as if the world had returned to the way it was before these invaders arrived. The ancients' living space began to expand again after the departure of their natural enemies. They rebuilt cities on land and restored their social order. But by that time, everything had changed over the course of billions of years. The Shoggoths, once loyal servants, had accidentally gained dangerously high intelligence. With their own will, the Shoggoths transformed into any form they desired. Their brains rapidly evolved in the process, turning them from amorphous life forms that required hypnosis to shapeshift into intelligent beings. Creation turning against creator. A tale as old as time. Kakashi shook his head slightly. The Shoggoths no longer accepted the hypnosis of their creators, the ancients, and grew as they pleased according to their own desires. After they devoured the majority of the ancients finally used a powerful weapon to quell this rebellion of creation against creator. Then, less than 100 million years ago, yet another wave of alien invaders appeared, swiftly defeating the already severely degraded ancients. The declining ancient civilization was once again driven back to its original land. At this point, the mural became chaotic, as if the mood of the one who carved it had become too heavy to continue. As a result, he could no longer gather more information from the mural. Kakashi, now fully awake from the dreamlike experience, glanced at Sandayu, who was still staring at the mural, entranced. It seemed that he, too, had received the same information in his mind. He tried to use his wits to connect this ancient history with recent events. If the first alien race that attacked the ancients was indeed Cthulhu, and that sinister stone city was the strange word he had received in his mind, R'lyeh, then everything made sense. 300 million years ago, an undeniably powerful entity descended upon this world. Even the ancients, who had developed for billions of years,